Lights out and let's go racing, folks, and it's a very even start from the entire field.
There's a freight train forming behind him right now. He will be as nervous as a cat in a room full of rocking chairs. I can give you the hot tip. Sideways as a bishop on a chessboard. That was incredible car control.
For a bit of an ambitious dive now, and oh, there's contact! Here they come now, around the final turn on the final lap, they're side by side!
Oh, and there's contact now. Someone is going to be hitting the showers early tonight, I'll tell you what.
Crosses the line for P1, brilliant racing, absolutely sensational stuff.
This is heart-pounding, this is nerves-rising, this is sensational TV.
Alrighty, here we go again, and frankly, we wouldn't have it any other way. Welcome to Sensational TV, the undisputed, undefeated, and frankly unmissable home of sim racing in this great sunburnt, law-abiding, sport-obsessed, pie-eating, beer-drinking, thong-wearing, tax-evading nation of ours. My name is Chris Munro, and tonight, or today even, sorry, we have something very special. It is the Bathurst 6 hours, pulled from the ashes at the last minute. But we are out here on the mountain today. 4 classes of machinery, all sharing the same piece of tarmac at the same time. Like a beautifully organised disagreement that nobody is going to walk away from cleanly. At the pointy end, we've got the GT4 machines. Let's have a quick look at what we're dealing with today. We've got the GT4 machines up there at Class A. Proper, purposeful, and absolutely not interested in getting out of anybody's way. Beneath them, the BMW CS2. And looking at the timing towers, it looks like it's a lonely class for Liam Milner, sorry. One car in class there of the BMW. No one wants to drive it. The CS2, the Mustang FRS 500, and the Toyota 86s doing what Americans and Germans do best, which is make a lot of noise and mean every single bit of it. Then in Class D, we've got the Mazda MX-5 and the Renault Clio cleaning up the back of the circuit there. Get that out of it, and let's have a look at how we are standing tonight. We're at Mount Panorama, obviously. Let's have a look from the top down. Out here in the bush in Bathurst, Mount Panorama, 23 turns, 6.2 kilometres of undulating public road out there in New South Wales. Absolutely ripping. Used to be a bit of an initiation site for the original custodians of the land, and I tell you what, it will be an initiation by fire tonight with a few of these cars out there, and there's a fair few indeed. There's about 30 odd cars out there circulating tonight. But ladies and gentlemen, joining me, I'm not alone today in the gondola for every single moment of this magnificent 6-hour catastrophe. A man who once accidentally bought a timeshare in Colgate toothpaste on his mum's credit card, and still to this day is technically an owner. Lindsay Muddle, welcome to the stream today. What are we expecting from this bunch of absolute ragtag bunch of misfits cars out there?
Race here today, Chris. This is going to be absolutely sensational, one could say, around the mountain. 6 hours. We've done 12 hours before. Now we're cutting it in half here on Sensational TV. But it's a lot more classes, a lot more carnage here on the iRacing side of the world. And this is going to be an awesome day of racing. And for us here on Sensational, it doesn't just stop there.
No, that's right. We've got a triple header coming at you here today in the Sensational box. So we've got our work cut out for us, that's for sure. But we are all hydrated up to the eyeballs, and I've been assured by the misso that I'm not allowed to have any red cordial until about 3:30 p.m. So expect the stream to start to pick up at about that time, ladies and gentlemen.
That's always a bit of fun once the red cordial gets involved. I mean, on that 12-hour day with the double header, oh, dead set. The Chris Munro slurring of the words by the end of the night was off the scale. Same with Zach O'Reilly. But we got there in the end. But hopefully, because he doesn't have a third alongside him, should be a little bit better today, ladies and gentlemen. But we'll see how good old Munro goes. Because he does love a bit of the red cordial.
I'll be fine. Don't you worry about that. A seasoned professional. That's right, and we got a fair few in the chat there as well. Welcome to everyone. Welcome to the stream. We got Racing Rookie, Danny P. We got VM Joshua as well. Great work to everyone, he says, to getting this involved and up and running so quick. Should be proud. Yeah, absolutely. Fair bit of toing and froing behind the scenes, but it's all worked out in the end, and we're out here ready for racing. The timing tower is there on your left, folks. That is an indication of their qualifying finishing times, as qualifying has just finished. We've had an hour of it. The Class A went out first, and it was Harley Galea in the Porsche GT4, setting the timing tower alight at 2:11.9. That's pretty quick around here in a GT4, I have to admit. So he's only 2/10 behind is Wakefield. Then we got Merritt, Mackay, Walker, and Gilbert, the top 6 in class there. Then Milner gets pole for his class. Not much competition there as well, so he's going to have a lonely little race, I'll tell you what, with the BMW being about 6 seconds off the GT4s and about the same, maybe about 8 seconds quicker than the Class C cars there, and there's a fair few of those ones. It's Shawnee McLaughlin. They maybe some relation to the great man who certainly knows his way around Mount Panorama. But the two Mustangs there taking taking the front row there in that class as well. So I've been told they're pretty quick down the straights, but a bit of a pig in the corners. So we'll see. That'll be interesting, actually. We'll see the 86s sort of catch up to them across the top of the mountain, possibly block them off, and we'll see some sort of toing and froing as that gets through it. But we got a 10-minute warm-up here, folks, so get your predictions in. Who's going to take the chockies here tonight? In each class, 4 classes. Down the bottom it was, let's see if we can get some results up. We cannot, because that session is gone and dusted. We'll go through a couple more comments here. We've got Russ Green Racing there in the 27 says, let's go HTS Mazda. Fastest car to the hairdressers. That's right, Lindsay. There's a couple of hairdresser mobiles out there tonight.
Oh, well, that's always good to see. And then we have Ren Fura, if I've gotten that right, saying, I'll have a drink every time I hear ladies and gentlemen. So, Chris, be on your best behaviour with the ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
I've got another one to propose to the ladies and gentlemen in YouTube land, and it's every time Chris says tonight, you should take a drink, because it is genuinely not past 5 p.m.
It is somewhere.
So it is dead set. Chris Munro forgetting what time it is permanently here today. Yeah, locked in the sensational commentary gondola up here. We have no sense of the outside world. We're just looking at a screen. And, tonight, doesn't make a difference. There's plenty of racing going on today, and it's going to be... See that? Lindsay said today. And it's going to be absolutely cracking stuff. I'll keep on my best behaviour with the ladies and gentlemen. It's one of those Freudian slips that happens to me quite often when I'll listen back to a stream and go, oh my God, I've said that L&G combo about 15 times in the last 3 minutes. So, tell you what, folks at home, if you want to get involved, someone make up a bingo card for today. And we can give out some prizes at the end of the day for the first one to yell out bingo. Chuck that in the chat, someone, and we'll get that going throughout the day. We've got 6 hours to kill. We're going to be leaning on our chat for a fair bit of entertainment as well once the racing subsides. But I've got a feeling with that many cars out on track, and the cars are kind of they're pretty it's 8 seconds between each class, just about.
once they do start to lap around, it's going to be some action-packed racing especially with the GT4s trying to get their way through on the B-class car and a lot of the C-class cars as well. They'll be battling tooth and nail, so they won't be watching too much in their rearview mirrors when the top 8 in class come around.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting seeing them squabble past each other just after. I think it'll probably take quite a few laps for them to get to each other when it comes to lapping. But once they get there, I think it's going to be really, really interesting because we've got not a lot between these classes and they'll be squabbling up the mountain of all places. So I think that a lot of it's going to be having the patience to wait until the straight, because you can't make a move through the really tricky bits of the mountain down through the dipper and stuff like that. You've just got to wait until at least you get to the forest elbow to go down the inside. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see how this goes today for the drivers. But I think I'm more interested in one particular class that at least has caught my eye, and it's the 86 Mustang class, because as you said, they're close together. But on pure qualifying pace, it was a 1-2 for the Ford Mustang. But I'm not sure over the course of a whole race whether having the car with more power is going to be the way to succeed.
No, that's right. They are rear-wheel drive, and they can get pretty loose with the added horsepowerage there as well. So they might be able well, they might be a little bit more rough on the rear tyres as well. So as you said, Lindsay, over this course of 6 hours, maybe the old trusty 86, which is very predictable in power and in grip as well, might be the way to go. But that'll be something to look out for today. Absolutely. Yeah.
So, Chris.
Yes.
I have a wonderful, wonderful question for you, and I'm thinking of this question on the spot, so bear with me. Who do you think, just based off what you saw in qualifying, is going to take home the top class win?
Whoa.
It's hard to do with an enduro based off qualifying, but I'm putting you on the spot to do it.
Well, here's the man now. He's just crossed the line. I'm liking this 43 OPR car. Dean Mackay at the helm currently. It looked pretty good in the practice and in the qualifying as well. So keep an eye on that one. I reckon he could take the overall win today. But as we said, there's a long way to go. And the Mustangs are not the quickest around here either, I believe.
They're really hard to drive too.
Yeah. So it's a matter of if you can keep it, it's a matter of if anyone can keep it off the wall for the entire 6 hours. It's a treacherous circuit out there, folks. One mistake and you could find yourself with a few laps down, sitting in the pit lane, getting your damage repaired as well. So hopefully we can get most of the cars around, and it doesn't turn into just a battle of attrition around here.
Yeah, hopefully not. But also, when it comes to Bathurst, that is almost inevitable. But we'll see how it goes over the course of the day. And you've got to imagine, I think I'm really scared to see those Renault Clios be out on the circuit, because I mean, look at the pace difference there. I mean, Mackay in the warm-up is going around the outside of the S's. It's really sketchy. The front-wheel drive Clio is absolutely off the pace, and they are just going to be just a roadblock, a mobile chicane, and it's going to be really tricky to get around them. So I think that we might see one or two of them getting into an incident. It's almost like when the Dacia Logan races around the Nordschleife. Yeah,
that's right. Well, that's what multi-class racing is all about. They can't all be fast cars out there. Otherwise, it just defeats the purpose of multi-class, indeed. But I tell you what, these guys in the Renault and in the Mazda as well, they've got so much time to think about down the Conrad Straight. It's about a 2-minute 30 odd lap around here. So, yeah, plenty of time to think. And even just down here, the run from the Chase down into Murray's, it takes so long. It's probably a good way to do it with the 6 hour, because you got time to reach over and grab your drink, have a little sip.
Less opportunity to crash.
yeah, less opportunity to crash. You can check your lotto numbers as you're going up the mountain or whatever you want to do.
You can send that email that you need to send so you don't get in trouble. You can do your work on Teams on the sides while you're going down the straight.
Yeah, get a few chapters through of Wuthering Heights as you're going down the mountain.
Don't even have to book the day off work. You can just sit there driving the Clio while you've got your other hand on the keyboard.
Yeah, that's right. One-handed typing. Lindsay Muddle, 17-year-old, knows all about that, folks. But it's a little bit too early. A little bit too early for that kind of innuendo here at Sensational TV. Morning to you, Bradley Cairns, in the chat. It's going to be a long day out here. But we are dead set ready for it. Look at this. The team colours there getting around there in the Mercedes GT4.
Yeah, and
it's a beautiful looking car, actually.
It is actually a beautiful looking car. I think that my favourite GT4 is the Mercedes.
Mm-hmm.
Whether a Mercedes will go on to win today is a completely different story, but I think it's got that nice balance of just unlike the Mustang, the Mustang's constantly trying to kill you. Basically, it is really sketchy. I've been doing heaps of Mustang Cup over the last few weeks, and it's really tricky to get around. Whereas you hop in the Mustang and it's not the Mustang, the Mercedes. And it's a completely different experience. Once you get down to it, it's a little bit sketchy still on the cold tyres, but once the tyres are warmed up, it's more of an understeering machine than anything. Which I know you're understeering out into walls when it comes to Bathurst, but for survival over 6 hours, I would still rather oversteer, but not the amount the Mustang gives. So I'd rather the understeer that the Merc gives me for a endurance race.
It installs a little bit of confidence as well. You know you can get on the boot and it's not going to just spit you out, turn you around, rather than you get that boat effect of you turning and the car not turning. And to correct that, it's just a matter of getting out of the throttle, maybe a touch of slight braking to get the thing slowed down and turned. So, yeah, a lot safer in the grand scheme of things, as we can get our first little look at how these classes are interacting with each other. And the GT4 just looks so planted out there as well, and quick off the exit. Look at the Clio just making a beeline for the inside run there, getting out of the way big time. Now it's the 86's turn. And I think with standard enduro rules in the real world, they're not obligated to jump out of the way either. They can take the racing line, and it's up to the faster class to make that overtake happen. There is no obligation to be like a blue flagger, say, in a normal situation and make way for the leading class or the faster class that's coming up behind you. So a bit of strategy and a bit of, well, if you're in some of the faster classes, you really got to have your brain screwed on as well, because knowing when to make that overtake happen is certainly something to think about.
Yeah, it 100% is. This is going to be a really interesting 6 hours, Chris, and just as we're saying, it's going to be an interesting 6 hours. The warm-up's ticked over, and it's almost time to get that race underway.
Oh, yeah, we are ready to go. They're just gritting up as we speak. Let's have a look. We're going to get a rolling start as well. That's what we want, folks. Just to delay the carnage a little bit. One of the main reasons Trick 741 likes enduros, yeah. It's also a nice little event to, mark off on your calendar. You can take up the whole day of sim racing. You can spend the next couple of weeks, making it up to your missus because you've spent the whole day in the sim and you're, on the couch at least for that night. Especially if you're doing it Fabian Fitness style and drinking about 12 cans while you're in the hot seat. Yeah, you'll be out in the doghouse for at least a week after it.
You're going to know all about that today.
I know. I was caught unprepared, so I actually don't have any red cordial in the house. So,
I was more talking about sleeping on the couch.
Sleeping on the couch. I am used to it. Don't you worry.
The daily experience.
Yeah, pretty much.
Chris is just on a leash.
Yeah, just leave my pillows on there, basically.
leave the blankets. You actually, instead of making the bed, you make the couch.
Yeah, that's right. Outdated fuel source in the chat says Enduros are 1 on turn 1, lap 1. I agree. It's the best opportunity to make up as many positions as possible. But we got OPR.
That's what my brain says when I touch the brake pedal into turn 1 at least.
Yeah, that's right. Galea.
Zach O'Reilly style.
Yeah, Galea and Wakefield off the front. Then we got Johnny Merritt and Shepherd off the next. Then we got Walker, King, Hins, and Kuchi off the back row here of the main ones, and it's a split field here as well, so we're going to get going here. This is now, we are racing here in the green light fashion of the Bathurst 6 Hour, presented by Prnz and Gammaflare Racing. They're going through the first turn, side by side, keeping it all pretty clean and tidy here as well. That's the way you want to do it, but it is some side-by-side action here. Johnny Merritt just on the rear quarter panel of Reese Wakefield in front, who didn't get the best of starts. Harley Galea absolutely flying off the front, and he's out to another 9/10 gap already, but it's Wakefield slotting into P2 with Merritt in there in P3, and they come in single file now. Just very sensible driving here from the A class. Let's go down the field and have a look how they're faring in the next. Now, this is the battle of the sheep stations here, folks. They are, what, 18 cars, I believe, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 cars in class here in Class C. So we're going to get plenty of action here. It's led off by McLaughlin out in front, Haycock in P2, Colin Bruns in P3, who is on your screens right now. He's actually made a little bit of a mistake there, and Joffrey looking around the outside in the 86. Oh, they're going to squeeze up. Who's that on the inside is Jake Edwards as well, as they go side by side up now through lap 1 around into the grade. This is risky stuff on lap 1, folks. Cold tyres. You don't want to be going too wide across the top of the mountain this early in the day, do you? They're doing it down the back as well. Oh no, there's the inevitable was going to happen. Jake Edwards is around into the fence. There's another car joining him next to him. That's Trotty as well in the OPR and Gammaflare Sim Racing entry. Oh, Lindsay Muddle, it's just dicing with danger too wide around the top.
Yeah, it's never going to work the way you think it is when you go for the move at that part of the racetrack. I was more expecting to see that between a Mustang and the Toyota, in which case I think it might have been a bit more safe because of the speed difference, but instead it was two Toyotas, and that is just never going to work on the opening lap of a 6-hour endurance race. And that is just a reminder that the race is not won on lap 1, but now we're seeing more cars side by side down the straight now. This is Roffey and Chapman, I believe, side by side as they head through the chase and in towards the braking zone. Who's going to be last on the brakes here? This is side by side. A third car trying to join the party as well of Wassel as well. Wassel, I'm trying to read my way through these names as we go here, ladies and gentlemen, as they make their way through the final corner. God, now I've said ladies and gentlemen. It's all kicking off here as they head into the final corner, but that is the end of the first lap in this class, and we've already got some scrapping now. There's a Mustang and a Toyota looking to go at it. This could get quite interesting, Chris.
Yeah, that's right, as they all nose to tail now, sorting each other out, and you might just see the Mustang stretch its legs now up the hill, but it gets a very ordinary exit, and the Toyotas are just lining up behind of Joffrey, Chapman, Wassel's there as well. All in, you could chuck a blanket over all four of them here at the moment. Wassel at the back, nowhere to go. You can see out the front of his windscreen is just blocked. The way is blocked by a bunch of Toyotas and a disappearing Mustang in the top of your screens there as well. Side by side up the inside goes Chapman. Really nicely done there as well. Roffey, sorry, I called him Joffrey. Craig Roffey there behind. Glover chiming in too. He's got a nice little gap in front and behind. That is Wassel, and it dropped back down through the order as well. Didn't have the greatest of runs through that turn 2. But Class C, this is where it's all happening, folks, and I had a feeling this was going to happen too. These cars are so good for racing each other. Usually you can go side by side, a little bit of bumping and shoving. The 86s absolutely love that kind of behaviour. But as we saw on lap 1, it was just a disaster there waiting to happen. They're looking to go side by side at the front here. Oh, he's going to have a go through the yeses. This is insane stuff. The Mustang just thinks better of it and gets out of it, and wisely so. I don't know if you want to go too wide down through there. I don't think I've ever seen anyone try and move through there. But I tell you what, Kurt Chapman, bloody balls the size of beach balls here at the moment. I don't know how he fits them in his race suit and in that bloody 86 at all. Maybe he's got a what is it called? I can't even remember what it's called. Something to fit your ball sack in. Goodness gracious me.
That was absolutely incredible stuff. That was a brilliant move, and I don't know, I'm sure we'll see more of that over the course of the day. But now we have a battle for the lead here in the top GT4 class. So this could be interesting now. This is Wakefield trying to make the move, and he's just not able to get the nose up the inside, and this is going to be a battle that continues over the next couple of laps. And the rest of the GT4 class as well, further down, there's a train from 4th to 6th, and that is Merritt, Shepherd and Hines, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Bear with us while we figure it out here in the commentary box. To be fair, Chris and I are just trying to figure it out as we go. And this is absolutely incredible to see a battle for the lead this early on. And I think that further down, the other class between the Mazdas and the Clios have spaced out just a little bit. They'll come back together. But it's just good to see there's battling between all of the classes.
Yeah, that's right. Really evenly poised here, most of these cars as well. So at the front, the Porsche holds station here as well. The only Porsche in the GT4 field as well. Most of them are Mustangs. There's 4 Mustangs, 2 Mercedes, and a lonely Porsche and a lonely McLaren as well. Piloted by John Merritt at the moment, the 64 car. But it looks like that Porsche is really handy over the top there, and has managed to eke out about a half a second gap there to the P2's car. But there's battling going on down the pack here in C, and it's the Mustang that's just getting hung out to dry across the top here. He got done on the last lap through the most precarious of moments. This time they're all lining up again, and it's Roffey that's managed to get the job done this time, coming up through the cutting. And I tell you what, Brent Wassell's there, just poised to attack, shows the nose on the inside here at McPhillamy. Oh, he's going to do it again. This could be insane stuff here. No, he's not. Surely. These slight little overlap there coming down through the hill, but just slots in behind the Mustang and thinks better about it. And fair enough too, because just in the first opening laps of a 6 hour, you don't want to be doing that. And as you said before, Lindsay, the Mustangs were quick in qualifying trim, but now that they're out there on the racetrack, it looks like they're just a good old-fashioned cork in the bottle here, with the 86s all over the back. And with the added top speed and horsepower of the Mustang, they're going to be really hard to make that overtake happen. As you can see down the straight, it just starts to be gapped by that Mustang, and the 86s really have to be on their game. And I think, honestly, the only place to make that overtake is off the top of the hill. So high-risk manoeuvres are going to be happening all day in that class.
Yeah, I think so. But to be honest, the Mustang doesn't pull away down the straight as much as I thought it would. I think it's a little bit slower than I thought. So it's not too detrimental, as we have a car pulling into the pit lane for the first time in this race. And that is Glover pulling into the pit lane here at Mount Panorama. And that is an early stop. And whether that's a mistake by leaving qualifying or warm-up fuel in the car, or just having a bit of damage, we will surely find out soon enough, as we actually have a M2, the only M2 making moves in the background of this class.
Yeah, wow.
And that is really, really interesting to see how this is shaking up, because the M2 is a lot quicker in a straight line. In fact, this is like watching the production challenge, the official series on iRacing, because normally that's the top class of that. So to see the M2 making moves past this class, you should expect to see it. And now it's on the hunt of the next Toyota GR86. But something to note as well is that is one Mustang that we're seeing getting eaten alive just a little bit. But up the top, McLaughlin and Haycock are absolutely in a league of their own compared to the Toyotas in their Mustangs. They're over 7.5 seconds clear to the next car, and they're about to start a battle of their own.
Yeah, that's interesting to see. Possibly that third Mustang of Colin Brunn's just maybe undercooked in the practice terms, but it looks like these two guys have certainly got that thing working, the tyres working, the setup doing what setups do, and these two guys just absolutely gapping the rest of that class. There's just almost a minute off the top class as well. I was trying to predict how many laps it would take before they sort of start to catch up to the rest. So I was going to say about 17.5 laps, but the way it's going, we're only 4 laps in and they're already a minute down the road. So possibly another 4 or 5 laps and we might start to get the top class catching up to the rear of this field. even the Clios and the Mazdas are down there. But there's a few of these 86s that are already sort of back in the pack so far that they've got a Mazda on either side of them. So this is interesting complexion and how this race is changing. But up here, it is the battle for the front of this Class C, and it looks like Haycock just pulling out of the slipstream, showing the nose up into Murray's. He's going to go alongside him here as well. I don't think McLaughlin's going to put up too much of a fight, because I'll tell you what, the more they battle over the course of 6 hours, it just takes your race time and puts it in the bin. So possibly just time to show the white flag, sit in behind Haycock, and make the most of it here without battling too much and losing too much time.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting to see how this goes, because they need to be smart about it, because as well, if they battle too much, it doesn't just throw their race time in the bin, it throws the gap behind them in the bin, because Chapman is not going slowly in the slightest. So it's going to be interesting to see how this race comes towards them in the grand scheme of this, as we took a brief look at our only BMW M2. I'm sure they'll get screen time eventually, but it'll have to be when they're flying past people. That they will get the screen time, unfortunately. But taking on a guaranteed win, I mean, that's a pretty smart play if you ask me. The sponsors will be happy regardless.
That's right.
Taking home the class win, as we have a little bit of racing here between Jensen and Edwards here into the cutting, as Taylor, as I think they've just swapped around in position. And no, I was wrong. Taylor's the car behind. Jensen and Edwards, I was right the first time. Heading up through the hill now, and they've swapped around, and now they'll continue to race over the top of the hill, but they don't want to race too hard around this section of the track, as we have a GT4 in the pit lane as well now. Shepherd, the first one to come in and out of the pits in the GT4 class for whatever reason that may be, but they've got a lot of pit stops to make here in this race. I'm not sure what the stint times will be. If it's a GT3, normally I'm pretty dead set on it in the pits when they have to make the pit stops, but I'm not sure how large the fuel tanks are in most of these cars, so it's something to keep us guessing here, Chris.
Yeah, that's right. We can form a picture in the end. Oh no, that's a big punt there from Prnz. Sorry, it was Edwards in the GR86. Just punting that Mustang out of the way as well. Interesting tactics there, folks. But gets the job done. Let's go back and have a look at that one. It looked a little bit suspect to me. Oh, we've gone a little bit too far. So Edwards now looking up the inside. There was half a gap there. I don't think the gap was ever really there until he sort of forced it open, sledgehammer style, and goes on about his business. But Colin Prnz probably not too happy with that move.
Yeah, that was that'd be frustrating for Prnz, and that's damage on the Ford Mustang as well. So the last thing you want at the start of the race, but luckily here in sim racing, he doesn't have to foot the bill post-race to all of the damage incurred on the car, as here comes Jamie Stewart, the lone BMW, flying past the two Mustangs, showing why they are Class B. And it's a shame that there's not more of them, because I know that a lot of people hate this car, but I actually quite enjoy it. I don't love it, but I quite enjoy it. I don't know if I'd take it on for 6 hours, but I'd still love to see more people out there with it, as we have a battle here for the GT4 lead. And this is now Wakefield on the outside line, heading towards turn one. The Mustang is a bit quicker in a straight line compared to the Porsche, and they're going to try and go around the outside of Harley here as they go wheel to wheel through Hell Corner. And this is now absolutely sensational stuff, as they're starting to come up towards lap traffic here as they head down the straight. This is going to be really close onto the grass. Goes Harley as they make their way towards turn two, and Harley backs out of the throttle, and Wakefield now left to lead this race here in the top class. And that is absolutely incredible, because here comes John Merritt as well, now within 1.2 of the two cars in front. This could quickly shake up to be a three-way battle for the overall lead, and it's only going to get spicier here. They're heading up the hill towards more and more traffic here, Chris.
Yeah, it didn't take long, folks. Only 6.5 laps, and we're already well into Class C, getting up on the inside there of one of the 86 cars too. So in that little battle there, that little what do you call it? Just kicking off the proceedings through the back end of the field. It's Wakefield that has got an advantage through that. As we saw going up the hill, Galea just getting on the wrong side. of the track. Well, that's interesting stuff there too. Johnny Merritt arriving on the scene at the worst time possible because there's not really anywhere he can go. He's going to try and get out of that, get out of the rear of that 86 as fast as possible. Getting down the hill, you can see the speed difference on these GT4s. Absolutely brilliant machinery there as well. Stefan McCartain joins the channel as well. Hope you're enjoying the show, everyone out there. Excuse me. We've just seen our first taste of the A-Class cutting their way through the rest of the field, just coming up on the back of some C-Class drivers as well. And there's going to be more of them. You can see there in the distance some more 86s. There's going to be some more Mustangs, and eventually they might get around Jamie Stewart in the lonely CS2, but that will be down the order a little bit further. It's you got to be on your wits. You got to have your wits about you, is what I'm trying to say. Getting through all this, carving through this traffic, trying to battle at the same time as avoiding some of the slow-moving cars. Johnny Merritt, he was right there too. It all sort of fell into his lap there, coming up the thing. And it's absolutely good stuff. We've got Stephen McCartan in the chat saying, can we refresh the paints, as some aren't showing up. All right, let me just do that. Let's see if we can get some...
They'll all pop up eventually.
They'll all pop up, surely. Now, Trading Paints is obviously taking its time. We've got all grey cars now on the stream. Reese Wakefield in the OPR car, however, hard-boiled. And, oh, this is good now. Trading Paint's having a good old session. We're going to...
It'll get there in the end.
It'll hopefully get there. Here we go. They just start... Yeah, they all start to come in.
Eventually. It's a big grid. They'll pop up eventually. But
Yeah,
I did
that's
notice
right.
something inside the GT4 class, Chris. I'm not sure if you'll be able to replay to the moment it's happened, but Walker with a meatball flag in the GT4 class Mercedes.
Oh, let's see if I can go back and see what's happened here. Dylan Walker passing Thomas Hines for P7. Can't see anything popping up on my timing tower here as well, but he's certainly entered the pit lane. So something. We'll just get a look at that at least. Oh, goodness me, that thing is crab walking. That looks like damage possibly at Forest Elbow. I suppose we've got time to go back and just replay it, because that kind of damage, he probably couldn't have gotten too far around the circuit. In that kind of state, it looks no, possibly here. I think it's got to be this lap. Yeah, here we go. Oh, McPhillamy.
Oh yeah, that's easy to do. That McPhillamy just through the height. Oh, they just clipped the curb and the wall on the. Oh, that's a huge impact. Just clipped the inside wall at McPhillamy and got speared straight off, dodged the gravel trap and just went probably 160 kilometres an hour right into the fence, or concrete wall actually, here at Mount Panorama, and that is absolutely catastrophic damage.
Yeah, very much so. He'll be licking his wounds there, Dylan Walker, but he'll be back. Don't you worry about that. He'll get that damage fixed up, and we will be away and racing again. 6 hours to make up for that mistake. Wouldn't have lost too much time in the grand scheme of things, being able to get back into the pit lane, so he didn't have to wait for a tow truck to come and collect him, so he saved himself a few minutes there anyway. So good luck to them on their comeback trail. There'll be plenty of time for that to happen. Let's go down the order here, because we've got a little battle happening up here between the Koala Cartel car and the other one there of Tony Roffe, in Rogue Sim Sports. I know, I've got Joffrey on the brain. I might have been watching too much Game of Thrones or something in my dreams or whatever. I haven't watched that show in years, but King Joffrey, all hail! You might just have to get that nickname for the rest of the day. We'll leave these guys, because Kurt Chapman now is being chased down by the other King Joffrey of Craig, this time in the 030 car for Rogue Sim Sports, the sister car to the one that we just saw earlier, with Tony in the piloting seat coming down the hill this time. And tell you what, the 030 just starting to get that car together, and the grip's coming to him.
Yeah, it is. It looks really planted there as they now head on to the Conrod Straight. So this is now going to be a slipstream fest all the way down towards the chase, and these cars have a lot of time to utilise the slipstream before they head into that braking zone. So he's closing and closing and closing here on the car in front And this is going to be quite a tricky move because they're just not quite there, but into the braking zone they should be able to swing it out to the outside, which becomes the inside here into the braking zone. Late on the brakes from Craig Roffey, hopping the curb to get past Chapman, overcooks it onto the grass. Here comes the car of Wakefield as well, trying to clear them, and this is absolutely suboptimal timing here for the Mustang GT4, but he clears them both, and Roffey will have to try again. Now here comes Merritt, who's in second position because Galea's dropped back to third and is 2.3 seconds off. So I wonder what's happened there. I don't know if we didn't catch it or whatever, but Merritt will be happy to be in second position. Now they're creeping past the Toyota GR86s, but yeah, just really overcooked there from Roffey.
Yeah, certainly did. Let's have a look at how he got that position there, Johnny Merritt. Overtaking Galea for P2. It looks as if Galea might have just had a bit of an issue somewhere. Whereabouts? Can't see him. Oh, he's off the circuit there. Yeah, just coming back on. So straight on at the chase there for Galea, and just rejoining the circuit on the run between turns 22 and 23. So he was looking really good, really pacey at the start of the day. I'm sure it'll come back to him here at the moment, but just maybe a little bit gun-shy now after that off-track excursion. Needs to get his head back on right and get back under the rear wing of that McLaren in front of him, John Merritt. Looking good there as well, scraping the outside wall. Geez, not a lot of room left to the imagination there. And in a 6-hour race, you don't want to be doing that too often either, because you can break your car. Let's go back down here because the racing's on in the 86 class. Absolutely balls to the wall here. Roffey on the back of Chapman here too. And he's a little bit closer this time around. We saw last lap he was all over him. If he can get right up there through Forest Elbow, he might be a chance. But I tell you what, Roffey just giving up the ghost a little bit down in the downhill section, and Chapman will have the advantage going on to the big old long straight here, the world famous Conrod Straight here at Mount Panorama. Will the suck take effect here? Maybe not. That gap's about half a second. Wants to be maybe 3/10 coming into Forest Elbow for that to really play into his hands and maybe have a chance at overtaking down into the chase. Here he is getting closer though, Lindsay Muddle. He might even think about having a look.
Yeah, so this could be attempt number 2 here for Craig Roffey, but no, he decides to wait. He doesn't want to overshoot and curb hop once again, but another battle further back, Wassel and Bardish here as well going at it here. And oh, this is close between those two. Wassel looking to make the move towards Murray's. Could they go for it? They're right there. It is a reasonable overtaking opportunity here in these Toyotas because they are so small, but Brent just waiting behind, knowing it's not the right time because they've got a huge straight up coming in the mountain straight after they tackle turn 1. So we could see a swap for positions between these two. So let's see how they go at it here through Hell's Corner. And they've got a GT4 sitting right behind them as well. I believe that's Shepherd. And yeah, it's not Wakefield, it is Shepherd further down, or potentially King, depending on which Mustang it is. It's sort of take your pick until at least I get used to which livery is what. It is Shepherd. I was right the first time, ladies and gentlemen. I typically have been, and then I second guess myself. But anyway, they continue into the into Quarry Bend, and no swap of position for them down the straight, so they'll just have to wait until next time.
Yeah, that's right. You know, as the great man once said, trust your, well, first instincts. Trust your first ones are usually your best. And if it's up, what else does he say? If it is to be, it's up to me. It's one of my favourite quotes of all time. If you've seen that video, you know what I'm talking about. But it's Wassel now all over the back of Bathurst here through the top section. And he's got the Anzacs pushing him along here at the moment as well. Really nice stuff and close quarters racing. You're not going to discount a move up here through the downhill section. We've seen it happen already. So will Wassel think about it, showing the nose down through the downhill section, and if he's close enough, he's certainly in the mood for a bit of a dip down into Forest Elbow. Throws it down through the dipper. Got the windscreen wipers happening as well. I don't know if there's any precipitation out there just yet. But I'll tell you what, a few raindrops today might just throw a proverbial cat amongst the pigeons. But it's Bathurst that just gets a really nice run down there through Forest and out onto the main straight. 6/10 the difference here, as we've seen earlier. That is just a bridge too far when it comes to the suck here at Mount Panorama as well. The Bathurst ladies of the night. Cheap in that stakes, but they can't suck that hard, I'll tell you what. 6/10 is a bit too far. Here we go. This will be an interesting encounter, and it was Prnz. You could see Taylor just had the run coming through in that 86, but the pure grunt of that pony just kicking up, and away he goes down the straight. Reminds me of that Nissan Skyline here in the production class as well in real life. Absolutely just smoking them down the straight. 300 k's an hour, I think it got to, before they decided to put the clamps on the thing, and no longer allowed to race. Absolutely bullshit, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree, and I need that car on the simulator.
Yeah.
Because that would just be a ton of fun. I mean, well, actually, would it be? I think it'd be a ton of fun once you get to the straight, but it seems like a little bit of a restless car over the top, so maybe you've just got to have some balls to drive it. Who knows? I'll never know. As Wayne Taylor, once again, stuck in that precarious position with a Mustang, just not able to get past because they're just not at the right part of the racetrack. They'll have to see as they come over the mountain and see how that goes for them, because this could be quite interesting as they head into the top of the mountain where the 86 comes into its own. As we have a little bit of information here in the YouTube chat. So it says the FR500S, so the other Ford Mustang, is 20 kilometers an hour faster up the mountain straight than the 86. So that is actually a good piece of information to know.
There you go. That's that's plenty as well. That's more than you'd need, to be fair. So that's how they're getting the pace down. That's how they're getting the timing down. Here we go, another GT4, couple of GT4s making their way past as well at the Mustang FR500S. Looking at its big brother GT4 style and thinking, oh, one day I want to be as fast as you. Here he goes now, the Mercedes pulling out of the slipstream. They're going to go side by side. Sweeping around the outside is Henry King there in the Mustang GT4. Kuchi not quite close enough to get the job done, but Dylan Shepherd, though, certainly is. He's right up the back here of the AMG now, probably having to think about what he's going to do, but it's the AMG just fainting to go into the pits there, and in the end, just pulling off to the side and says, you go through, Mr. Shepherd. I want no part of this battle at all. I'll happily sit in behind you and take that slipstream for as long as I can grab it.
Yeah, that's a really interesting moment there, as we see Barnell go up the inside of one of the MX-5s, just getting that move done, and just simply does it there. Now they head down the hill as, Prnz has a meatball flag, Chris.
Oh no, that's no good. Let's see where he is on the circuit. Behind them here currently, in 23rd position. So, oh no. That's very ordinary looking car there, Colin Prnz. Something happening to my live timing as well, that I do not get the accidents, which is very unfortunate. I'll see if I can fix that up during a break if I get one. But here we go. No, Colin Prnz has crashed a number of times here. Let's go back and have a look at what started it all. Across the top, no doubt. Oh, we've got a second car on the scene there in one of the 86 cars. Whoa, that is a murder caught in 2K, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, the wheel.
The teammate as well in the Polaris car, I believe. That looked very suspicious indeed. Let's have a look at that again and see if we can get another angle of that. Yeah, they are teammate cars as well, sister cars in the Polaris team. The 86 and the Mustang getting into each other. Oh, that is going to be a very awkward debriefing in that team. Oh, look at that, missing a wheel as well, scraping into the pit lane. Oh, disaster for the Polaris team there as well. As I said, very awkward to be a fly on the wall in that team conversation.
Well, I wouldn't say awkward, I would say entertaining. As King and Shepherd are about to go at it here into the chase, and that is move done from Dylan Shepherd. Easy does it there in the braking zone as Merritt getting close to Wakefield up the top of the GT4 class here as this three-way fight will continue to go. Oh, Blinky Bill's making his first appearance here in the form of Cutchy in the Mercedes-AMG GT4 in 6th position. Hopefully Blinky Bill doesn't strike twice here in this race or even beyond 2 times as this battle will continue on as we now go to Jake Edwards here in the Toyota GR86s. Here comes Bardish up the inside of the chase. This is absolutely brave to go late on the brakes here, but it is more than doable. It's a common overtaking spot, but he's not able to get it done this time. Just not enough aggression at the moment. Not that he needs it, though. It's too early on in the race to be too aggressive as here comes Jensen down the inside of Murray's, getting the move done on Bardish, getting that move completely completed. Actually, it was Wassel and Edwards that was fighting into the chase, and then it was Bardish and Jensen, the next 2 cars, as they've swapped places at Murray's, and now we look at Edwards still trying to get the move done here on Wassel as they head down the straight. So this is now going to be where the slipstream comes into effect. It becomes the absolute key power in trying to get an overtake done as they make their way down the mountain straight over the top of the crest on this straight, and then right back down it before you start climbing the mountain now into Quarry. So this is going to be interesting. Will he go for the move? No, Jake Edwards just waiting for now, and it's good to see we're half an hour in. There's still a lot of patience out there.
Yeah, well, there has been moments of, lapsing in that patience, that's for sure. But for the most part, they've been all very well behaved as well. A few pit stops out there. Let's see if we can get some of that data up as well. A couple of the GT4 class stopping. Obviously, Jay Stewart there in the lonely BMW CS2. None of the 86 class have come in yet for any sort of scheduled pit stop. I'm looking at my timing tower. A few down the back have. Tony Baker's car, Cruz McPhee, Tony Roffey, Hamish Barnhill, all coming into the pit lane already, possibly to fix some damage or whatever in a few of those scuffles that happened early on in the race. But these 4 here, this is where the action is, folks. Nose to tail a little bit with Jensen just sort of at the back of him. Then we've got Bardosh that we saw earlier just getting the move done by Jensen. It's just starting to drop off the back of this pack. But I'll tell you what, it is on here because Edwards is right up the back now, this time of Wassel. Probably close enough to make a move. Only 2/10 the difference now. We're going to see closing in with that slipstream. 2/10 turns into 1/10, turns into almost overlap territory. Oh, just enough room to squeeze that 86 alongside. Here they go through the kink. What's your kink? Mine is 200 k's an hour in a Toyota 86 at Mount Panorama. Dead set. Here goes Edwards, takes that position. Thank you very much. And Wassel now got his hands full with Jensen chiming in on behind.
Yep, so this is now going to be quite exciting because this is going to change up this fight now that we have Edwards in the lead of this train. So let's see what Liam Jensen can now try and do to try and get ahead of Wassel, who's just been overtaken, because once you get overtaken at the mountain, it shows a bit of weakness almost, I've found, because once you get overtaken by one, you get overtaken by another and another and another. It is just the way it goes, unless you can take the position right back, which is what Wassel will be trying to do down the mountain straight and towards Quarry Bend. So let's see what he can muster up here. He's basically pushing, he is pushing Edwards down the straight. The bump draft in full action at the moment as they make their way towards turn 2 in the braking zone, and he doesn't go for the move, and you'll have to live to fight for another day.
Yeah, that's for sure. You can see a bit of damage too on the back of that white one in front. There's some swapping going on up here as well as Chapman and Roffey side by side up through the mountain. That's what we like to see, folks. It's Roffey on the inside now through the through Quarry here. It's really tight racing, but he gets the job done. Those guys have been just swapping positions pretty steadily over the last few laps, as well as the sun just starts to peek its way out through the clouds here at Mount Panorama. Beautiful view over the town of Bathurst. But let's ride on board with Chapman, see if he might think about returning serve down the hill. We saw a couple of laps ago he was pretty handy down through this little section, as he does look to get on the back of him. All over the shop there was Roffey through that section, and Chapman's going to be close enough now, coming down into Forest Elbow. Will he be able to get the brakes on, turned in, and shoot it out the other side nicely? It looks pretty good to me. The gap 3.2 tenths coming out, and steadily decreasing too. That's about the sweet spot for the suck. So he'll be close enough, certainly, to have a look. But at the back, it's Jensen and Wassel side by side. Really close racing here. We're going to have to keep one eye on each one of these battles. We'll go to the braking zone first, because it's going to be Roffey just holding off if he can. Chapman just deciding not to go for the move there. On the flip side, it's Jensen making that move stick on Wassel, getting through on the outside before we even get to the braking zone. So great move there from Jensen. Wassel, nice awareness too, to maybe just wave the white flag when need be.
Yeah, I think so. And it just takes quite a lot of... I think it takes quite a lot of ahead thinking to race how these boys are. But further up in this class, for the class lead, it's separated by 2.5 tenths, Chris. So it might be time to shift the camera here, because we have Haycock and McLaughlin right there together as they head into the mountain. So there shouldn't be too much racing here up the mountain, but they're so close together that as long as they stay this close together, it could be quite interesting. Is into the cutting, actually. Haycock deciding to take a defensive line there, holding tight to the inside. So this is really starting to heat up for the Class C lead. So this is going to be really, really good stuff as they make their way over the top of the mountain. Oh, that's really loose there for Haycock, nearly putting it in the wall there at Reed Park. It's really, really tricky over the top of the curb, full mounting the curb as they head into McPhillamy. So this is going to be really, really good as they continue to battle on. And I think these two could swap around very shortly, because Haycock looks like he's feeling all of the pressure at the moment. 36 minutes into this race, and we could see a swap here up the top of Class C as they continue to battle on in this race. This is going to be absolutely cinema if they can start swapping around, because a swap for the lead of a class is absolutely incredible to watch, no matter what point in the race it is. And here we go, Sean McLaughlin on the hunt in the slipstream, closing and closing and closing here down the Conrod Straight. On board now with Sean McLaughlin as they continue to get closer and closer and closer. And look at the slipstream effect here as they head towards the chase. Will this be a move here for Sean McLaughlin for the lead of Class C on the inside line? No, he decides to back out of it and just wait. Be patient. He still has just under 5.5 hours remaining to get that move done, and he knows it, and he knows there's strategy to come into it too. But still, this is heating up.
Yeah, it sure is. Haycock really nice under the brakes there too. Down into the chase was enough to keep the AWR HTS racing machine behind there as well. So really nicely done there from Haycock. But how long can he hold off that pink machine behind will be a matter for the courts. We'll find out how these two get on. Those 86s battling behind still doing it for sheep stations back there, a tenth separating them. But here he is now on the back. Sean McLaughlin really close here. Is he going to have a gap? Oh, he's going to have to go on the grass here. No, it's Haycock that sees him coming, moves over back out to the racing line, and probably decides it could be time to wave that white flag. But no, he goes Trailer Park Girl style, sends it fat around the outside, gets all sorts of loose on the exit. That's going to bring McLaughlin back in a little bit closer for the traverse up the hill again. But this time the black machine of Haycock just steadies the ship and gets back out to that class lead. How long can he hold off? Because Sean McLaughlin looking very racy here indeed. The sun coming out even more so here today. It's shaping up to be an absolute ripper day on the mountain in terms of weather and in terms of action and racing as well. Hello to everyone in the chat. It's good to have you all out there. We've got 40-odd viewers out there today, absolutely fired up for a cracking round of racing. If you've got any co-drivers out there in the chat that want to get involved and have a little chat to us in the commentary box about how your race is going, you will find us in the PRNZ Sim Racing Discord. There's a broadcaster waiting room voice channel down there if you want to join that. And we will drag you up into the sensational commentary gondola when we are good and ready for you. Certainly welcome to do so. But in the meantime, this battling's still on here for the lead of the race. It's going to be McLaughlin, or the lead of this class. He's really got the run now. Haycock looking to go half defensive, just parking that Mustang in the middle of the road, pushing him right up to the inside. McLaughlin almost fully committed there under brakes, had to go for the move, but slots back in because Haycock seems to be really, really good under brakes. And McLaughlin, no matter how close he gets, has just thwarted every time.
Yeah, and you know what's really interesting to me in this battle, Chris? It's the fact that we know Prnz dropped off earlier on because they were stuck in... Oh, that's a mistake there from Haycock. And this could put him under pressure into hell corner here, potentially. As on the inside, McLaughlin showing the nose. McLaughlin does get alongside, gets to the apex on the inside at turn 1. They're alongside now. They're completely wheel to wheel as they head onto the straight. This is absolutely incredible. But Haycock just pulling out in front once again. But now McLaughlin will have the slipstream, and it's a lot closer than it has been on previous attempts, as they're going to go racing towards turn 2. Surely now, Sean McLaughlin closing in towards the turn 2 braking zone. No, not quite close enough. Once again, Haycock going defensive. It's squirmy on the brakes there for McLaughlin, and they lose out time for the pleasure. They get all squirmy through the exit. But back to what I was saying now, as they slot back into the mountain, Prnz is closer to them. We saw him drop back earlier on in that 86 fight, and we thought maybe they're not on the pace. I think that they just unfortunately got caught in the 86 pack and couldn't do anything about it. Yeah,
that's true. Once you're surrounded by those little mosquitoes, I guess you're just thwarted by them up and across the mountain. We saw them bullying them like fairly constantly. But we're going to have to go to the action here because we've got GT4s coming around the outside. We've got a slow-moving Clio on the inside. We're going to need a top view here as the 86 class comes through as well, trying to get through the inside of that poor little Clio. Be absolutely shitting himself at the moment. As we got Edwards, Jensen and Wassel all nose to tail, and Johnny Merritt's there in the McLaren GT4 just slipping up the inside. He goes. Holy moly, that was an action-packed little scene there as well, as the Clio still just tippy-toeing its way around with the 86s coming around it like he wouldn't believe here at the moment. He's like, oh, what about this time? We got 5 or 6 cars coming through at the exact same time. Who is that? It's Ari Blakey. Actually, so got some info on Ari as well. Him and his brother actually sharing a sim rig today, and they'll be doing IRL driver swaps. So one into the rig, one out when they come into the pit lane to do their driver swap. So really cool thing to do. I've always wanted to do something like that, where you share a rig and do a big old Bathurst enduro or any other enduro I can think of. Good luck to him, Ari, and his brother. We'll have to get the name of his brother and some way of telling who's behind the wheel at the time, because that would be beneficial to us. I think the battle for the class leads on again, Lindsay.
Yep, so here comes McLaughlin on the inside of Haycock, but this time he actually does get the move done into hell corners, but it's a little bit wide off of the exit onto the grass, and now here comes Haycock fighting it back here down the mountain straight. So this is going to be game on, but this time it is McLaughlin on the inside of the straight, so it makes his job a little bit easier to defend, but we've seen him lose out a couple of times here in the battle for the lead. Haycock trying to squeeze him further to the inside into the turn 2 braking zone. It's full squeeze there for Haycock, not giving McLaughlin much room to work with on the inside, but still McLaughlin finally taking the lead of Class C in the Mustang, and that is a brilliant move, a brilliant bit of racing. It's far from over because it's back down the inside from Haycock there at the cutting. That was really brave, not able to do anything with it, but almost forced a mistake out of Sean McLaughlin there as these two swap around. Far from over, much more racing to come between these two, I'm sure of it. But for now, McLaughlin finally, after waiting so many laps, takes the lead of this one.
Yeah, that's right. Beautiful stuff there as well. And the rest of Class C are probably hoping for a bit more battling going on between these two in front, because they've now cleared the rest of the grid, or the pack, sorry, by about 20 seconds down the back there. Kurt Chapman third in class in the 241.86. So those guys probably hoping for something. But here's another battle for a class lead, and it's down here in Class D. A couple of Mazdas going at it here at the moment. It's Adam Hughes that takes the lead here off Jared Knight, and they will go racing here. They've got an 86 plugging them up the arse as well, so keep an eye out for him, because they're sort of evenly matched in the speed department. As you can see, the 86 just just there, not really making moves like we saw the GT4 class do as they came through the field. They're just a little bit quicker in all areas. So you can see he has to really work for this as they come through now. It's going to be Hughes that sort of just has to check up. Actually, both of the MX-5s cannot take that desired line through. Oh, the big squirrel there from Hughes. That's going to bring Knight right up the back end of this MX-5, pushing him up the hill here. Maybe worth jumping in the slipstream of that 86 old son. It's a bit too late now because Hughes took that position, and now they go nose to tail up the hill one more time, and the Mazdas are doing what Mazdas do best. Nose to tail action up the hill, bump draft, you name it. Shouldn't say that, it's a dirty word in this server today apparently, but here they go again. Another lead battle for class supremacy down here in the Mazdas. There's only 4 in that class, but I'll tell you what, these two very evenly matched.
Yeah, it's been really, really good to see. But I'll tell you what, Chris, I've had a delivery in the bacon and eggs department.
Oh,
so,
how good's that?
Yeah,
I'll let you scoff down on that. Mute yourself so we don't get the mouth noises. It's one of my pet peeves. I don't know about you or watching at home. Hearing someone chew, it's akin to death by nails across the blackboard style. Rubbish there, but here we go now. Another of the GT4s coming through. That is who is that? It's Dylan Walker, I believe. Yeah, we saw him in all sorts of trouble earlier on with a very damaged Mercedes, but the mechanics have done a great job on that thing, looking schmick as that little Mazda not letting go. He says, you know what, mate, just because you're in that bigger, faster, beautiful looking Mercedes AMG, I'm not going to shy away from that Apex, son. That's mine. I love that little bit of dog in the fight there for Adam L. Hughes in the number 31 for OPR and Gammaflare Sim Racing. Gammaflare, the naming rights sponsor here today of the Bathurst 6 hour. We're coming up on the first hour. It's been 46 minutes down already, and it's just been action-packed all over the grid, as we suspected it might be. This is the battle for supremacy in Class D. If you've just tuned in, Class D is the Mazda MX-5s and the Renault Clios. Seems like those two car classes have sort of, sorted each other out. The two in the Mazda are now 7 seconds clear of Alessi and Blakey, who is also 42 seconds off the pace there on the back of these two. So maybe just the Mazda a little bit better on a longer stint on tyres as well, but certainly one of my favourite cars to drive in this sim completely. So we'll leave them and go up the front because it is a battle for 86s on here as well. It's Kurt Chapman and Roffey at it again. We saw these guys at it a few laps ago as well. Kurt Chapman just holding station here as well with Kurt Roffey in behind. Gets in through the chase, and they'll go around one more time, Daft Punk style, as one of the OPR Mustangs getting up the inside as well there. Really nicely done, and you've got to just be looking out both ends. It's like a bad case of the what do you call it, barley belly. It's coming out both ends. You've got to be watching out the front, obviously, and out the back too. For some of these fast finishing Mustangs or GT4 machines, Porsches, we got McLarens, we got AMGs as well. There's a few other cars to choose from, but there's mostly been the Ford Mustang. But here we go. This is Roffey up the inside now. Caught Chapman napping up the hill and takes that place up into Griffin's Bend now for the 19th time for this class. They're absolutely flying here at the moment. These two battling it out. And in the background there is Jake Edwards and Liam Jensen as well in the 51. Actually, they just swapped positions as well. Wassel getting up the inside there. Jensen looking around the outside. Squeezed all the way up to the fence. Slots back in, and these guys go nose to tail with another GT4 saying, I'll take that little gap there. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and I'll be on my way. But it's these two just separated by nothing, as well as these two. The 86 class today. Round of applause to them. Let's give them one there in the studio here. Absolutely sensational racing by all these short little cars. They're tiny in comparison to some of the bigger machines out there as well. They don't take up a lot of track space. Those two separated by not much. The MX-5s are pretty close as well now, coming down into Murray's. Oh, I'll tell you what, Jared Knight just really patient driving here as well, just waiting for that mistake. And it's starting to look a little bit more loose there in the Hughes department there in car 31. Very wide on the exit. And here comes another 86 to spoil the party in terms of apexing. It looks like Hughes just really had to give him room there. This time it'll be Jared Knight that has the run. Think about maybe he's just doing the push him up the hill. He's not interested in making an overtake just yet. But we might see that happen up into Griffin's this time. I don't think he's going to. I think he's just playing the patience game, pushing that car along in front of Adam Hughes and saying, you know what, let's just go for it. Pound your rear end in, Freddie Mercury style, and away he goes racing. iRace ANZ chat show says, what is the pink coloured class? Only one entry. That is correct. That is the BMW CS2. And there is only one entry there. Jamie Stewart flying the flag solo for the BMW racing team. A lonely race for him, but there's still plenty of action. Still plenty of things that he can overtake. Faster than all the C-Class cars, and there's 17 of them out on circuit, and the 4 on the Class D as well. So plenty to keep him occupied, but none that are in equal machinery for him so far. Thank you to all for tuning in with the chats as well. It keeps us busy here in the control room here at Sensational. The commentary gondola. And they're all chiming in now. Race says, I'm putting my money on the 521 entry for the win. Okay. Is that for a class win? That's safe money. You won't get much back on the return, though, unfortunately. Paying $1. So you just, I don't know, letting the bookie hold your cash for 6 hours, and then it'll just give it back to you at the end. Or what? He might crash out and not finish the race. So, I don't know. It's a risky bet in terms of that. But here we go. What was risky is some of the moves that we saw in these 86s in the opening lap. They were all over the back of the Mustangs, because the Mustang FR500S is in this class with the Toyota 86s, and really slow across the top of the mountain. In comparison, it makes all of its time up down the straight. So we saw, who was it? It was the 78 car of Prnz at the time, but now they've made a driver swap with Burhop there. Adam Bunny Burhop. There you go. The Rabs is out there. His teammate absolutely got swamped across the top of the first lap. And they were just firing it down both sides any way they could get it. It was some risky stuff there indeed. But down here, for the Class win and Class D, it's all happening down here. Hughes still getting pushed along by Knight. That rear end is going to be absolutely punched in, and the front end of Jared Knight, if he doesn't think about making a move sooner or later. Because he's certainly got the pace on him. He's thereabouts, almost contact there with the GT4 as it comes flying past as well. You can see the size comparison there as well, these little MX-5s. Little go-karts in comparison. I wonder how long this is going to go ahead with Hughes leading the pack. Jared Knight seemingly not in the mood for an overtake. He's happy to just push him along. Maybe making a point there or something. We'll leave that one alone for the time being. Sean McLaughlin is leader of the class here so far. It looks like the other of the Mustangs. No, it was the 78 up there battling with McLaughlin. I've just made a mistake there. We've had some driver swaps currently. So Burhop there on pace with the 205 car of Sean McLaughlin for lead in class. This is for P3 effectively, with these 286 cars not making their first pit stop yet. We might be coming up on that time. We're about an hour in, almost an hour in. We'll probably see a few stops coming up from a few of these cars. You can see there on your screens who's made the stops and who hasn't.
As my delivery is being consumed.
Oh, lovely.
Here in the commentary box. And you know what? You said the name Rabs, and I'll tell you what, it's a bit of a disappointment. I keep looking at the commentary box door. It's a glass door, if you're unaware. And I keep looking out there because he's normally rummaging around, taking all of the alcoholic beverages he can before he gets ready to bust down the door. But unfortunately today we won't have the man himself, and it's a bit of a disappointment. It's normally my daily entertainment.
That's right.
Just looking out the window and seeing what he's up to, and unfortunately he's not it.
Yeah, some past discrepancies for Rabs down there in the pit lane has rendered himself banned from the racetrack. What's happened here? Liam Jensen pulling it across to the side of the racetrack and just stopped there. Maybe a hardware failure for Jensen. What's going on here? Yeah, a little real-life pit stop perhaps. Needed to do something, let the cat out or what, I don't know, but he's pulled over and he's back out racing again. Very strange indeed. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, you really don't, as now we look at Chapman looking for the move on Roffey here, potentially towards turn 1, but he's not going to go for it. He'll wait for the straight where there'll be a huge amount of slipstream as he gets a great exit off of that first corner, but instead he's going to start bump drafting here down the mountain straight. He doesn't want to get re-overtaken if he just goes straight past on the mountain straight here, so let's see what he can muster up. And I'll tell you what, Chris, we've seen a lot of bump drafting here in these Toyotas, and I think it's becoming quite a critical part of their race strategy.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe a few little agreements made before the race, or perhaps during. They might be on comms as well, just talking to each other, saying, you know what, we could battle and lose time, or we could just play a bit of bump draft leapfrog action and push ourselves up the order as far as possible. Although seeing these two guys racing earlier on, I don't know if they've made any sort of agreement in terms of that. I think it's just balls to the wall racing, get across the line as fast as possible and try and get up the inside. But here they go across the top of the mountain again. Nose to tail. Oh, a little bit of a scrape on the wall there from Roffey. Really needs to keep it together as well. You can't be doing that too often, as I said, in a 6-hour race. You do it too much and you'll be visiting the pit lane for some damage repair. Comments come flooding in. Beautiful stuff there from the that's a big loss from Chapman. Just manages to get it together before any major damage was done there down through the world famous dipper here at Mount Panorama. Got all loose, hit the outside wall. Not too bad. I don't know what the damage is like on the inside. Looks like we're good in terms of steering column. That's all facing the correct way. I know what's happened here. Johnny Merritt up in the GT4 class in the McLaren coming down the mountain here. He's had a bit of a bingle. Let's see how see what happens here. Just a slight.
He keeps it out. Oh no! Oh, I thought he kept it out, but he just tried to roll it back, and if he just held the brakes, I think the car would have stopped and he would have been able to flick it around. And it doesn't look like he got too much damage anyway, but definitely unfortunate. The McLaren is a bit taily. And it's also a very old GT4 car compared to the rest of them. If you went on board with it, it's still got the full, the full old action. You've got like a really old style dash with just like one big sort of rev counter that goes from left to the right of the dash, and then you've got a full full steering wheel, which you just don't see anymore. What's a steering wheel with a top on it in a GT car doing? Like dead set in the old school department here in the 570S. But here we go. He's on the move, though, because he's making his way past some traffic and on the back of the Mercedes GT4 as well. Oh, no! Oh, that's a huge crash! Oh, no.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear.
That was Leonard Diverston, who had a bit of an accident the lap before and just a little tardy out of there. I think maybe a little bit of patience required there from John Merritt in the Sim 3D Sport Ghostbusters entry. Just running into the back of him through the kink there. Could have been easily avoided, but both of them now coming into the pits for repairs. Devastating there in the GT4 class, but that'll give the 43 a free kick up to P3 here as well. Harley Galea still going around out in front. There's a fairly big gap between him and Wakefield as well. Wakefield just in the past 20 minutes or so, absolutely putting the foot to the floor and just clearing these guys. His last lap around, mind you, a 2:13.8. Harley Galea must have had an issue there as well, because his last lap around was 2:17. So something not quite right there with the Porsche, as he's starting to give up the ghost to the Mustang in front. But another 20-second gap behind is this man here in the 43, who I tipped, or this car anyway, I tipped for the overall win. They're still not out of it. P3 for him, but a fair way up the road to the two leaders, 20 and 34 seconds respectively from his point of view. That's really nothing in terms of racing in the 6-hour race. Still 5 hours to go. We're just about to come up on the first hour here as well, folks. So congratulations, happy Bathurst, happy sim racing to you and your family, Lindsay. It's been a ripping day so far.
Yeah, it has been. I'm not sure that that the family's too happy about it in the grand scheme of things. People keep opening the door and going, "Hey, can you do this?" And I turn around and I'm like, "Bugger off!
Yeah.
I'm doing commentary. Leave me alone." And then they leave me alone, and then probably go talk crap about me for the next 5 minutes to whichever the nearest family member is.
Cutting off your allowance, mate. The Mastercard's been cut up in the background.
You're covering the Mastercard fee for this race, so dead set out of the Chris Munro pocket. As Wakefield into the pit lane. So this is 1 hour in exactly, and Wakefield enters the pit lane in the lead of the GT4 class. So now we know 1 hour pretty much on the dot, at least for the Ford Mustang GT4. And now we're seeing Galea come in as well. So 1 hour is the stint time for the GT4s, which is, that was... who was that?
I think that was our man in the McLaren as well.
I thought so.
Or was it? No, he's just coming out of the pit lane. What was that? Tony Baker, I believe. Here we go. Yeah, it was a yellow car. So, 86 of Tony Baker down here in 10th in class. Just hitting hitting that green patch on the outside and nosing it into the fence. Whack. A little bit of damage there, but possibly more of an ego hit than a car damage, or ego damage than car damage. That's what I'm trying to say. These two again, I'll tell you what, Roffey and Chapman still separated by not much. Wassel and Edwards as well, both of them battling it out. But Thomas Hinz has taken over the lead of this race in the 209 Mustang. We haven't seen too much of this car. I think they've made a driver swap as well, if I can have a look at the pit stops. Yeah, so they've all made a stop, and this is bona fide lead of the race now with a pit stop under his belt. So an early stop there from this team in the Team Jinx Shifters has put them into the lead of the race fair and square.
Yeah, so that is really good, but I'm sure that the offset and strategy will have its downside effects as you go later into this race. I don't think it'll show its head until the very end. So it's one of those endurance race long game situations where the strategy, unless they crash, will never sync back up again. And we'll just see how it goes at the end of the race. But you've got to imagine that Polton and Galea in the P2 and P3 spot will actually end up out in front by the time they get to their last stretch of racing, because Hinz will have to come in towards the end of that race.
Yeah, that's right. So it'll all sync up. We'll probably get a true idea of where they all stand with about 40 minutes to go in this race. Just over an hour done now, and these 86ers still have not let go of each other. Jake Edwards and Brent Wassel on your screens now. No pit stops either. These 86ers can go a fair way on a tank of fuel and a set of tyres, it seems. So that's going to work out really well for them in the long run. And up in front here, Roffey and Chapman doing what they've done pretty much this entire race so far, just racing hard, racing fair, and a fair bit of bump drafting happening too. You can see at the back of Roffey's car. That's the scene. That's Kurt Chapman there, and really giving him the hurry up through that little section. We've got a couple of stoppers there in the Class C. That's Matt Feely coming in, Tony Baker coming in, probably to get that damage fixed as well. But look at that, really close now across the top of the mountain. Too close for comfort, I'd say. One little touch up there and you're in big strife, hitting one of those outside walls at the speed that they're going. That could be very much race ending for any of them involved as they come down the hill again for the 25th time, ladies and gentlemen. Flying through. There's a drink for whoever that was earlier on. I've held off so far without saying it, folks, but I'm just fall back into old habits. Old habits die hard here in the commentary box here at Sensational TV. They go racing again, Lindsay Muddle. And there's a few little spot fires starting to happen up in front in the GT4 class as well. We've got Henry King and Shepherd here battling away in the 43 car, looking pretty good. He's caught up to the back of Henry King here at the moment, and that's the second of the Team Jinx Shifters Mustangs, both of them out there circulating around. It's right on board with Shepherd and see if he can get a really good pinch off the first turn. That's where it all starts to happen here at Mount Panorama. He does too. Really nice exit indeed. He's sitting up under the rear wing now, getting every bit of the suck that he can up the straight in equal machinery, mind you. All comes down to small little setup changes that they might have made in between the two teams. He's not close enough here, Lindsay. Even with that good exit and the suck, wasn't able to make the move done up into T2.
No, he was not, and it's really interesting to see actually, because the slipstream is quite powerful and it's just not coming to fruition for him. Just probably playing a patient game. They've got time to work with, to say the least. There's a couple more battles, so we were looking at Chapman and Roffey, but as well, before they came into the pits, Wassel was in a really close fight with someone as well, and then in the Mazdas we've still got Hughes and Knight going at it as well. So there's more than a few places to be looking at here on the circuit. Two-way battles galore towards the sharp end of the classes, and then in the GT4 class, it's just a little bit further back. But I'll tell you what, the worst thing about today is here for me, Chris.
What's
it's
that?
The fact that when you go on board with those Mustangs, I don't get to hear the beautiful soundtrack, and everybody else does.
Oh, that's a real shame. Maybe if you get the stream going, you can listen to it.
Got the stream going, but it's on like 25-second delay.
Yeah, 30 seconds down the road. So I'll give you a little bit of sound here. Just everyone at home can appreciate the roar up the mountain.
Just drumming it in now. Just dead set in the troll Lindsay Muddle department.
There you go.
No amount of money can get me to hear the Mustang engine at the moment.
No, well, yeah, now it's probably just about happening on your screens. So you can actually, I'll tell you now. You can just mute me and listen to that thing going up the hill as I'm watching it on the screen as well.
I'll just speed up my own iRacing.
Yeah, here, have a little chat. You can jump in this server as a test and go around as well if you want. But plenty of action to keep you entertained as well. Speaking of which, the GT4s are at it. Here goes Dylan Shepherd looking around the outside down the main straight here at Mount Panorama. But it is Henry King that just gets back into the, well, not even quite to the racing line. So that's going to compromise him up the hill. Shepherd a lot closer than he was last lap. We're right on board now. Hear the purr of the pony. Up the hill we go. And it looks as if King just does have the traction out of there, even though they didn't get the best of exits. Possibly more wing on the OPR entry. Is that a thing in these Mustangs in terms of setup? I've not driven the Mustang GT4, so I'm not too sure what the aero package is.
You can adjust the wing level, but I mean, it's not common. Oh, that's down the inside at the cutting there for Dylan Shepherd, and he gets it done too. Wowee. That was a good move. Whether that was sort of coordinated or not, just to swap around, I'm not sure. I mean, it feels like they just do it down the straight, but just the amount of space left was quite large. And yeah, Shepherd getting that move done at the cutting. That was a great move. I'm just watching it pop up on my screen to the right of me now. I've got like a sort of double action replay. That's off the track there for Shepherd. Really scary stuff, but now he manages to keep it on the grey stuff without heading into a concrete fence. Is the traffic causing some problems and spacing them out? Dylan Shepherd able to hold on, and Henry King as well just about had a bit of a moment with that Toyota too, but they're both still going the right direction around the racetrack, and that was scary stuff for the Ford Mustangs, but they'll live to fight another day. Luckily for them, it was very close to not being able to fight for another day. But further back as well, we've got Roffey and Chapman, 2.5 tenths separate them. Not even here, Chris, as they're heading over the top of the mountain.
Yeah, back to the status quo between these two guys. They've been, just umbilical twin. No, what do they call it? Yeah, conjoined twins for the most part of this race as well. Unfortunate for Chapman because he's got the arse implanted onto the face of his car, so it's probably not the best luck there in terms of conjoined twins. You don't want to be that one. You want to be the one where you got your face in open air. you shit into your brother's mouth. Oh, goodness me. We've already devolved into absolute debauchery here in the commentary box. Only an hour in, folks. Welcome to the stream if you haven't already. Well, give it a like, give it a subscribe. Yeah, we probably just lost 1,000 subs there straight off the bat. But welcome. We don't take ourselves too seriously here in the commentary box. We try to keep it light and entertaining. But through they go on those two Mazdas that were battling it out. That is Hughes and Knight. So two of the closest battles on track right on your screen here at the moment as well, with Hughes just getting a little bit wide through the chase. And now in the 86s, both of them following each other in. So the conjoined twins doing what they do. Monkey see, monkey do, into the pit lane. Now they come, really leaving it to the very end. And this will be a battle of the mechanics and the strategies here. How much fuel do they put in? How many tyres do they take, if any? You will see where they come out on the circuit once they get going again. But it's back to the MX-5s. This is for the lead of the class down there in Class D. The two Mazdas absolutely pasting in terms of pace over the other two, which are the two Renault Clios in class. Dean Alessi down there in third, and Ari Blakey sharing the sim with his brother. So a bit of in real life driver swaps there. I've been told from the admin we're going to try and get a video of those two guys doing their
we need that.
Yeah, doing their driver swaps. So once that gets posted, I'll load that in and we can all have a look at how that goes about in terms of physically getting in and out of the sim. I wonder if they practiced it during the week like they do in the in the proper enduro cars. They get one of the mechanics pulling you out and another one throwing you in, basically doing up the harness, and away they go.
Well, I mean, surely you have to practice it, especially if they're different heights and whatnot. I mean, unless they're just sitting there really uncomfortably, not able to adjust the rig. It all depends on their equipment, which we hopefully will find out about too, because I'd love to see what the rig looks like when it's set up for two people. Do they have to adjust the seat? Are they adjusting anything in quick succession? That'd be quite the mission, but you've still got a while to fill up a fuel tank here at Mount Panorama. When you're filling up for an hour, it takes probably about 30 to 45 seconds, so you do have a little bit of time to do everything you need to do. But yeah, I'd love to see how that goes on, so hopefully we can get a video of that, because now that I know that's a potential, I'm quite interested about it here in the commentary box. As we have Edwards, I believe, to be Edwards' teammate, who I'm not even sure because I can't see car numbers on the timing tower. No, it is Edwards. Okay, I thought he would have done a driver swap. Going past the two MX-5s, and he'll continue on his merry way. He's sort of in no man's land at the moment. No other Toyotas really behind him, no Toyotas in front of him. He's just got the track in himself at the moment, an hour and 11 minutes into this one, so he's holding up pretty well. But it looks like Knight and Hughes really close together, heading towards Murray's here, Chris. So this could be game on between the two Mazda MX-5s, as that's a Mustang into the pit lane, and that's Hins there from the class lead. So that'll allow Polton to retake the lead for his car, and Galea as well in third position will go into second place once again. But Hughes still leading this fight, with Knight just right behind him as they head onto the straight. Will we see some bump drafting action here, or will we see a swap for the class lead? That is the question as they head towards Quarry, and let's see what they manage to do. It looks like Hughes is trying to show the nose towards the inside. He's sort of inching his nose out and then bringing it back into line. Will he go for it late on the brakes down the inside here at turn 2? No, he's not going to. So they're just staying really patient for now here in these MX-5s. I think that we're just at that point where they're playing it so safe, but cut to about, 4 hours from now, I think the gloves will be off and they'll be swapping positions all the time. Yeah, well, that might be the strategy there from Jared Knight. Knows he's got the pace on him here at the moment and is just happy to sit behind, because he knows he's only got one more car to overtake to take that class win. So possibly just, don't need to risk anything and just sit there behind. But, in my argument, I think it's probably riskier just sitting there bump drafting the entire way around, because, one bump draft can send you off into the bunda if you hit it at the wrong angle. So possibly just set up that overtake, son, get out in front and then start to turn the screws and walk away. But
possibly enjoying the slipstream too. Maybe some fuel saving going on in that department. So plenty to think about. And I think, Jared Knight, probably a better driver than me, probably has done the sums, knows exactly how much fuel he can get into. Very tight there with the GT4, just sliding up the inside there. Oh, Knight just catching him in his mirrors as he turns in and straightens up the steering and avoids an absolute wipeout there from the Mustang GT4 coming through at a rate of knots.
Yep, really close stuff there between them, as now we've got a couple of other battles in other classes. So we have King and Hins going out. Hins just coming out of the lead after a pit stop, now in fourth as they're clearing the GR86. I believe these two are teammates here because they've got pretty much the same livery.
Yep.
Yeah, they are teammates here in this one, so hopefully there's no more inter-team contacts like we saw earlier on with the FR500 and the 86 car. And then also we've got Taylor and Cotterill in the 86s close together as well. So there's a couple of battles to keep an eye on at the moment as the big brother Mustangs are going past the Class C Mustang. And I mean, look at the difference in generation there. This is like the full modern Mustang versus the Mustang of probably 20 years ago.
Yeah.
At this point, and that is what it looks like. Is we've got a cool little graphic here up on the side, Chris, that you've clearly prompted up here for us on the broadcast, but it looks like it could be a swap of position here nearly, but the GR86 sort of ending that one because King was getting so close to Hins in front of him, and then they had to get around the GR86, and now they're separated out more than ever. And that is unfortunate.
Yeah, that is, but they will live to fight another day, and I'm sure they're on the comms there in the team chat as well, just trying to sort out what they might do when it comes time to go battling. Speaking of which, here comes Wayne Taylor up the inside of Cooper Cotterill and getting that job done, but the switchback is on here for Cooper, and he pulls up alongside, so they will go side by side up the mountain again. We'll get the sensational chopper involved because it's a beautiful angle to see, and look at that, woof, splitting the atom straight up the inside. That is right there, the pace difference of a GT4 and a GR86 in action, and that is like it is standing still, giving those two an absolute bath up the hill. But here they go now, side by side into Griffin's Bend with another GT4, maybe splitting the atom as well as they come into the left-hander here at the cutting, and it's Cooper Cotterill right on the back of Wayne Taylor. But now they're going to have to just sort themselves out, slot in single file. And I think they're clear now of any more traffic for just the time being, so they can focus on each other and try and go racing out here today. Sorry, folks, it's all happening down there. We've got some action down the back too. James Doyle, we've got all the co-drivers now basically in. We've had a lot of driver swaps happen. Here's James Doyle on your screens. We've got Tony Baker in the 35 car in front. And this is the Koala Cartel. I like that. I like the livery. I like the team name. Really nicely done. Really nicely done there for the Koala team. I'm trying to think of a koala pun while I speak, and maybe another coffee needed for that to come about it. Yeah, that's right. It'll be a good one when I come up with it. Trust me.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the problem is Zach O'Reilly would have thought of one about an hour and 17 minutes ago. Unfortunately, the bastards in Vietnam.
Yeah.
Just escaping us at the moment. Just saying no, bugger yous are on 6 hours by yourselves on the hook. No three commentators today. Champo and I'll be enjoying my view from Vietnam. Probably not even watching the broadcast. Loving his life.
He'd be in the chat
much.
otherwise.
Yeah, he'd be giving you a mouthful about failing to think of a pun on the spot. As they'll continue to...
Project 36 doing my job for me. Some quality racing. I love it. Thank you very much.
Yep. And now Chris will be using that for the rest of this 6-hour race.
Yep.
Believe it or not, you could add that to bingo cards for a mid-race adjustment. As that was a GT4 slowly there. Who was that?
Lewiston is again in the Mercedes.
No.
Bit of damage on the front of that thing as well.
Yeah, that is... Ooh. I mean, they're accelerating and the front tyres just locked. That's not what you want to see.
Nope.
I'm not sure it's supposed to work like that.
No.
I'm not a mechanic myself though, so who knows? As they continue now circulating, so the mountains. You know what, Chris? It's potentially commentary curse incoming, but it's claimed less victims than I thought it would have in the first hour and 20 minutes.
Yeah, that's true. We've seen a few damaged cars, but not complete write-offs. We saw a really big hit earlier on in one of the 86 cars, but I think they got the damage fixed and they're out there circulating around again. So no real race-ending collisions yet. And I'm just looking on my timing screen, and yeah, no one. All 30 odd cars are still circulating around today. So fantastic job from all of them. And we say that with still 5 hours and whatever to go. It's plenty to go, folks. So don't discount a few of these cars getting written off and chucked on the trailer before the end of the day. But for now, it's just Sheep Stations Racing as we got Hamish Barnhill. First time we've seen him today jumping into the sim for his stint with Parry Anastakis in front. Sorry about that, Parry. But going racing again. Let's go for a little view out the back of Parry's car, and you can see Hamish Barnhill getting very close indeed. You can see the Toyota badge on front. Pulls out of the slipstream, goes up the inside of the kink, gets a full car overlap now, doesn't think about covering him off, and Hamish goes up into 7th position. Parry playing the patient game there for Rogue Sim Sports.
Yep, so this is quite interesting now. Everybody sort of swapping around, but also settling into rhythm. And once the co-drivers get involved, it's a different ball game as well, because they have different driving styles, obviously, between drivers, both different pace, different ways of racing, different aggression levels. So potentially, if you're a driver who stayed in the car previously, you go around and you see the livery of the car in front of you, and you go, oh, they've been nice to me in the past, I'll just sneak on by them. And then they're potentially not so forgiving when it comes to lapping them. So those are all the things you sort of need to consider. But I've seen something here. It says one of those Porsches on the bottom is on the pit exit, Chris. Which is that not a safety car?
Possibly, yeah. Oh, look out. The safety car has been deployed here. That's Caleb Peterson driving that one. So we have our first safety car of the day, folks. 121 in. He's just waiting for, I guess, the leader to come around to pick him up. No, that's the leader there at the pit exit. He's going to go around. That's interesting. Probably should have stuck behind the safety car if they knew. But I don't know if that's been called yet over the comms, because the safety car just sitting there, possibly waiting for Harley Galea. No, because everyone's going to pile into the pit lane now because the safety car has been called. Thomas Hins is the next car out on circuit who will be in the lead of this race. Actually, he's a fair way back. Possibly one of these two cars will come out and pick up that safety car once they come out of the pit lane. You can see Galea is already rolling there on the left-hand side of your screen. So he might even inherit the lead here from Danny Poulton, who does... No, he's just coming into his pit box. There we go. Poulton pulls out and will pick up that pace car as soon as he comes out of the pit lane. Let's see if we can find that. Pit car there, that pace car. There he is. There. Who's going to line up behind it? It's one of the 86 cars that is the first to pick up the safety car. No, he's getting the wave around as well. I think they are waiting for the GT4 class, Lindsay. This is the confusion here. An hour and 20 minutes in. Let's see what happens now with the GT4 Mustang. Yep, picks it up. There we go.
Stopping behind. Yep. So. Yeah, that's really interesting. Just familiarising ourselves with the safety car procedure here in this one because, well, to be honest, we didn't really know. I spotted the Porsche pit exit and I was like, that's a safety car. We didn't really see any crashes, but then I see a Renault Clio with a meatball flag. So have we just had a huge incident here? Oh, yeah, top of Skyline. Oh, but then he's still moving.
No.
So, oh, no, does he killed the engine and he's parked it there. And, yeah, that is not ideal.
Not a good spot to be pulled up.
Dead set blind apex through there. And,
is he going to get hit?
Definitely good cause for a safety car there. But surely Does he get collected? That is what we're trying to see. Yeah. Oh, he gets nudged.
Someone's going to come down through there. That's the worst spot you could possibly be in. All these drivers now just, you can see them on the twitch as they come around past, trying to avoid that car of Harry Blakely.
There's camber on that inside. And then when you drop out of it, it's really twitchy. It's also just not the rubber in line. So to go out wide there is really, really sketchy. But it looks like he didn't get collected. So the safety car's just been called because he's been stuck parked there. Yeah,
hasn't been able to call the tow truck either. So possibly one of the league rules here, no tow trucks allowed. Oh, geez, that was close there from the lonely BMW. Very close indeed. But he sits there and waits to be, I guess, collected by a tow truck. I don't know how the rules are going to work in this one, or whether he's still there. I guess we'll see when they come around again, but there's going to be a fair bit of reshuffling here with the field, with cars that are a lap down possibly being able to get a wave through here. And we're going to go racing again. That's going to be good stuff.
Yeah, and this is really interesting with co-drivers in the car. Just as I was saying, the pace sort of differentiates. Well, we know how far Polson's teammate was able to get out in the lead, and it was sort of looking set in stone, because I was kind of in that iRacing rhythm of there being no safety cars, and I was like, oh, well, he's got like a 30-second lead. He should be fairly safe beyond disaster. But now a safety car brings everything and everybody back together in this race once the field bunches up behind it. This is going to be really, really awesome stuff. All of the battles that we thought might have been sorted out and done with, all the classes that we thought were spaced out and already sorted, are now back together, and this is going to be absolutely sensational, because we basically have a full reset here, because it's once again a rolling start to restart this race. When we get going again, it's a bit of a pause in the action as well. It allows everybody to think, breathe, or otherwise. It changes strategy as well. People have come in to lose less time under the safety car. There's so many changes that this brings, and this is now going to be very, very intriguing.
Yeah, it'll be absolutely. We're just going to see what the safety car does. We're going to go around one more time, folks, and it looks as if they're not going to sort the classes out by class order. So it's going to be a jumbled up field here. We've got two Digi4s at the front, then a Class C, and another 86, and then it's just an absolute jumbled hand. They've done the old shuffle-roo there, but that'll give us a couple of minutes here in the sensational commentary box to take a little break while these guys sort themselves out pit safety car style, and we'll go to a quick word from our sponsors here on the channel. Stay tuned, there's going to be an absolutely cracking restart coming up after the break.
The motto is that safe drivers are lifesavers. If your organisation shares this belief and are planning to improve driver education in your community, SDT Simulator Driver Training has the solution. Many of our simulator users are also gaining a revenue stream by taking their simulators to events and schools for driver education programs. The system can also be set up to run motorsport simulation. Many leading racing drivers are now using simulators to improve their skills. Such software can also be used to show drivers they are not as skilled as they think they are. SDT Simulator Driver Training is a division of Safe Drive Training, one of Asia Pacific's leading driver training providers. We offer affordable driving simulators that are assembled in our Brisbane head office. SDT simulators are now in use across Australia and are expanding into international markets due to their affordable price, unique features, and customization for driver training. Depending on the simulator model being purchased, you will receive a range of training resources to help you to facilitate quality driver education. SDT is the exclusive distributor of Fatal Vision alcohol impairment goggles, marijuana simulation goggles, and drowsy and distracted blinking goggles. All are used to demonstrate the dangers of such impairments on the driver. Also available are driver training posters, driving handbooks, and distracted driving resources. Our simulators make the perfect training tool for drivers to experience how various impairments affect their performance. Contact Simulator Driver Training for more information.
All right, we're back on circuit, folks. We've got an update from Race Control. Class A wave by number 64 of Dennis Gatarik at the moment. So he's been waved around, so he gets back onto the lead lap. Class C, number car 33 as well gets a wave through. That's Colin Prnz in the Mustang. We saw getting absolutely hounded at the start of this, so he's back in the hot seat. Car 35 as well. That is, let me see if I can find it. Tony Baker just sitting behind him in the 86 car. Then we got 247 as well of Trev Mortimer down there in the 86. Look at that beautiful sight of cars down Conrod Straight. What a sight to behold. And car 21 also getting a wave around. So Kim Roffey, that's the third of the Roffies today. Possibly all related. Let me know in the chat.
Roffey Nation.
It's Roffey Nation here on the Bathurst 6 Hour.
We need a Roffey Sim Sports entry.
Yeah, they should have had their own team going there. But for Rogue Sim Sports, they are representing today. Here's the lead of the race, folks. D. Poulton, that is Daniel, leading the race over Harley Galea, who I guess would be pretty happy with how this has worked out. Gets back into P2 and within striking range of the car in front. They're still circulating, still letting some cars by. The Race Control are busy behind the scenes. There's a lot of cars out there, and there's a fair few a lap down as well. So they've got their work cut out for them. I mean, it's sometimes tough going here in the commentary box, but I do not envy being Race Control in one of these situations.
Oh, God,
Lindsay
no.
Muddle. Yeah.
I would, as much as, you know, like, I mean, the best position to be in, I don't know, I mean, I love being in the commentary box, but being down there as a driver is always, at least if you're having a good race, it's always the most fun. I'll opt a lot, but being Race Control, I will never, ever, 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 ever envy Race Control, because what a difficult job.
Yeah.
And what an annoying job. You've got to deal with a bunch of cross drivers shouting at you over the comms, or going into your DMs. You make a call they don't like, and they start ripping your head off, and you got to tell them to get it together. And pull their heads out of their lower areas. And it's just not a job that I would appreciate doing. I don't know about you.
No, not at all. A loveless job at best, because you're out there making calls on incidents as well. And, drivers, when it comes to racing incidents, opinions are like arseholes. Everyone's got one, and they all smell bad. But it's just, a loveless job. You wouldn't want to be doing it. But hats off to the guys in the Race Control chat. There's it's the Kiwi, number 17, JV in there as well, Cody Gillespie and Napoleon Bonaparte, all putting their hands up. And at late notice to jump into the Race Control. It's all been happening for them. They've got plenty of action to go through as well, I'm sure. But iRacing's really good for that with the replay function. They can get it all sorted. Look at that, the quality of the two koala entries there. Sorry about that, folks. There's the Anzac livery we were just told. Axiom Racing Team here for Dan Bartush. Beautiful tribute there on the number 95. They all check up coming over the hill here. They've got to be careful. Often you'll see little bumps and incidents happen under safety car, which is it's unfortunate to see, because then that just extends the safety car period as well. And they got to line up again and all that sort of business.
As Chris, there's one car that obviously we never get to look at, but under the safety car here, where we can look at any car, surely we look at the beautiful lone car in in Stewart. I think it deserves a bit of airtime here.
There it is.
Yeah, not that they're doing anything interesting running in a class by themselves, but you got to give airtime to everyone, and when the moment is right, which I think under a safety car it is right. I mean, it's not a bad looking car in the slightest. I don't know if you'd agree with me, Chris. It's a pretty nice livery.
Yeah, I like that colour scheme. It looks really nice. The black and blue and white down the middle. He's got a bunch of slower cars in front of him too. This is a Class B car, mind you, so he's got the pace on probably most of those cars in front of him, except for the GT4 class, and there's only 7 of those remaining. It looks as if the 8th car sitting there in the pit still getting repaired. That was in bigger arrays there, as well as that little Clio of Ari Blakey as well. Let's see. Let's go to the front. Has the pit car pulled off? It has. Let's get racing again, folks. Kill that music. It's time to party. As they say, safety cars bring safety cars. Let's see if that's going to happen this time. As Daniel Poulton controls the field now, down into the final turn. Will he just go before, or will he go after? It's all a matter of timing here. Yeah, let's hold our breath, folks, as he goes on the exit. Yeah, he's off and racing now. Green light racing here. And it's Thomas Hinds now weaving down the straight, looking to warm up those tyres as the first 3 the GT4 class go flying through. As we see the rest of them now, another GT4 of the OPR machine of Dylan Shepherd getting up the inside of some of the Class C cars as well. Now the slower cars moving to the inside. While this is going to be an absolute sight to behold. If the blimp was in a better position, we could see it a bit better, but it is just cars all over the track now, searching for a bit of real estate where they can make their way through. That's one of the other Jinx Shifters cars as well on the outside of the Mercedes AMG car, going up into Griffins again after the restart. The 3 Mustangs together there as well, and an 86 giving them the hurry-curry up through the hill here again. Oh, wowee. Let's keep going down the field, because it's going to be just absolute pandemonium here. Chaos as they all come up through. The 2 Koala cars there with a Mazda on its outside. That just has to get on the brakes there too. Could not get across to the inside run. Some Clios involved back there too. We'll keep going through the field. There's the CS2, the lonely. Dan Stevens. It's who is he? Jamie Stewart. So many names, folks. He's out there carving his way through the field, as is the rest of them. Here come the stragglers at the back of this pack. But let's go to the front, because it's Harley Galea that has got the move done over the previous leader of this race. See if we can find a replay of that, and we'll get that to you on the next run, because it's absolute just kicking off down the back here. Lindsay Muddle, cars everywhere.
Yeah, it is, and that is always going to be the carnage that is brought on with a safety car restart. Hopefully not too many more of those, if any at all, but I will say it does bring the entertainment to the race, because we're currently looking at Potterall trying to fight with Borton, but as well the 2 Mustangs of Burhop and Major going at it for second in class at the moment, with McCartan in the leading Toyota, and it looks like he's putting the screws onto him. It's nearly 3 wide. It is 3 wide there briefly at the chase. These 2 Mustangs were the class leaders. Now they're sitting behind the Toyota, and they've just both been caught up with him as they're fighting for P2, but also the class lead. They've got to use the straights when it arises, but the Toyota pulls into the pit lane. So McCartan did have the lead, but he just hadn't pitted yet. Oh! And now, oh no! Oh God, he's managed to keep it together there. As Burhop, with many, many Toyotas now going past him, and probably many, many poos shooting out of his rear end as he catches that car as he goes racing through turn 1. So that gives Major a bit of room to lead this race with a bit of comfort now, because he's only got Toyotas behind him. Burhop now with some work to do, but what a piece of car control that was, and he will be very happy to still be going in a straight line at the moment. I thought for sure he was about to find the concrete wall and it was good night Irene, but he's managed to keep it for the meantime. Meanwhile, the 2 Koala cars battling at the moment as they continue to be on each other at the moment. And yeah, this is looking really, really good between these 2, but there's so much swapping at the moment, Chris. This is absolutely a moment of I do not know where to look.
Yeah, exactly. There's just battles forming up and down the pack. What we can do is go back and have a look at how the move got done for P1 of this race. It was just straight out of turn 1, and it looked like the Porsche just got the better of it there in the GT4. Look at him just steaming past the Mustang up the main straight. Thank you very much. Easy as you like, really. In the end, all he had to do was Spotty's braking marker, get that car to the inside apex, and away he goes. So Harley Galea out there in front now, currently with Daniel Poulton sitting in his slipstream, not close enough to make a move yet, but Thomas Hins for Jinx Shifters is there in P3. Then we got Dylan Shepherd in the second of the OPR cars up there too. Dylan Walker in the Mercedes GT4 there with Aaron Gilbert not far behind, and Dennis Gatriak. Where is he? He's back here in the McLaren. We saw it in the hands of Johnny Merritt earlier on. Turned around, but thanks to that safety car, it's back fighting fit and on the lead lap. Jamie Stewart leading in his class. So whoever put the bet on for that, absolutely beautiful stuff from them. Here's Aaron Major leading the Class C cars in that pink livery. Cannot miss it at the moment. Back here, we've got Milton Borton as well in the Lest We Forget Anzac livery. And that's Axiom Racing Team tuning us in there. Milton Borton driving at the moment. Here he is on your screen. He's got that BMW for company in just a moment, but really fast off the exit there, and giving Burhop a fair bit of curry now down into turn one. You can just see the acceleration of the Mustang, just enough to hold the 86 at bay. And if the 86 is like really good off the turns as well, makes up a bit of room, and then Burhop will just stretch the legs of that thing up into turn two. Here goes the BMW, mind you. Really didn't realise how quick that car was compared to the other sort of rookie class cars.
Yeah, it is really, really quick. It understeers a lot, but that's why most people aren't driving it. But it is actually really, really quick, especially in a straight line, and that's why it's quite the challenge to get your head wrapped around it, as we've got a little bit of teamwork here potentially from the Koala Motorsports cars, because they've got Anastakis. Chris, do you want to help me out with that one?
Yeah, Anastakis.
Anastakis, there we go, putting the pressure on it behind them, and they've got a GT4 now up their rear end, so this is going to be a little bit precarious here for these two Koala Motorsports cars. They'll be hoping not to end up in a tree with their fellow koalas if they make contact, because it is very much possible to end up flying over the catch fence here if you're not careful here at Mount Panorama, although iRacing will just send you back to the Shadow Realm, as that was really brave from that GT4 of not James Doyle, he's the car that got done around the outside, from Gadarick in that McLaren GT4, just right around the outside, just cutting straight back in across Skyline, just not wasting any time around the Toyota, as it looks like we've got Shepherd and Hens in a bit of a battle here at the moment. The battle of the Mustang GT4s, and then 1.3 up the road, they've got the leading Mustang GT4 of Poulton. So here down the straight they go. This could be a swap for podium overall and in class here as they go racing towards Quarry Bend. Could we see a down the inside move here from Shepherd? He is showing the nose. He is alongside now, all the way over the curb though. Monsters Hins wide, but the space was just about given, and that was really hard racing, but he does sweep through up into the podium place now to Shepherd. Hins was left defenseless there. The car on his inside just bouncing over the curb. He stayed respectful, left the room, but loses the place for it. This is an endurance race. Staying alive is the main thing, and I'm not talking about from the Bee Gees. Oh,
well done, mate. Very good bow to draw there. I was about to... You took the words right out of my mouth. Meatloaf style as well. So... music theme happening today, ladies and gentlemen. Sensational TV, you're tuned in. This is the battle for P2 here in Class C, and it's the two Mustangs back out in front there, 1 and 2. Aaron Major absolutely kicking clear so far in that pink machine. He's 2.5 seconds down the road. Then you got Adam here with Cooper Cottrell just losing out on the straights, but watch this space. See that gap there visually. And we'll see where it is once they come into the braking zone of Forest's Elbow, because the 86 much more nimble and better in the turns, better on the exits, better all round when it comes to turning is that car, and has already made an impact there in the zoo. That gap in front of the Bunny Bunhop there in front. Pulls away now in that what do you call it, the traction zone. But through this next little part of the circuit, it's very treacherous indeed. You really want to be, taking it easy, being careful around here, especially with the 6 hours of Bathurst to come. You don't want to be binning it up the top there like we saw earlier on in this race. But down the hill, this is where the 86 shines. Look at him now, just reeling him in to the braking zone of Forest Elbow. And I'll tell you what, Burhop has done a pretty good job there and keeping that gap honest. A little bit of a squirrel on the exit there as well. But Cooper Cottrell there could not quite make up that gap. Close enough to be able to make a dip down there into Forest Elbow. That's where I think he wants to make that move, because now it's a matter of just holding on as the Mustang walks away down the straight. Let's have a look down the order. It's Barnhill and Anastakis as well. It looks like Barnhill just pulling out of the slipstream now, going up on the inside of the kink, side by side into the chase. Who's going to get there first? Barnhill around the outside. Cuts off the nose, gives a little bit of room on the inside too. Nice respectful racing there, but here comes Bartush as well to get involved.
Yep, so this is going to be a nice battle here into the final corner at Murray's. No, not doing at the moment, but they've got turn 1 at Hell Corner and then also the run down the mountain straight to deal with here. Plenty of time to go left in this race, but particularly in this battle, it'll be looking to happen right now at the moment as Bartush just right up the rear end of Anastakis at the moment as they head through the exit and onto the mountain straight. So this is where the slipstream becomes prevalent and where the move should be made if he is going to go for the move, which you've got to imagine he's going to. He wants to move further up in the timing tower and in their class, because the further up you go, obviously, in racing, the better you do. That goes without saying. Will Buxton style. I wanted the Will Buxton quote, because he's actually said that before, would you believe it? Those who watch Drive to Survive will have heard it.
Oh, my goodness me.
Yeah, I thought it was time for a Will Buxton quote.
Yeah, it's...
we're at that point in the race. You've got to start throwing out some wheel knowledge. You've got to start throwing out some Will Buxtons. You've got to throw out any line you can think of. Keep people on their toes, and I think Captain Obvious is the funniest one to use as they continue on. And hopefully we didn't lose any viewers from the Drive to Survive quote.
We did one, yeah. Sorry, mate.
We did one. The Will Buxton quote does lose viewers, obviously.
Yes.
Yeah, unfortunately. Probably
algorithm.
Poor timing to use it.
Yeah, algorithm killer there, folks. But you've got to keep that in your memories. If you go first past the checkered flag, you go a long way towards winning the race. Keep that in mind. Up the front here, though, Harley Galea just giving the headlights a bit of a flash there as one of the 86 cars comes upon them. Danny Poulton, though, has not let go of the back. There's only 5/10 the difference, which is basically sweet FA in terms of this battle here racing. And he's actually closed that gap down now as they run up the hill for the 44th time, folks. Quite a few laps down so far, and almost 2 hours in. The time's going fast. I tell you what, it's absolutely flying faster than these guys are going around the top of the mountain here currently. You can see Harley just getting right out to the edge there, almost scraping the wall on the entry, and it does scrape the wall on the entry there down through the S's, and you can see the Mustang really good under brakes there, closing up on the back of him through the world famous dipper they come, and left, right. It's military style here, folks, down into the Forest Elbow braking zone. You can see differing lines there. The Porsche just sticking tight around that inside run, with the Mustang just sort of taking it out wide, looking for that late apex slingshot style down the straight. Let's see who's got the bigger engine or the bigger horsepower here. What's better in a straight line, Lindsay, Mustang or Porsche?
It is the Ford Mustang. However, actually, the Porsche doing quite well for itself down this straight, apparently, but it should be the Mustang, theoretically, but maybe the BOP also has something to say about that. As here's a move down the inside from Walker on Hins at the chase, and move done there, hopping over the curb, leaving the space, and Thomas Hins losing out there through the chase. Good move from Walker, and he'll continue on as Hins actually pulling into the pit lane now, an hour and 48 minutes into this race, as James Doyle at the moment still on the back of his fellow Koala teammate. And in this train, look at the relative here. Look at the timing tower on the left from Borton all the way down to Barnhill. They're all still together, so that is quite sensational to say the least. And you're definitely seeing the effects of this battle, because look at that. I mean, if you went into a helicam, they're separated by basically nothing. Yeah, that is quite incredible to look at.
Yeah, a sight to see. These 86s, we knew coming into this race were going to be the action class, because even, you know, sprint races, any kind of race involving an 86 is usually action-packed, whether it be just a crash fest or super close racing. You can lean on each other in these cars as well. They're really cool. The physics are unreal. Fun car to handle, and especially around this circuit, you can chuck it around and you can be fairly disrespectful behind the wheel of the thing, and the 86 just takes it more and more. Just says, come on, Daddy, hit me harder than that. So they come down the main straight, all 5 of them now, nose to tail, human centipede style, if you will. The 2 koala cars just drunk on gum leaves back there, trying to navigate their way around this circuit. An hour and 49 in, they've just been chewing on the eucalyptus for the last, well, pretty much since race start, so they'll be feeling the effects there for sure. Oh, 3 of those cars getting out of it, with the 2 koala racing cars deciding to go around one more time, or however many more times they wish. It's all team orders there from those guys. So battle on, or at least battle finished for those 5, and the 2 koala cars can sort each other out, whatever. At the front though, the GT4s are now coming up through the rear of the field now. An MX-5 in front. That's Mr. Knight, I believe. And he is... no, it's actually the other driver has come in. It's Greg Barber, the haircut. He's got the fade out, and he's coming into the pits again as well. So, fair bit of action in the pit lane. What's going on here?
This is... Wow, okay. I didn't expect... There's so many cars coming into the pit lane at this current moment, but luckily no moments there. I thought we were going to see the Porsche of Galea just go down the inside, which is why I kind of had a mini heart attack. But now we're looking at Colin Brunn sitting behind Major at the moment. So this is a battle with the FR500 Mustangs as they continue to circulate. But there we go, 4 GT4s into the pit lane. We saw a Toyota into the pit lane. I wonder how many... So this is their second pit stop for the GT4s, which is about 50 minutes earlier than third, because a lot of them pitted under safety car. But it looks like... I'm actually really confused by the pit list there, because I feel like I've not seen these people come to the pits that many times. Yeah,
it's a little bit deceiving there. 5 stops for the 43 car. I don't remember it coming in, but I guess the 2 hours in, 5 stops. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that delta, maybe that graphic is not correct. Although
3 kind of makes sense because of the safety car. But then I still don't understand why they're coming in now, because they should have just full tanked under safety car and offset the strategy.
Unless another safety car has been called. Let's have a look. Caleb Pearson is out there. That's why, folks. Yeah.
Okay, so we are absolutely lost here in the commentary box.
Got to keep an eye on that bloody safety car when it comes out on the circuit.
So now everything makes a bit of sense. I was like, that's a bit early. But no. Okay, there we go. Questions have been answered here in the commentary box, and that is what happens when the official safety car isn't used. Because every time I think of the safety car, I think of the big race with the time up the top going yellow. And, well, that's not the case here, because we've got our safety car drivers here in, I want to call it the unsafety car, because it's a lot quicker than the rest of the cars on the grid.
Yeah, Porsche Cup car out there too. So, yeah, just parading around out the front in first gear, showing off to all the GT4s and whatnot behind, saying, well, look, if I wanted to, I could just give you guys an absolute pasting around this circuit. But it's a beautiful looking car nonetheless. The safety car out again with an hour and 53 minutes down here on the clock. Poulton still leads. Galea has come out of the pits. They swapped around in the pit lane. So a quick stop there from the 144 car in OPR. Antic Motorsports, in fact, and they've leapfrogged the Porsche and got up to the front of this pack. Thomas Hinz and Gilbert in the Jinx cars. 203 and 209 will be third and fourth, and it seems to be now, because it was pretty close between the last stoppage and this one, that all the classes are kind of divided as well. So you see all the top 6, all their GT4 cars. So that'll create a little bit less panic for the drivers. There's a couple of MX-5s there just sort of splitting in between them, and a Toyota 86 as well. 2 Toyota 86s. So keep an eye on them as the restart comes. And
I wonder if race control will pull the old Michael Massey and get the cars between the 2 leaders out of the way.
Oh, don't get me started on that. What a G-up that was. Oh, my goodness me. Max Verstappen fans, Lewis Hamilton fans, regardless who you go for, that was a stitch-up of major proportions. Fight me in the chat if you don't think so, but that...
I would not be fighting you in the chat. I brought it up because I thought it'd be funny, but I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean... Because I love Max now, but at the top, through that season, I was a Lewis supporter, and then so now I can sort of look at it with both sides of the argument, and no matter what, it's just a stitch up. I mean, he got fired for a reason. Yeah.
I mean, it's you either let all the cars through or you let none of the cars through. There's no.
Yeah, and if you let none of the cars through, then Lewis Hamilton wins the race.
That's right. But it just ends under safety car, and away you go. Which, it's happened before. You can finish the race under safety car. It's happened plenty of times. But because of the popularity of Drive to Survive, they had millions more viewers than they are used to. And someone in the production department, they're pulling the strings saying, no, we want a grandstand finish. We want a one-lap race to the end. Oh, imagine the ratings, blah, blah, blah. And to be fair, it did get the whole category talking around the world for possibly the wrong reasons. But, I mean... there is no such thing as bad publicity, in my opinion.
Yeah, there isn't.
Unless they're to a point.
Well, yeah, I mean...
you can get yourself cancelled and then you go on skis.
Yeah, and I mean, I feel like Germany might disagree with this. Shouldn't go there.
Holy moly.
It's that part of the broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't give any specific examples, did I?
A drug cheating scandal in the Olympics, perhaps. Yeah, I don't know. You might be too young to remember.
Yeah, or you could be talking about...
we're going to get cancelled now, Lindsay.
Talk about the World Cup 20 years ago with the Italians as well.
East Germany or West Germany or whatever it was. They're a pretty good football team, to be fair. They still are. Soccer World Cup happening soon as well.
Yeah, it is as well, actually. It's a great segue. So on a motorsport broadcast, let's talk about the football for a minute. It's under safety car anyway. Chris, how do you think the World Cup's going to go?
Australia win every game and take the trophy home for the first time in history. That's my take. As unlikely as it may seem. Yeah. Hands up any Socceroos fans in the chat. Come at me. That is, wouldn't that be fantastic? I still remember the night that John Aloisi put that penalty in to get us into the World Cup. Oh my goodness, gives me shivers every time I think about it. Whenever it pops up on my feed, absolutely watch it to the end, and it takes me back. Watching in my room as a young lad and just cheering them home. And then they went on an absolute run in that tournament as well. Timmy Cahill on fire, pumping goals, and we had Harry Kewell and Big Dukes as well. What a team! And dudded by a very poor ref's decision in I think it was the quarter-final against Italy. So FIA, FIFA, they're all the same bloody mafia behind the joint, and they can all get in the bin as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, as actually talking about the World Cup brings in the viewers. We've gained 4 viewers since we started talking about the World Cup.
The algorithm just loves a bit of football talk at this time of the year. Looks like the pace car has buggered off. Here it goes now, stretching the legs. Let's see. Look at this. Let's come on, Caleb. Show us how you take this run here down into Conrod, down into the chase here in the Porsche Cup car. Get out onto the racing line, son. Let's see some apexing. Oh, beautifully done as he makes his way back into the pit lane. Going to be Daniel Poulton holding court here at the front of the field. Harley Galea in P2 effectively. But there's a few cars between them, as you can see on your screens. Who's the next car on track? It is Dan Bartosz in the 95-86, and there's a few there. So I'll tell you what, Poulton loving how this has all worked out. He's going to actually skip away here whilst Galea and Co cut their way through the field. So keep your eyes peeled, ladies and gents. It's going to be a action-packed start, and Lindsay's going to call the restart here.
Alrighty, so Polton leading the way in the overall class, and he's gone really early there, and he's caught everybody napping because he's absolutely run away. I mean, look at that, the field not prepared in the slightest, and he's got a 4-second gap to Galea now because of that, and Galea's caught in the traffic because I assume there's no overtaking until the start-finish line.
Yeah.
And
smart.
That's incredibly smart because now Galea can get on the move, but now Hinz and Gilbert are side by side in towards turn 1. Now Hinz has gone down the inside of Galea, nearly clips his rear end. It's 3-1 at turn 1 between a Mazda and then two GT4s. There's a Toyota spun on the outside as well as Hinz loses out to Shepherd now on the exit of turn 1 as here comes Winas as well in the 4th place Mercedes GT4 making a move here on Gilbert potentially as they head into Quarry. That is Galea making the move as they have to slot in past the inside of the Toyota, so they can't go side by side. Bathurst just being let out to dry at the moment all the way to the outside wall as Galea 6 seconds behind Polton because of that masterclass of a safety car restart as Shepherd under pressure from Widas still as they head through the cutting, and that is on the inside from Shepherd, just about holding it as they come up towards Reed Park. So absolutely incredible stuff here on the restart, and it's all the carnage you could hope for from a safety car restart. These boyos not giving each other an inch here because there's so much traffic around, and I just can't believe that the brain behind Polton's restart there, 7.1 seconds he's got himself, and I assure you that was absolutely race changing because that is a huge lead.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. IQ, big brain moment there from Polton. Knew that he had about 586s in between him and Galea there as well, and obviously aware of the rule that there is no overtaking before the start-finish line on a restart, so go as early as you can and just stretch the legs before the rest can physically make an overtake. So he's just stuck there at 86 pace up until the control line, which was a fair amount of distance too, and Poulton just for Antic Motorsports just putting on an absolute masterclass there in the big brain department. Player of the day so far. Harley has got around all the business there, and now he slots into P2. Poulton now pulling into the pit lane. What's going on here? He just came into the pits. Oh, they're doing... I've got a feeling they're getting rid of all their mandatory pit stop counters. So I think there was the limit placed on each class on how many times they have to traverse through the pit lane and come to a stop. So possibly him getting that job done now whilst I guess the running's sweet, but even then the decision to come in...
We know he's smart, so maybe he just knows something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, a driver swap coming in, so Reese Wakefield taking over the reins there for that one, and it's another safety car. That is why. There he is.
There's a meatball for the 86 of... I can't read that with the red text.
That is cool. Be cool.
Cool. There we go. Yeah, the red text makes it impossible to...
Yeah, I need to figure out how to make that a different shade of red.
Just make or even just like a bright yellow.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Here's a replay. The
safety car.
Yeah, apparently it's crashed.
Oh.
So, I don't know how. Possibly contact with another car. I don't know. We're going to find out.
Because it was slow on the exit of the pit lane.
Slow on the exit of the pit lane. Thank you, iRacing Timing Tower, for that one. Barnhill did crash. Coming down the mountain, he's already got some damage there.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a healthy Toyota. I mean, look at the lean on that thing.
Whoa.
That is... and
that will be the cause.
Caused it.
Yep.
Oh, he's reversing. Oh, no.
Just getting out of the way.
He's dead set reversing across the mountain. Oh, and he's whacked the wall again.
Disaster. And a few other casualties apparently in that last little stint. Leonard Diverston we've seen before with that car very damaged indeed.
And there's a lot of cars behind him. There's a lot of cars behind him there.
Just got to hold the brakes
he's
there.
Holding the brakes. Oh,
yeah, nicely done. Moving.
Really well done.
Reversing.
Now he's stuck again.
Uh-oh.
Oh, no. He's lucky it was a Toyota and not anything else.
That's right. Yeah, moving slow enough to be able to get on the anchors, stop in time. So Diverston diving into the pits. And then we got Kalen Plummer as well. It's had a bit of an issue here in the 25 car. Looking all right so far. This was probably the just pulling up to...
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Well,
that SDK flags that as a crash.
At least he's a plumber because he can deal with all the poo that's in his pants now.
That's right. Yeah, very good. Very good.
So yeah, that'll allow him to sort his own mess out as they continue.
Comes with his own sound effects, folks. Well, he's on the big bucks.
Yeah, I mean, I was trying to use it for you earlier, but by the time I get to it on Discord, you've already moved past it, so I need to be quicker with it.
Got to have that on a hotkey, my friend, right there in front of you. Take that down to the bend with you as well when you're commentating the Australian F4 series.
Oh, I mean, next week's Winton Motor Race.
Oh, it's Winton. Sorry, I thought it was the Bend next week.
No, Bend is in a few months, I think.
Yep. So first round of the Oz F4 next weekend.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for it. Yeah, I don't know what I will be walking into. I go to Victoria on Tuesday or Wednesday, yet to be decided, because they kind of just can decide whenever they want. They've got the money to.
Yeah.
And then I'll be there. They have the testing days, and then I'll be in the commentary box on Saturday and Sunday, and yeah, that'll be. It's going to be a bit surreal, won't it?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, though, I'll be flying the flag for a different TV.
That's all right. That's all right. We'll get a Sensational TV T-shirt sent to you, hopefully by next round, and you can don that around in the paddock, and you know, people will then recognise you and go, "Oh, you're that bloke from Sensational TV."
Unfortunately, I'm obligated to wear the AU4 T-shirt.
You can just.
I got a series T-shirt. There's no Blendline sponsorships on the shirt though.
Yeah, right. They've scrubbed that out as well.
Yeah, but it will be on Blendline TV.
Cool. Tune in.
A bit unfortunate for the Sensational department with this broadcast because I've just advertised a different place. But yeah, no, tune in for that one. I will send the link through in due course when it is available to the rest of the internet. But another lap under safety car, Chris. We're 2 hours in. What's your? I'm going to give you a challenge. 3 words to describe the first 2 hours.
Really, bloody, fantastically awesome.
I think that was 4 words.
I can't count, man. I'm a commentator.
You're in the wrong state as well. Yeah. You don't have the education.
Yeah, that's right. Queenslander. Sorry to all the Queenslanders watching. At least we're good at footy. Up the Maroons.
No. Just wait. We got next month, mate. Next month you'll be whooped.
No.
Also, do you want to tell me where Brisbane is? Do you want to tell me where the Cowboys are?
What do you mean? In this, like currently, I wouldn't have a clue. I assume they're at the Caxton Hotel still after their ripping win over the Bulldogs on Friday night.
You're 6th on the table.
That's pretty good.
7th on the table.
That's not bad.
Hold on. We got 1, 2, 3, 4 NSW teams in front of you.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
When was the last time an NSW team won a premiership though?
Like literally 2024 with the Panthers.
2024. That's right.
They four-peated.
Yeah, but they're Western Sydney, foot of the mountains folk. You know, they're as Queensland as you can get in New South Wales.
I mean, just because they're uneducated doesn't mean they're Queenslanders.
I didn't say that.
I mean, they are missing teeth like Queenslanders, but I don't know. You can have that argument until the Cats come home, but at the end of the day, they're a New South Wales side. And also, State of Origin. Last year might not have gone our way, but we'll own you this year. I can promise you that.
Okay. We'll have a little bet on stream. What could it be? A shoey of your preferred beverage on stream if you lose.
Oh, you try a
Creaming soda, whatever you enjoy.
Oh, dead set.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm backing the boys, but also do I really want to do a shoey if they
so
don't?
you're not that confident then?
If they don't go, no, because I'm confident, but I don't know if I'm shoey confident. You see, shoey's
I'll do a shoey at the drop of a hat. I don't need any encouragement to do that.
You're a dead set Queenslander. you froth for the shoeys.
Love it. I do. Tastes better out of the boot. Always has.
Just love your foot juices, mate.
Yeah.
Dead set. You get home from a night of work, and you just pour it into your shoe. You don't even worry about getting a glass out.
That's right. Oh, usually I'll get home from work and my shoes are already wet because I've stopped off along the way to tip a lovely Guinness down into the old Bootus. Give it a sip.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Monroe.
The stream's devolved into this already. We're 2 hours in, folks.
At least, right, with in the 12 hour, we ended up talking about conspiracy theories. And that was a good hour bit of the broadcast where we were just straight chatting conspiracy theories. A lot of them revolving around a submarine. Yeah. So I don't know. I feel like will we get there in a 6 hour? Maybe not.
We got Stig in the chat. Stig7472, says no crash footage. Have you just tuned in, mate? We just went through all the crashes that happened that caused this. Do we want to see it again? Because it looks like we got another lap under safety car conditions. Who caused it in the first place? It was Barnhill, I believe. Let's go back and see how that transpired. Here he is. Already.
I must know how he got the damage in the first place. Actually,
yeah, he must have been
back further.
Traveling a little bit, further with that damage. I'll see if I can bring something up. Yeah, here we. Is it Plumber? No, it's Barnhill. Different car. So, Plumber's had a few offs there as well. Barnhill, McCartan. There's been crashes all over the place back in the field.
Plumber was just the moment where he had to dodge the Merc.
Yeah, maybe. There's nothing showing up in my live timing there for how that damage came about in the first place. But anyway, that's how it came about. Stig, it was an 86, slamming it into the wall. His name was Barnhill. And he'll be back in the pits getting that damage fixed up. As we go around one more time, Michael Spithill, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, mate. Hope you're enjoying the show. Hope everyone's enjoying the show out there. It's always a good fun thing to do. Get involved in some 6-hour endurance racing. Test out the vocal cords and see how much, see how much shit we can talk throughout the day, basically. Still got about half a lap. I think this could be about it.
By the time we get to the ARCs, there'll be no English spoken.
Yeah, that's right. It'll just be straight dribble coming out from both sides of the mouth. But we've still got another one after that as well.
Information. So there was a massive pile up on the mountain straight on the restart.
Maybe back here.
There was a car spun on the exit of turn 1, remember? So.
See that. Alright. Bear with me, folks. See if we can find where that happened here in the timeline. Looks as if... Ooh. Let's go from here. Let's see if that was it. Yeah, this is looking promising. Oh, just turned around. That's how... Oh, okay. Okay. That's how it happened, folks.
We missed a lot.
We did miss all of that. We'll have to. We'll go back to we'll go back to the start of that. Well, I figured it was the car parked across the street at the dipper which caused it, because that's, I mean, well within its rights to. So we're back at the start of the mountain straight here, and it is that Axiom car just forcing its way through. There's no way through there, son. I think you just got to get out of the throttle there. And he might be in a little bit of trouble for that. Not only does he cause the yellow car to spin, but he's just caused an absolute pile-up. That's the leader of the Class C as well in that Mustang, that pink Mustang there on the right-hand side. Absolutely totaled. You can see the front tyre of that thing sticking out the side. Oh, goodness gracious me. That is... thank you for pointing that out, folks, in the chat. There was a massive pile-up of Mountain Straight on the restart, and that's how it happened, folks. Dave McCree, champions champagne commentary as always, lads. Thank you for tuning in, Dave. Wouldn't be a sensational stream without Dave McCree in the chat. Good to have you back, mate. We might be ready for some racing here as the safety car's in. This time it's Galea at the front with Dylan Shepherd behind. And it's 3-4 of the GT4s there. And it's this man in the middle, Jamie Stewart with the BMW. And it'll be Gilbert missing out this time, and the McLaren as well. But it's up to Galea when he goes. He'd be going now, I think, would be the ideal solution. That just leaves 4 cars in that train rather than the rest of them all piling up. But he's going to wait until possibly the exit of Murray's to get it going. No, he goes just a little bit before the entry. So we've seen 3 restarts and 3 different ways of attacking it so far. And it was Shepherd that got a really good exit there as well, but not as good as Whitus, because he is right there with us, if you will, just weaving down the straight there in that Mercedes AMG, trying to warm the tyres up and maybe thinking about how he's going to get this manoeuvre done, just keeping those tyres warm on the way up the mountain. This time the restart, it is Galea out in front, Shepherd, then Whitus, then Tom's there as well. Thomas Hines, Hins, Darren Gilbert back there in 5th as we see the rest of the cars come filing through. Nice little gaps just starting to open up all over, except for right here. We've got a Koala car and Cooper Cotterill side by side with the 3rd car of the Mustang chiming in around the outside, getting the nose chopped off as Cooper Cotterill goes back out to the racing line, making contact with the outside wall there at Griffin's. That's going to slow him down on the hunt up into the cutting, but it was enough to poke the nose up the inside. Quality racing here so far as they go side by side again, and it's Cotterill that gets there's a big pile up there at the cutting. That is going to be who is it? Stefan McCartan again. He was involved in the first one I saw as well, but this time not as big on the pile up. It's just him alone at the very back of the field. Devastating for Stefan as well, because I've seen him around. He's a speedy customer at the best of times, but he'll get going again, get that damage fixed, and still plenty of time to go in this race. But the mid-pack is angry as usual here in the restart, and he's got it all wrong there. Now they're going to possibly go side by side, but teammate cars, they've been instructed not to do any of that funny business that we saw earlier on. The 2 Renaults, there's one Renault and a bunch of 86s around it, just trying to get through down into the braking zone. Very squirrely there from, who was that, Hamish Barnhill, that we saw is back out there with a fixed up machine as well. Really nicely done there from the mechanics as the charge of the Light Brigade comes down the mountain this time. Look at the Clio there, sticking with the 86 in terms of top speed. Really nicely done. There was the Sean McLaughlin, who was leading Class C. Now, unfortunately, after that big incident and crash earlier on that we saw, is stuck down there in 10th in class currently. The cars are all still pretty much backed up, so there is time to make that move happen. Here's a GT4 looking up the inside. This is going to be a very late manoeuvre if he does. Almost contact in the back there as well. That is very close stuff indeed. Now he gets the acceleration down and gets the job done, but far out. That's close, Brussels sprout.
Yeah, there's really some close action at the moment, as this is Wakefield on the inside of Gatterick. And that is moved done for 5th in overall and in class in this race, as now James Doyle side by side with the fellow Toyota of they're testing the Gerrits. I think that's what we're going to Gerrits. Yeah, we'll go with Gerrits. and not able to get that move done on the inside. Meanwhile, Prnz starting to get away, so hopefully Prnz and the fellow teammate Toyota don't get into any sort of shunts again, because we saw a big accident with that earlier on in this race, well, very early on in this race at Skyline, as it looks like McLaughlin, despite that huge incident, he would have gotten a meatball. He's had to... Oh, what the... Somebody's blown up their engine.
Let's see what's happened here. Hins has Kamagutsa very wide there, coming through the grate. Now onto, just looping it. And he's going to nose it into the wall. Yeah, big damage there for the Team Jinx shifters. Not good, and not good damage there. And maybe engine damage there too, Lindsay, with the amount of smoke coming out of the back of that thing. It's looking like a Bob Marley concert here at the moment. So he's going to limp back to the pit lane, hopefully get that fixed up. But that's a really unfortunate thing to happen here on the restart. He's not got much steering here as well. Oh, if he can limp that around to the pit lane in a safe manner, he has. He's still out there. Still chuffing away out the back end, though, as well. So
it looks like Matt Munro's house.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
As he continues to waddle his way around the circuit.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I'm surprised he's able to get back. I thought the car would have given up by now. It's a brave effort to get around, especially with this coming up behind him. So hopefully this doesn't cause any problems. But Doyle on the outside line now. And, he's racing here with Geratz as they go wheel to wheel through the exit. It's really close stuff here. The other Koala Motorsport car of Cool is looking to get into this one, as well as the Mustang just about getting to the pit lane as the party arrives on the scene. And now we're going to see some Koalas teamwork here, because now he's in a sandwich as Geratz with Doyle in front. Cool behind, into hell corner they go. Will he go late on the brakes and down the inside? No, he's going to stay patient for now. Further down as well, it looks like we've got Barnell and Roffey side by side at turn one as they continue to go racing. It looks like Wassel as well in the background of this little fight has found himself side by side with Bartosz. Bartosz is side by side with Roffey at the moment as they head down the straight. It's so hard to know where to look at the moment. All the bump drafting in the world is on display, and this is great racing. It's 3 wide up there as well with the Koala Motorsport cars and the Mustang as well, as they're all going into one here. So this is absolutely carnage here as they head through the hill and up through into the cutting. So still it's absolutely just all happening between the Koala Motorsport cars. I absolutely cannot keep up at the moment. All the camera angles are not doing any favours as well at the moment. You sort of look up, you see one bit of the battle, and then you see another bit of the battle, and it's a completely different car, but it's absolutely all kicking off here. The safety car restart has been some absolutely action-packed racing here, Chris, and I'm sure you've been able to keep up with it better than I have.
We'll see about that. I can just, I can speak for Brent Wassel here. He looks up the inside of McPhillamy. That's an incredibly brave move. Gets the job done on a slow-moving Kim Roffey there. Trev Mortimer lining up behind as well, thinking about the move, but it seems to be Roffey just a bit of a cork in the bottle here at the moment in this C-Class situation as they come down the hill this time. It looks like Mortimer's certainly lining Kim up here for a manoeuvre. Doesn't get the job done, but a little bit wide there was Roffey, and then on the exit certainly compromised. So down the straight it's going to be advantage Mortimer. If he can just get his car to wherever he needs to make it, make this overtake stick. Gets out of the slipstream, goes to what will be the outside at the chase. So you'll have the inside run through the kink, though. They go side by side now. Door-to-door action here, but Mortimer does have the advantage of a little bit more momentum now. Coming into the braking zone, they still have overlap, so who's going to give away first here? It's going to be Mortimer that just climbs over the inside. There's some dust and shit being kicked up there from the cars in front, so there's an absolute gaggle of cars. Look at this, as you can throw a blanket over all of them here at the moment. Brett Gerard's there just holding off the Koala car in front, and a little bit of contact there with Barnhill as well, so he'll slot in maybe nose to tail here, but I tell you what, it won't be like that for long, as it's Barnhill just going a little bit defensive there, just telling Bartosz behind to, just watch out, mate. I'm going to cover you off if you have a little bit of a dip there. But this is just fantastic. I've never seen such close quarter racing in my entire life.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. And I was just wondering, Chris, while this class is battling, because this is all the same class, is there a way to change the timing tower to show the whole class? and not the others.
You keep talking while I try to figure that out.
So they'll continue to battle on in this one. It just makes it easier to follow when the timing tower's not sort of rotating between the bottom positions as they scrap away, as Cotterill slowly losing touch to Prnz now, because Prnz is in the Mustang, but they are up the mountain now. So this will be quite close, as that's a combined leaderboard. So there we go. That should do the job as they continue to battle, as James Doyle under pressure potentially from McLaughlin, who's still looking to make back places from their incident earlier on that was in that big pile up down the mountain straight, and he's looking to make amends for that one, even though it wasn't his fault. He still needs to make up the places he lost with the repaired car, as Hamish Barnhill as well, currently on the back of Cool in the Koala Motorsports entry, as that's a snap there for Gerrard as they head towards Forest Elbow. Will we see a Forest Elbow move? We haven't seen one here, at least to my eye, on the broadcast here over the course of 2.5 hours, and it's still going to remain with no moves here at Forest Elbow. But further up there, we've got Prnz and Cotterill, but this is where the Mustang will gain 20 kilometres an hour over Cotterill, so it'll just continue the way it is. And then here comes McLaughlin. McLaughlin already making their way up towards the tippity top of this class again, using all the Mustang straight line speed and powering past the two Toyota GR86s. Meanwhile, it looks like Doyle and Cotterill are side by side. No, it's Cool and Gerrard side by side as they head into the chase. That's really wide there from the Koala Motorsports entry of Cool. They lose out. There's a bit of contact on re-entry. Here comes Barnhill and Bardush as well, the double Bs. Fighting for it here as they come into the final corner. Now it's between McLaughlin and Prnz, and McLaughlin gets the place back. Prnz dropping like a stone compared to Cotterill and Doyle, who kept past him. So now Prnz is right back into the thick of this one as they head into Hell Corner. It's side by side, the Mustang and Toyotas. The Koala Motorsport car of Cool backs out of it, but now he's back up the inside of Prnz. But it won't last for too long because the Mustang has the extra horsepower down the mountain straight. This is absolutely sensational stuff here, Chris.
Yeah, let's see what Prnz can do now with that added horsepower. He will be up alongside Cotterill and Doyle this time. He's got in front, but Cotterill just moving that 86 around because he knows that if he can just defend up into this uphill section, he'll be able to hold him off across the top, but he doesn't. Gets in front there, and that is Prnz back up into that position, keeping the 86s honest and keeping the 86s lined up like the bloody queue at the pie shop on a Sunday morning. They all want a piece of the action here as well, but Cotterill just cannot get the job done here. I've got a feeling we're going to see some ballsy shit happen over the top of the mountain here, because look at them all lining up. There is a sense of urgency in the 86 class here at the moment to get beyond that Mustang before it comes down to the next straight, but they've actually just given up the ghost there a little bit, and it's Colin Prnz that's just put the pedal to the metal here across the top, and just giving himself a little bit of a safety net behind of a few tenths. That's all he need, really, because we've seen a couple of hairy, scary moves in the 86s in the in the early stages of this race, making their way through on some of these FR 500 Mustangs as well. So here we're going to have a go, Lindsay. It's interesting you said we haven't seen a dip down into Forest Elbow. I thought we were going to get one there. He's going to look for the switchback, but it will be in vain, because now it's time for the Mustang to stretch its legs again, and look at all the 86s lined up behind him. It is an absolute procession here at the moment, and the cork in the bottle is the number 33 of Colin Prnz, but it's just because the Mustang makes up its time down the straights in this on this circuit. Across the top it's not so great, but look at how much it's gapped them down the main straight here at Mount Panorama. Absolutely fascinating racing here from all involved.
Yeah, this is absolutely incredible. Prnz has made a mistake. Prnz is cutting across the grass. This will bring the Toyotas right back into it. He's got to slow down to boot as well. So now he's going to lose out to the Toyotas, and it's round number 3 here. Since the 3rd lap in a row, he's going to get overtaken by a few Toyotas. The slowdown is now... Oh, no, he nearly clips the back of Cool as well. No, Doyle there, and now he's getting swamped. Look at this. It's 3 abreast as they head towards Turn 1 here at Mount Panorama. This is not the way you want to see cars heading into Turn 1. Cool in the background behind. Now he's getting ahead of Prnz. Prnz losing out on the exit of Hell Corner. And look at the swamp now. Here comes a Mustang GT4 as well. It's all kicking off. I believe that is Loxton as well in P6 in the Mustang. No, it's not. Gilbert. It's one of the other ones. It's Gilbert. As Wakefield's move up into 2nd position as well, past Widas as well. in the GT4 class, so there's a swap there for second position to make it a Mustang 1-2. But this is absolutely incredible stuff, and Prnz, this is shades of the opening of the race, because when Prnz has clean air, he can get away, but he's just not given the opportunity to get away because these Toyotas are so punchy. And look how far McLaughlin's gone away since he's gotten to the front of the train. He is absolutely gone 4 seconds up the road from the next car. Is Chris blocking my view here?
Sorry,
ladies and gentlemen, there we go. I can see again. My eyes have been opened. I was just looking at a set of files there, File Explorer style, as they continue racing over the top of the hill as Cooper Cotterill leading this train from Doyle, then Garratts, then Barnhill, then Cool, then Prnz, and Prnz will make a meal of these guys when they head onto the straight. But for now, he needs to sit behind, and he's 1.4 behind them, so he's really struggling, and he might not even get past all of them by the end of the straight. This is going to be really interesting, and the slipstream will be in full effect for these Toyotas. I mean, look at that train, and these guys are just not separating since these restarts.
No, not at all. The 86 class just doing 86 things as well, and absolutely supplying us with the action here. And I'll tell you what, Lindsay, I've got a little graphic I'm about to show everyone at home. Just when you thought the action couldn't get more action-like, here's your forecast, folks. We've got a chance of rain happening at 2:45 p.m, folks. That is just under an hour from now in game time. 97% chance, so that's a pretty good likelihood of a little bit of wetness out there, a little bit of precipitation, as you will. And hold on to your bloody hats, folks, because they're getting into each other down there as well. Oh, contact. The koalas hit the wall there as well. That's no good from, who was that involved there? Garratts. And, oh, hang on here. What's happened? That koala car has dropped out of the server, has decided to not take part in this one again. He's pulled it back to the pit lane, so no good there. But they race on in this class. Look at them, just absolutely going. What is happening in this race? It's unbelievable. Here they go, 3 ways up the hill here as well. It is Cotterill at the front, looking very defensive and certainly assertive in defensive lines there as well, holding off Barnhill behind. Garratts is there, Doyle is there, and here comes the GT4 to sweep around them as well through the cutting. Oh no, look at that, Cotterill just firing it up the inside there as well, and the GT4 really has to sort of straighten up the steering angle. I bet Loxton thought he might have got through there a little bit easier than that, but I'll tell you what, Cotterill just flying at the moment in that 86, and very aggressive in terms of defence as well. No one's getting past him easily.
Yeah, what a class of cars these GR86s and Mustangs are. It's so weird. So, 2 cars that couldn't be more different, but when they come together on the racetrack at the same time, it is absolutely incredible here at the mountain. And even the GR86s on their own, I could watch a 6 hour of just Toyotas. I mean, that's pretty much what we're doing at the moment. It is absolutely incredible just watching them, because they've got so much slipstream, such little dirty air. So they're just sitting there, wheel rubbing, wheel banging, bump drafting, anything you can think of, and it's happening, as that's a different line there from Barnhill to open up the exit compared to Cotterill. And look at the slingshot that's given him now onto the Conrod straight. So he'll be in the slipstream and prepared to strike here as he's gaining and gaining and gaining on board with Hamish Barnhill as they head down the Conrod straight towards the chase, maxing out 5th gear, shifting up into 6th, pulling to the inside line, but that will become the outside line when they head into the chase. But there's contact down the straight there, giving him the shove, but that allows him to actually get the inside line in towards the chase, because he was able to clear Cotterill with that little bump. I'm not sure if it was intentional or just a bit of iRacing netcode, but nonetheless, that's great stuff between the two of them. This has been great racing. No signs of it going anywhere. There's the GT4 car of Galea as well, closing in, and Gaderick and Widas having a battle of their own, but they aren't too far behind this Toyota train. The Toyotas are probably only going into turn 1 at the moment. Yeah, they are just heading into turn 1. The GT4's heading towards Murray's, which means it's only a matter of time, folks, before Cotterill. Cotterill's managed just to only graze the wall and trade paint with the barrier. drops them to the back of this one. But look at the GT4s hunting in the background, and even just look at the rest of the train in the back. Mortimer, Bardish, Cool, Anastakis, Roffy, they're all still there together, Feely as well, and then add in the GT4s. Look at the train there. You can't separate them.
Yeah, unbelievable stuff here. We're going to get a little wide shot of all these cars coming through into Griffin's there. A couple of cars side by side, and now the GT4s, I think, have caught up as well. Let's go on board with Gatarik here in the McLaren. He's got Reese Wakefield in front there by about a second as well. So we're right on board with him because he's about to get right stuck in. I think Dylan Shepherd is up there as well in the very thick of it. Oh, dipping up the inside. Here we go. This feels like you're you're playing F1 2024 on easy mode. Here he goes cutting through these 86s like a hot knife through butter here at the moment. Reese Wakefield. He'll have eyes the size of dinner plates here because does he go for the move here? He has to just pull it up and just wait for these 86s to go through before he can open up the turn here on the run down through into Forest. Here he goes now. Will he go for a dip up the inside? Probably worth maybe just sticking there and waiting for the acceleration of the GT4 to punish him down the Conrod straight. He does. You can see one of the Mustangs in the distance there as well. Look at the acceleration difference of them. Wow, two wheels on the grass, gets through all of them. And that there is a bird's eye view of how these GT4s have to cut their way through the slower moving classes. And I'll tell you what, the C class are all separated by fanny hair anyway, so it's just absolute cracking action all over the bloody park here at the moment.
Yes, Cotterill and Garratts as well have just swapped around right in front of Wakefield, and they're still battling at it as here comes all the GT4s, because look at the time that Wakefield lost, because Wakefield was about 3 seconds ahead of these two before he caught up to those Toyotas at the mountain. Now it's a three-way fight for second position here in the GT4s almost. They're just separated by just a little bit now as here comes Garratts on Cotterill in towards turn one. Nothing doing at the moment. Meanwhile, it looks like not McLaughlin, who is that? That's Prnz. Still in a bit of hot water here, battling a bunch of Toyotas onto the straight. He shouldn't have any threat, it looks like. Meanwhile, Garratts is going for it on Cotterill here down the mountain straight. So here we go. Oh, wheel rubbing. Door banging down the straight. Oh, more door banging. This is Chaz Mostert style here, heading down the mountain straight towards turn two. So who's going to be last on the brakes? Cotterill on the outside gets forced out. There's more wheel rubbing between the two of them, but it's still respectful. There's more rubbing there, almost out to the wall, and now they're heading towards the cutting where Cotterill now gets the inside line. Surely it's moved on here on Garratts, but no, Garratts still there just about, but the truck comes back towards Cotterill, and he's ahead now in this fight. Absolutely incredible racing between the two of them, and you can tell Garratts wants more. He's not done with this. He wants to go fighting all the way across the mountain.
Oh, mate, they're going to have to... There's going to be a couple of $100 charge here for that amount of rubbing. I'll tell you what, going up the main straight, they were getting into each other big time. So possibly no lost love between these two at the moment. Cotterill just holding court with Garratts all over the back of him now as they head down the mountain again. It is tight stuff here in the 86s. And not only these two, but there's a big battle pack behind with Bartush, Mortimer, Cool, and Anastakis as well. Throw them into that pack as we'll get a quick look at them as they come down now into the braking zone as the Mustang just plugging the hole. Is the cork in the bottle here situation with all these 486s there lining up behind them is not going to be able to make the move done now as the Mustang will stretch its legs, but it will be Bartush that just sits in the slipstream a little bit and it will get a little bit of a suck down the main straight. But let's go up to the front here. Cooper Cotterill still out in front by about 2.5 tenths. I don't think Garratts will be close enough to have a dip, but he goes and sort of shadows to go to the inside, did Cotterill, just to let Garratts know that he was ready for him if he was to make the move. He sort of just feinted across to the left a little bit, and Garratts says, you know what, I don't want any more of this. I'm going into the pit lane now, get that done, get some new boots on or whatever, and come out a little bit stronger for it, perhaps an undercut on you. But now it's the proper little sandwich here. 86s on each side, 3 wide into T1. It's going to be the Mustang that's just just got a bit of an overlap there. He'll get back into the apex first, and he'll scoot off up the road. But look at, who is that? Bathurst on the outside in the Anzac livery. Beautiful car as well. But they're going side by side. A little side drafting Lindsay Muddle. Will he be up there long enough to be able to maybe get in front?
Yeah, this is going to be really, really interesting now because Prnz leads the way, but they're about to head into the mountain with about 586s right behind him and late on the brakes on the inside line. There goes Anastakis just holding that place on the inside line. No, actually, I think it was Mortimer on Feely, as now Anastakis on the outside of the cutting gets done by 2 cars there. Feely gets ahead. And that was unfortunate positioning, basically, on the circuit heading into the cutting, just left to dry on the outside. Meanwhile, as well, Gaderick and Wakefield were fighting, but they've stopped now and just spaced out to about 7/10 of a second. As now we look at Bardish side by side over the top of the mountain here with Cool, who's not waiting any time at all as they head through McPhillamy. So over the crest, back down the dip. And they're closing to the back of Prnz again, but they're approaching that time in the lap where the Mustang can run away. So it's just sort of that annoying situation where they just can't get past. It's like back in the 12 hour when anyone would come up behind the Mustang on ACC. It was just a immovable object when it comes to trying to overtake. As here comes Bardish. Oh, Prnz has hit the wall. So now there is the opportunity for some 86s to get past. This becomes very interesting now. Is the 20km/h difference enough? It should be. Heading onto the straight here for Prnz to clear the Toyotas again, but it's put him in a very awkward position because look at that. He's having to do some dodging and weaving down the straight here. He's been boxed in by some Toyotas. He has nowhere to go. It's full Toyota teamwork here. They want to box Prnz out. They're sick of being stuck behind him, but Prnz late on the brakes, not able to do anything. Now Cool's on the outside of Bardish as they head through the chase. It's almost side by side. It is side by side between the two of them here towards Murray's. This is absolutely sublime as they now head into the braking zone. Bardish on the inside should be able to hold this place, but Cool not giving it up easily. Meanwhile, Anastakis and Roffey come into the pit lane. Bardish holds on, but Prnz, the biggest loser out of this one, loses out to about 3 or 4 cars there as he'll continue to now try and re-overtake him down the mountain straight. He should have no problems with the 20km/h difference, however, but at the moment in this little battle, it's Bardish, then Cool, then Mortimer, then Prnz, then Feely. The other two came into the pit lane, and Gerrits as well came in earlier on. So I expect that battle to resume once these drivers have also come into the pits, but this is still an absolutely incredible battle. And now it's back on again because Cool and Mortimer are side by side down through Quarry, or up through Quarry, I must say, as Mortimer not able to do anything about it. This is just never ending.
Yeah, that's right. The longer that these two guys battle as well, it keeps Prnz in it across the top, and he might be close enough to strike down the back end of this course, but up the inside goes Cool as well. That's a really good move there. Sorry, not Cool. It was Feely on Prnz. We haven't seen Feely yet. He's just chimed in on the situation there, getting in front of the Mustang finally, and now it's time for the 86s to start to stretch their legs, and I think that might be a bridge too far for that Mustang to catch up now, whether it be 20 k's quicker down the straight or not. I think he'll just be struggling a little bit to pick these guys off one by one. Really nicely done there from who was it? Thomas Cool, I believe. One of these, I think it was Cool, just boxing in that Mustang down the straight, helping out his fellow 86 drivers in not letting that Mustang release down the straight. He was stuck in there. Really cool stuff. Something I like to do in the real world behind the wheel sometimes when you have an impatient driver stuck behind you and he's weaving in and out of traffic. You like to, box them in and keep them back there just for your own sick pleasure. You get all that good stuff, Lindsay Muddle, when you get your licence.
I've boxed people in.
How? Well, in the real world?
Yeah.
You're on your L's?
Yeah.
Well done. Well done.
Yeah.
Can't do that in your driving test, though. You might get a big old out.
No, I know. But when someone's been sitting up my arse for about 12 kilometres down a big long straight called the bloody Link Road, and they're just sitting up my arse with the high beams on, and then we get to the 2-lane section and someone goes left, I'm just going to stay right and then slow down and just be a right prick, because don't sit up my arse.
Fair enough. Let's go to the action at the front. GT4 starting to heat up. Dylan Shepherd right out in front in that 43 car. Told you everyone at home. Hey, almost halfway through this race, and the 43 has made his way to the front. We'll get an idea of the pit stops, whether these are accurate or not. 5-4, 5-4, and 6 there. 6-4 as well for the rest of the...
That's about right.
For the G. Yeah, I think it has... it's generally... It's on point, the data that comes through here on the SDK.
Some of the cars that have done 5 pit stops before are still on 5 pit stops despite making 2 pit stops since then, so I think it was a bit broken before.
Seems to have worked itself out.
It's sorted itself out. But here's a bit of information for you about the Class C leader of Haycock here in the chat. Apparently his shifter fell off the desk while he was leading, and he had to reattach it while he was driving. And he's still in the lead by 3 seconds.
A bit of running repairs. It reminds me of that vision, I think, of Dick Johnson or Alan Jones, or one of those old school drivers, David Bowe, for with a bit of rag on the end of the stick, and defogging his windscreen while he was going down Conrod Straight, because it was all fogged up on the inside. So he jimmied up a stick that they could do a bit of that. They gave it to him in the pit stop, and he was having to defog the car as he was going up the straight himself. So there's some brilliant vision of that out there somewhere on YouTube. Oh, there's a lot of things you can't do. What about Dale Earnhardt lighting up a ciggy in a caution period there in NASCAR racing? I mean, that should be allowed. I think that's just NASCAR to a T.
Yeah, we've got a request here in the chat for an onboard lap with car 18.
Yeah, we can do that. Where is car 18? Let's find it in the... Leonard Diverston. All right, in the Mercedes AMGs, just nearing the end of the lap. So we'll chat until we get down there. And we've had Revolutionary and Control R for Liam's car. I've controlled R already this race. Should we do it again? I'll do it again, and we'll see what happens.
It seems we're going to be on an onboard lap.
Yeah,
so
that's right. We'll let him go. We'll get on board with Leonard Diverston. And it's probably a good time to just crank your speakers, folks. We'll be quiet in the meantime. You can hear the roar of the AMG Mercedes GT4 on a hot lap here of Mount Panorama, courtesy of Leonard Diverston. And that, folks, is a lap courtesy of Leonard Diverston. Sounds good, that GD4. And it looks good too. And how are we looking in this race so far? 43 out in front. That gap has been cut in half, actually, by Reese Wakefield now. That was 5 seconds the last time we tuned in. And now it's down to 2 seconds. And dropping like a stone here at the moment. Dennis Gatarik there in P3 in the McLaren. Looking good after that car had been involved in an incident earlier on, but it's climbing its way back up the order and getting closer and closer. Here it comes now to overtake. I think that's Cooper Cotterill in the AIT car, possibly the sister car, but Jack Whitus is there as well, rounding the outside in the 24 car. Beautiful stuff. We might actually get his co-driver, Walker, in the chat for a little how's it going moment through the way. So who's that? Revolution Racing says he mustn't have uploaded properly. So we'll get to Haycock now and see if that has loaded on. It has not. So yeah, possibly a fault on his end there. Sorry, Revolution Racing, but yeah, I have reset Trading Paints a couple of times to no avail there. But here we go. Doyle and Barnhill separated by absolutely nothing. You can slice a little bit of cigarette paper in between them here. Will Doyle pull out of the slipstream? He doesn't. Just decides to sit back behind Barnhill as well. Probably confident in the pace, but just waiting for maybe a mistake or a little bit more of a written invitation to say, I'll take the inside run here. That might be all it took here. Now down into Murray's, gets on the brakes last. Slides up the inside. Nicely done, but vulnerable on the exit. Will it be Barnhill's position to re-overtake here? He thinks better of it because I've never been a fan of the overtake into turn one unless it's kind of on a restart or a race start, because you do just leave yourself vulnerable if you come in shallow there out of Hell Corner and you're just slower up the mountain, and you need every bit of horsepower you can muster going up the hill. Speaking of which, Barnhill's just giving Doyle a nice little push up the hill here. Bump drafting here at Mount Panorama in the 86s, and just following him outside to the racing line too. So really nice stuff there. We'll go back down the order because it is side by side here between Chapman and Wassel. It's Wassel looking up the inside here. Chapman giving him plenty of room as well. Actually squeezed off, bumps off the curb there. Wassel just holding it together, making contact with Chapman as well. Almost spilt milk situation there, but they managed to avoid it. These two back at it again. 86 is such a fantastic racing class. They just do not let go of each other. Bush Mechanic Mayhem in the chat says, how much do we need to donate for a safety car?
I'm sure we could manage a figure.
Yeah, I've got to be in talks with the race control as well. So interesting. But I'm sure we can get that.
We can get back to you if Michael Massey can do it. So can we.
Get that happening. Yeah, sweet. Yeah, well, that's right. How much did he get paid, the bloody crook? Absolutely.
Well, we'll get back to you with the figure, mate.
Yeah. I'll try and sweet talk the race control as well in the background and see if we can get something happening. But that's it's somewhat outside of our realm. $1 million for safety car. Yeah, you got $1 million. Once that comes through, all of a sudden there'll be a power outage at my house. Sorry about that. I'm
going to have to bloody drive to Queensland and find Chris Munro to get my cut.
You won't be able to catch me in my brand new McLaren. Yeah, that's right.
Brand new McLaren? Yeah. I'll just get the AU4 private jet, mate.
Yeah, that's right.
I've got resources to work with beyond your belief.
Fantastic. Here's McCartan. After a pretty shaky start to his couple of stints, he's been crashed into and he's been on the bad end of some bad luck. So hopefully he's cutting his way through the field now. He's got Brett Gerards, who's come out of the pits after his stonking battle earlier on with Cotterill, and now he's got his hands full with Stefan McCartan here now down into the braking zone of the chase. McCartan has the advantage there in the 51 car, but we got battling up the front there. The GT4s are just starting to wind up. Let's see how they go. It's McLaren v AMG.
Yep, so Gaderick and Widas coming up towards traffic now as well. So this is going to be quite interesting as they head their way through towards turn 1. So they'll clear the first GR86 in their road, but they've got a lot more in front of them, and they'll catch these two and pass them down the straight. Oh, bloody hell. I thought that Widas was going to smack into the rear left tyre there of Gadderick, but now down the straight, they'll clear these two, but then they'll be catching the Mustang of Prnz, and then not too far away will be Cool and Bardish as well, who are in a fight, and then Barnell and Doyle as well. So there's a couple fights they'll be closing up to very quickly because they are so much faster than the cars around them. So here they go past Prnz, and not a problem in the world because they caught him right at the perfect moment there, just on the exit where they were just able to sweep around the outside. But now they'll be waiting, being patient. They've got to just stay locked in over the mountain, especially for Widas here. If he wants to get the move done, he's faster than Gadderick in a straight line, but staying with through the mountain in the murk is not going to be so easy. He's got to be close enough to get that move done, but right now it looks like he's not having a problem, but it is sort of extending there, about half a tenth there, but it's not too much of a difference when it comes to overtaking half a tenth, so we'll see how it goes for Widas down the hill now, because this is going to be a bit of a chase down moment here. Gadderick's so strong down the bottom, and you can just see the McLaren so much more bitey into the dipper. And Chris, we've got a question here. Do we ever need extra commentators for Enduros?
Yeah, absolutely.
we always need extra commentators, not just for Enduros. I mean, have you seen our Tuesday night?
Oh, yeah, we are busy here at Sensational TV. And, folks, chuck us a comment in the channel if you can see why. We take our sim racing seriously and we love it, but we don't take ourselves too seriously. So it's always hopefully a good show for everyone watching at home. The Bush Mechanic, if you feel like it, mate, if you think you got the skills, come in for a little interview. So we've got someone here lined up. It's Napoleon Bonaparte. I don't know what his actual name is in the real world, but we've dragged him into the commentary box now. I don't know if he can hear me or not, but if he can, say hello.
G'day, mate. How's it going?
Here he is. Very well, mate. How are you enjoying the race control for one, but the race for two?
Mate, the racing so far exceeded any expectations. I mean, dude, when you think about the fact that what was it, 6 hours of time before the race was supposed to start, we kind of went, right, we're going to run this thing. We've got to make sure that something happens today, because there's so many people who are so invested in this, and it'd be such a shame people have booked leave, people have, paid for paints, people have done so much practice and effort into making this thing, something to them. Yeah. And for it to not go ahead was just a massive shame. So, yeah. Honestly, considering the time frame we had, yeah, I'm stoked. Everyone's having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, having that conversation with you at a very late time last night, we had no idea what was going on for the long run, but we got it sorted out in the end, and now it's all going ahead. It's been hats off to you and your team for scrambling late to get it going, and it's just been an absolute action fest up and down the field. And whose sick idea was it to put some rain in for the next hour?
Well, you see, I'm always a strong believer that rain can make things a little bit interesting. And when I saw on the forecast that there was like a 40% chance, I was like, nah, that'll be all right. But yeah, no problem.
It's turned into a 97.
100% chance. Yeah, exactly. And I'm sitting here going, oh, fellas, please don't hate me. This wasn't my idea.
No, we're all for it up here, but
I've never commentated rain racing and iRacing, so I'm all
haven't you?
At least I don't have to drive it.
Yeah, I've had a few now.
I don't have the talent to drive the wet, but I sure love to watch it. So I actually have a famous wet incident here myself, as quickly just looking at Cool potentially going to the inside. No, but I had a moment during the Bathurst 12 hour at the start of this year, I believe it was, and I am terrible in the rain. I'm very infamous among my friend group of crashing every time I'm in the rain. And I get in the car after my teammates led the race for 2 stints, and he yells out, how many corners until he bins it? My mate says 4, and I put it in the wall at the cutting.
Hey, that's bang on.
I can commiserate because I've done well. Let me just.
Oh, bloody hell! Sorry.
Oh, there we go. There's action here. The two class leaders are into each other, the two Mustangs. That's Haycock facing the wrong way at a very bad spot on the track. Sean McLaughlin maybe looking a little bit sheepish after that as well, travelling slowly up through this fast section of the track. And that is big damage on both of those cars. Actually, you can see, Haycock just struggling to turn it now, riding the wall through this section. On second look, it doesn't look that bad, does it, Lindsay? It was just a little bit of...
All right.
I think it was Sean McLaughlin that probably has come off worse of that. You can see the front left of that car
too bad.
punched
Maybe go in
in.
the cockpit and see if the steering wheel's a little bit...
Oh, that's not the correct angle. I've got to use my mouse for this one. Sorry, everyone at home. That doesn't look too bad.
Crooked, but it should be drivable.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, well, back to the interview.
Yeah, big action there. The
Look,
two
what happens when I
class.
leave race control, mate? You just can't leave them alone for a bloody minute.
You'll have your hands full when you get back. That's for sure.
Oh, the rain. No, I was just saying I can commiserate with you because I'm known locally as the Bathurst or the three-time Bathurst loser, and I'll just say that every one of those Bathursts has had rain in it, so you can imagine what's happened.
Yeah.
Has not gone well. So, sitting in race control today, I'm probably in a better spot than when I had planned to be racing yesterday.
Yeah, that's
It's a
right.
safer spot.
Yeah, it's safer up there.
Sure is.
It's until you make a decision that possibly goes against
Spot for the GT4 lead.
again.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, here we go. It's Reece Wakefield getting up in on the inside there of Dylan Shepherd. We can actually go back to the replay and see how that came about, because that gap was closing over the last few races.
Mustang.
Yeah, the previous class leader, or still the class leader, Sean McLaughlin there with a very damaged Mustang travelling slowly. But yeah, it was Reece Wakefield just getting in front of the sister OPR car there as well. So Gammaflare Sim Racing 1 and 2 in the overall here at in the GT4 department. So great job there from that team. They are absolutely on song here at the moment.
Yeah, they're doing very well for themselves. But I just want to ask, Mr. Race Control here, we were saying we very much wouldn't envy your job probably, an hour ago. How's it been so far, being race control here in this 6-hour race?
Well, I'll let you know a secret. I've never done live stewarding or race control before. I've race controlled our little local leagues, post-race stewarding, that kind of thing. But honestly, it's been an experience. I'll be honest, Cody Gillespie that we've got up there helping us with race control, he's a hell of a lot more seasoned than I am, and he's an absolute godsend. Making some great calls, walking us through things, making sure everything's kept on top on the safety cars, the wave arounds. We've got people monitoring pit stops so we can keep track of the compulsory pits. It's definitely been an experience. More fun than I expected it to be, actually. I think there's a level of satisfaction watching these guys have fun, go around on track, knowing that, you're a part of it in a way. Yes, you're not racing, but, you've brought everyone in and everyone's having a good time because of it is certainly rewarding in its own way, for sure.
Yeah, that's right. And, you probably tuned into the broadcast as well, having
You bet it, mate.
Yeah, that's right. Seeing what comes about of it. We've got reports from Revolution Racing, obviously the team engineers there for Liam Haycock, saying that the reports are that the car is not great. So commiserations there for Revolution Racing. That car will probably need to be come in and serviced to get back to the pace of where it was before, battling for the lead of class. And he's still got an 11-second gap up his sleeve, and he goes past the pit lane this time. So possibly not not an urgent thing to come in and get fixed, but possibly on the next round of scheduled pitch stops. The next one will be a little bit longer to get that damage fixed up. Actually, it's all kicking off here in the GT4 class. We've got Getaric.
I've been saying
Gadaric, yeah, we'll stick with that. Gadaric there in the 64 McLaren, right up there with Jack Widders behind him, and that AMG just pushing him along. It's a beautiful looking car as well. Reported that the AMG will be coming in soon for another driver change with Dill Walker jumping back behind the wheel. So we're almost, we've just clicked over half race distance there. So congratulations everyone for sticking with us for this long. In the chat, there's we got 40 odd viewers here at the moment as well. So thank you very much for tuning in. It's been absolutely cracking racing up and down the field. There's not been one lap without like a bona fide battle going out there on circuit. There's this one here, there's one or two, there's probably about 6 happening currently as we speak. But back to
how good are the GRs?
Oh mate,
Yeah,
have been
we
going
had the
hammer and
commentator for an hour
tongs
straight,
race.
the same battle.
Yeah,
like,
pretty
we were
much.
sitting there off one of the restarts, and I was kind of sitting there, and we had a little bit of spacing through the first hour, and then there was the 2 safety cars, and then from there we had an hour straight of like the same 3 GR86s mixed in with a few Mustangs just going at it, and it was like, holy macaroni, like dead set. They just would not leave each other alone.
yeah,
And yeah, it's been absolutely great. I
Yeah,
mean,
you
if
could
I were
chuck a
driving
blanket.
this event, I would be in the GRs.
there was a comment in the chat, obviously. Where was it? Someone said, how much does it cost to get another safety car? How much do they need to
How much do they
donate?
have to donate?
And then someone said, save your money, there's rain on the way. I thought that was a brilliant...
I think that
Brilliant
person
little
might be
answer.
onto something, because
Yeah,
it's
that's right.
looking at the forecast now, and we've got an awful lot of dark green and yellow coming in.
Oh, goodness me.
Oh,
What's the
and that's
ETA
really
on that?
bad.
We're looking at probably about 30 minutes.
Is there any
Pretty bad.
is there
Yeah.
any purple?
Not yet, but there could be.
Yeah, and then it could also go red, in which case everybody is screwed.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was the red rain that I crashed in 4 Corners. So
Oh, well, can't blame you for that, mate. That's all right.
Do the GT4 cars, do they have wet tyres available to them?
every car.
Yeah.
Every car
Yep,
does.
they
Okay.
all have wet
Yeah,
tyres. The
sweet.
GT4s are actually pretty pleasant in the wet side, the GRs, but, you know, that McPhillamy Park puddle is wanted for murder in many, many places. So,
Mhm, mhm.
I think that the FR500s are going to drop back towards the GR86s once the rain comes out to play.
Yeah.
I would say so.
Yeah, losing a bit of traction back there.
I think they're going to be significantly slower than the Toyotas come rain.
Yeah, that's an interesting take there as well. With add a bit of water, and some of these cars behave a lot differently as well out there, folks. So hold on to your hats. This is going to be an absolute action-packed end to this race, because even if they do get a downpour now, the track's going to be wet for a very, very long time as well. We may not see any more dry track racing for the rest of it. Maybe a slight dry line develop towards the end. But look at that big old push along from Wassel there, getting into the back of Roffey. These two have been battling it out for however many laps you can count back for. And oh, that's a big move there from Wassel, just a dummy to the inside. Wasn't able to get the move stuck, but they both travel out onto the green stuff on the exit there. And the pressure valve just releases there from Craig Roffey, and he can breathe a sigh of relief for at least another corner before they get up to the top of the hill. And Wassel, I think, is in a bit of a hurry, Lindsay Muddle, to make this move and get around him.
Yeah, I think so. It's something that's been really prominent inside these 86s is how aggressive they've been, but also they're so aggressive yet so patient. There's so much bump drafting in this class, and I think that shows a lot of patience over the course of the 6 hours. We're 3 hours in, and they're not sending it every single time they get the opportunity. They are being smart and sort of helping each other as well.
Yeah, that's right. Hats off to all those guys as well, to have the patience and to know that it is a long race and you don't have to make the move stick. I wish some of the drivers around me in a few of the Enduros that I've participated in had that kind of common sense. Unfortunately, it seems to be whenever I get behind the wheel, everyone thinks it's a 5-minute sprint race and it's time to just send it from postcodes back. But that's another story.
Here's one more question for Napoleon.
Yeah.
Okay. Thoughts on bump drafting?
Ooh,
No.
I think we redacted rule 8.8.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, it's been redacted. Touching subject
Look,
as well.
all I'm going to say is as long as nothing happens, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
All right?
Play on.
Yeah.
Here we go. Speaking of which, it's Bathurst here now, holding off Thomas Kuhl, and these 86s are just like magnets to each other. Once they get in touch, it's kind of like draft NASCAR as well. Yeah, you sit in the sort of the suck range, and you can stay within the car in front if you're not necessarily on their pace. And then once you sort of drift off that, DRS as well, once you drift out of that DRS zone, you're gone. Basically, you're just stuck in no man's land. So we're seeing a bit of that here at the moment, Doyle. And there's a car around again.
I'm forgetting the name. I'm having a mind blank here. I know what car it is.
It's Diverston. Sorry. Leonard Diverston. Yeah, he's.
I know the name. I'm just like, ah.
Yeah, that Mercedes had more hits than Elvis today.
Awards.
Yeah, it's absolutely more hits than the Beatles and Elvis combined. Unreal stuff. So you were planning on driving in the event today, mate? No, he's gone.
No, he's gone.
He's gone.
Back to work.
Yeah, true. He's got his hands full up there in race control. Here we go. Roffey and Wassel back at it again, getting pushed along by one of the GT4s.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting now because they're trying to race
Safety
each
car.
other, but also... Oh, safety car?
Someone just said it in the chat.
There we go.
All right. There we go.
So what's happened then? Is that because of
I
the
think
Diverston crash?
Well,
I doubt it because he's in the pits. So.
Well, let's go back and have a look. There was this one, but I think that's what happened before, right? Yep, this was the incident between the class leaders a while ago. Just a tag on the inside and reverse. Yeah, no.
Unless they skipped the step of paying the commentators and they just went straight to race control.
Race control, no. But the super chat function is available for everyone watching at home. If you think we're doing a good job and you can afford it, cost you, the cost of a coffee. We'd love you long time. But here, this could be it. Leonard Diverston is the only other incident that's coming up on my radar here. Just losing it on the exit here. Spinning like a top. Yeah, it's a nice livery, but it's seldom been in a straight line today. He's just struggling to get it back onto the racing line. I feel we might have a bunch of cars coming up. Yeah. So he's got to sit there and be patient. A couple of Mazdas going through. God, I love them. How good's an MX-5? Goodness me. We'll stick with Diverston here for the moment. Yeah, that's right. Plenty of action here on Sensational TV. Monday night, what do we got? Aussie Car Skip Barber Series. And then Tuesday this week, we got nothing. Depending on when you're going away, Lindsay.
Yeah, it's close. I actually need to send an email yesterday.
Yeah.
I need to send one last confirmation email about my flight today. I'll probably do that at some point during a onboard lap in the broadcast later on because I can't cut it too late. But anyway, everybody's bunched up behind the safety car, Chris. And how about you? You're a man of many dad jokes. How about you drop some dad jokes for us here?
Okay, there's 3 really old guys walking down the street. First guy goes, "Oh, it's windy, isn't it?" And the second guy goes, "Nah, it's Thursday." And the third guy goes, "Yeah, me too. Let's go to the pub."
Yeah, that's probably the worst dad joke I've ever heard, actually. That is, but that's why it's a dad joke, isn't it?
Pretty good. I think it's one of the best.
My health movement science teacher, he's a cracker for a dad joke, but I can never remember the jokes he tells.
Where was the drum sound effect? You should have that ready.
Oh, I had it ready, but like the joke just kind of it didn't
so
hit,
good
man.
though. Yeah, see, look, Revolution Racing, epic joke. Thank you very much. Crickets. Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
It's a tough crowd. It's a tough crowd in here. Just don't appreciate good humour. It's all right. You'll get there one day, mate. You'll get there one day. What about this one?
I've been there, but there's only so many piss poor dad jokes you can make. You just don't have the Zach O'Reilly effect, mate.
No, what about this one? Why don't they make pregnant Barbies?
Don't know why. Chris?
Because Ken comes in a different box.
That's actually a good one.
Thank you. See, it's better with the sound effects.
Yeah.
really drives
Yeah,
home
we're professionals here on
drives
Sensational
home the
TV.
point. You see, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
Back
You
to
need to get your own soundboard for the broadcast, like a good couple of sounds on your stream deck.
I do. I've got a laugh track. I've got claps. I've got this one that I don't use too often, but I should.
You can't park there, sir.
Probably should have done that as Diverston was just parked on the outside.
I mean, I can't hear it, so I don't even...
No, I can't hear him either. I just watched the meters go, so I know that it's working. Anyways, back to the back to the safety car. Says iRace ANZ chat show. Thanks for.
Yeah, I turned the audio on the broadcast.
Yeah. Can't park there, sir.
Yeah, it's a good one. You should have you should have gone and soundboarded Zach O'Reilly's iconic lines.
Oh,
and had him here in spirit.
That's a good idea.
Or you should have gotten at least a few Rabs lines.
Here's one. Here's one from the Bush Mechanic in the chat. He saw an article recently where a hospital in LA did a study to find out what technologies animals can use. Interestingly enough, they found dogs can't operate MRI machines, but CAT scan. Yes. Bring them all through, folks. We've got a safety car period here.
This is dad joke hour, I reckon. Until we hit the 4 hour mark. No, actually, until we hit 4 hours and 15 minutes into this race.
That's a long way. That's an hour of jokes.
Many dad jokes. Yeah, mate. As many dad jokes as possible mixed into the commentary.
Sure.
Or here's another idea I had earlier while we were doing the onboard lap. There's a guy I see on social media. He's a weather guy, and he gets people to tell him in his comment section to like weave bits into his like weather report, typically like lyrics from songs. I reckon people should give us lines to try and weave into our commentary. Really test the mind.
Yeah, I mean, my mind's tested enough trying to call a race, so I don't want to, haven't got that much headroom, to be fair. Revolution saying we're going to call this period happy hour. Sure. Hey, I'll tell you what,
you don't get discounted drinks though.
No, it's past 1:30, so it might be time
didn't
to
say 3.
Yeah, but I don't know if she's here, mate. I think she's gone out.
Yeah, but we've still got 2 more broadcasts. Hold your horse.
Yeah, true. I've got a long time. We're gonna be in the commentary box till about.
You're gonna have to jump
9 p.m.
Like you finish up on iRacing, and then we have like a 10-minute turnover for you to get on Assetto Corsa and set up an Assetto broadcast.
Yep.
And then we finish that one, and you have a little break before you have to load iRacing back up and get
the Gen 3 supercars. Yeah, absolutely. So it's going to test the skills here in the commentary box, but it's not like it hasn't done. Have not done it before. Hang on, we got them all coming in here at the moment. Bearded Revenge says what the hell is that? A Uma Doodle bird, cause every time it lands it says Ulmy Doodle. A Uma Doodle bird, cause every time it lands it says Ulmy Doodle. Where's the drums for that? It's finished now. Have your finger on the button. Here's another one from Dave McCree. Says, I started arguing with my son in the elevator. Turns out I was wrong on all levels. Sweating like a blind lesbian at a fish market. Fucking hell. All right, we'll try and... that is a Zach O'Reillyism. He would love that.
I've heard that.
He'd probably say that, yeah. He loves, getting his rear end pounded in like a $2 hooker, that sort of business.
Yeah, that's dead set. His
Wade's in the chat.
I don't often tell dad jokes, but when I do, he always laughs.
Yes. That's good. Good stuff here, folks. 50 concurrents. Welcome everyone to the chat. We are Sensational TV. If you've just tuned in, give the video a like. Yeah, we are. We're in the safety car period, so we're getting a little bit silly here behind the microphones. It might be one more lap to go here as the wave throughs get sorted out. Those that are a lap down do get a free kick around in the safety car period. So you'll see a few cars being directed by race control to cruise around and get that lap back in the books. And that can be really handy for some of these guys. But let's go through the order. Reese Wakefield is the leader for the GT class and overall. Then we've got Jack Widders there behind him. Dean Mackay in the 43 in P3. And for Class B, we got the winner of Class B already. We can call it Liam Milner. All he has to do is finish the race. He's there on his lonesome. Yeah, no,
so it is possible that it is total. It is actually possible to total the car.
Yeah, he may not win.
Yeah, that's right. You're done.
Yeah, so hopefully that doesn't happen. He's been doing it well so far, but the rain is on the way. You can see it's starting to get a little bit darker on your screens, folks. Then we've got James Doyle there leading the C class. We can get a look at his car there in the Toyota 86. Haniff Sparnhill in P2 there in Class C, and Dan Bartush behind the McLaren there as P3 in that class. Then down the back, we've got a MX-5 of Greg Barber, the haircut. Looking fresh there in the MX-5, car 31.
How many haircuts do we have, Chris?
It's a pretty common last name.
Yeah, but we have, like, it's not even like, there's multiple different last names that have created the name, the haircut, right? So
everyone gets it.
I feel like there's 6 people that we call the haircut.
Yeah. I mean, what else?
At what point do we find a different...
Well, what else? Nickname? What else can you give it? The shaver, the mohawk. I don't know. You might have to go with particular hairstyles. No, well, the hairdresser actually fits because it's in the hairdresser car, in the MX-5. Yeah. So yeah, maybe the hairdresser there, Greg Barber. Sorry, mate. That's your nickname now.
So we've got 2 more in the chat. Well, one's a line we're supposed to squeeze in, so flat out like a one-armed bricklayer in Baghdad.
Yep. I have used that one before.
My mate threw off milk all over my house. How dare he?
Ah! Brilliant.
That's it.
I love just getting to use all these sound effects as well. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
You've finally got a use for them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wakefield, sorry folks, 3 hours and 20 through this race. That means we're on the downhill slope. Don't forget, rain is predicted. Here's your prediction there.
Chris, we can get an updated one of that.
Here's one here. It's 2:30 in game, so we are very close. Maybe in the next 15 minutes.
That's if that's still current though. It's always changing. So if you like press spacebar and pull up the iRacing UI and then go info. There you go. There's the forecast over the track.
Oh,
so that's a big cloud.
Yep.
You can scroll down on that as well to get more information on it. So there's where they pulled it from.
Yeah. So 15 minutes, 100% rain. It is going to get.
Hit the zoom as well, maybe, because then you can see where it is going to hit the track. Oh, it's close.
It'll be the top end of the track too. It'll be raining from the top of the hill. Oh, folks, hold on to your hats. It's all going to happen in the next 15 minutes. By the 4-hour mark, it is going to be as wet as a whale's dick out there. And these drivers are going to have their hands full, that is for sure. Holy, I'm looking forward to this. This is going to be absolute mayhem. What's blue and not heavy? Light blue.
I would use the sound effects, but I'm not on Discord at the moment.
I've got one. Hang on, I've pressed the wrong button. Here, there's my laugh track. Canned laughter. Yeah. You know what's frightening? Some of those sitcoms without canned laughter. Take that away, and it is just nightmare fuel. But it's time to go racing again. Yeah, the safety car's peeled off. So we're going to get some action in before the rain hits the top end of town. See when they go this time. It's Reese Wakefield out in front. He's got Jack Widders behind him in the AMG, right up his clacker there as well. Dean Mackay, all three of the GT3s in the top of the class, all nose to tail here. Then there's a couple of 86s now, and it's time to go racing here for the restart, and it's the GT4s out in front. They've gapped the next car on circuit, which is James Doyle, and you can see Johnny Merritt now back in the saddle for that McLaren team. He goes up into P4 in class, and now we'll get a good look at all these cars come streaming through. Poor old Haycock is struggling with the damage on that car. You can see usually he was up there and keeping these 86s at bay, but for the time being he's just getting an absolute bath by them going up the hill again. Now this is we're 79, almost 80 laps through this race at the moment.
Oh, there's someone.
Oh no, there's lights going off.
This again.
Yeah. The same one.
I've gone blank again.
Yeah, where is he? He's gone. He's not even on the timer. It's John Wade behind the wheel of it this time.
Oh, this time.
Yeah, so Diveston. Yeah, Diveston out of the car there, but I don't think he's taken anyone with him. Let's go up here because it's a battle on with the 86 class, and the rain has started to come. Oh, why does it always rain on me? Here we go, folks. Hold on to your fannies. It's bloody all kicking off here, and there's been a change of position there for P1. I'd like to get a replay of that to see how it happened. It's Jack Whitus in the AMG, just really nicely done off the exit of turn 1. That's how it happened last time too on the restart. It was a change of position for the GT4 class. And off he went. Now it's Johnny Merritt all over the back of Dean Mackay in that Ford Mustang. How are they going to fare, these different GT4 cars in the rain? I'm sure some of these are going to be a little bit more manageable under wet tyres than the others. I've got a feeling poor old Johnny Merritt and the McLaren are going to be probably at a disadvantage in that rear-engined or mid-engined McLaren there as well.
The McLaren and the Porsche should be the best in the rain.
Oh, there you go. Info there. So advantage John Merritt there in the lonely McLaren out there in the Porsche with Harley Gallier, who was up there in P2 for a very long time. Look at the lights of flash on the 203 machine of Henry King, just letting all those little 86s know to get it down there. Now the boys have started to file into the pit lane. All three in the top of the town have come in to put those wet tyres on. Is that a little bit too early, Lindsay?
I think it's a lap early.
Yeah,
I think that they've pulled in a lap early because the track does take a while to get wet. Usually the first lap is fine once it starts raining, and then the second lap after that's normally the one to come in. And someone in the chat has just said John Merritt is a bit of a wet weather guru and he feels safe to stay out. So I think that sort of backs what I was thinking.
Yeah.
If the information we've been given is true, I feel like they're a lap early, but then with how long the pit stop takes, you'll never know. But the spray's starting to kick up, the puddles are starting to form. This is going to now be very interesting. We've already seen what happens on these safety car restarts. I mean, we saw a Toyota train battle for a whole hour straight with over 10 cars next to each other on a safety car restart. Add in a bit of wet weather, and I think the safety car will be back up very, very shortly here in this one, because this is not going to play nice once the rain is fully out there.
Yeah, I think Caleb Peterson there, the safety car driver, the 203's around. Henry King didn't take long, straight into it and spun it around at the top of the cutting here, and can't get moving because the entire field was compressed before that restart. So he's going to have to wait until the very end of this train before he can get moving again. Possibly the safety car being fired up this time. We'll keep an eye on him to see if that thing gets moving. I wonder if it's got wet weather tyres. He's certainly going to have to refuel for his next stint. Johnny Merritt, though, still looking solid out there at the front. It is very wet at the top of the hill already, and the spray is starting to come out the back of that thing. This is just changed the complexion of the race indeed. Henry King has got going. He's lost a position to Dylan Walker there as well, but not too much really, but he's lost about 30 odd seconds in the grand scheme of things, just sitting there waiting for that opportunity to get moving again. The safety car has not moved, so it is play on here, folks. These guys have come into the pit lane to get their wet weather boots on as well. We saw Mackay, Poulter as well, all diving in. So you'll see these guys going longer. Merritt now pulling in a lap later. Let's see what happens here, folks, when they do get going again. If that outlap, or that in-lap was beneficial to John Merritt, and will he skip the queue and head straight to the front of this race?
Yeah, that is the magic question, and we'll see soon enough now here at Mount Panorama. But at the moment, we've got a battle in the GR86s. These cars already fairly feisty. You add in some puddles and a bit of wet weather and the inability to use the curbs, and it becomes even more tricky, as it looks like the leader of Class C, Edwards, has a slowdown, and Doyle as well, second in the class, has a meatball. So I have absolutely no idea what has occurred. But now let's just put our eyes back on John Merritt. Let's see where he ends up with new boots strapped to the car, and see how this all goes in the grand scheme of things, because this could be very, very close here on the exit. So here comes Dylan Walker. Now, Dylan's coming out of the final corner at Murray's. Where's Merritt? Is Merritt back off the jacks? Yes. And oh, look at that. It's a masterclass. They've just got to get out of the pit lane, and they've skipped a whole bunch of positions. John Merritt out in the lead by a good few seconds, and that is the wet weather strategy masterclass, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, that's right. New knows when to hold them, knows when to fold them, knows when to stay out an extra lap, and gets the job done. 4.5 seconds down the road to Dylan Walker too. So a really good strategy play there from John Merritt. And you know, we've heard in the chat that he's a bit of a mutter as well, a wet weather specialist. So we'll see him possibly stretch the legs of that thing. And also the McLaren quite well equipped for the wet weather driving anyway. So this could be just an absolute barnstormer of an effort here from Johnny Merritt. But let's go down the field, because it's all starting to kick off down the back here. Liam Haycock has made his way back up behind the car that you know, they got tangled up with earlier on. Different driver involved, Aaron Major, at the in the cockpit here this time, and you can see them all just starting to navigate their way through the wet line there, staying off that rubbery bit on the regular racing line, and it is really starting to pelt down. You can see the water just filling up the circuit here as well. Puddles starting to form, spray starting to happen, and I think it looks like Major oh wow, big slide there from both of them too. I think it looks like Liam Haycock a little bit more comfortable in these conditions, as Aaron Major just tiptoeing around in that pink machine. We saw it well damaged earlier on as well, and I mean, back to class leader in no time, really. Oh no, blinking in and out of existence there as well. You don't want to be doing that. Tell your missus to get off Netflix, mate. Oh, there's that Mercedes again parked around the wrong way. John Wade at the helm this time. You don't want to... No. Get back off the circuit. Thank you, sir. I think you just have to wait there for race control to get into your ear and tell you it's all safe to go, because, you know, pulling out onto the side. Oh, no way. Too many cars. He wants to go this time. He's got a relative there. You may be able to see, but there's another car here. This is a comedy of errors here. He's now reversing back out on the circuit. Can get moving, but if there's another car coming up behind, which there is, and he's sitting on the racing line there at McPhillamy on the exit, this is going to be very awkward indeed. Just travelling slowly. No, there's cars coming up behind him. Whether he can... I think he's just got a straight line at here. No, stays to the racing line. He's back out there. Much damage. No, he's off and going again. But it's a battle on for class supremacy here. It's Major on the inside in that pink thing, with Haycock around the outside. Oh, a little nudge down into the braking zone. Bump and run. Keeps it on the track. Johnny Trott has a meatball. We've got Bartush with a meatball as well. I'm going to see if I can find what happened to those guys. Here's Bartush's incident coming down the mountain. Oh no, it looks like he's travelling slowly, just trying to be very careful in that 86 and just spinning it around. Oh, didn't look that nefarious either, did it? Just nosed it into the wall, must have hit it at the wrong angle and absolutely ploughed the steering down in that 86. Kim Roffey as well involved in that incident. Possibly, oh no, a different part of the circuit here, heading out through the... Oh, hold it, son! No, into the wall. So close. Oh, this is going to be just crash replays for the next little moment. John Wade, this is how he ended up where he was, heading across the top of the mountain there. just
Oh,
a bit
that's a
wide.
new one.
Yeah, hitting the grass there.
I've never seen that before.
Never seen it. I'm sure I've done that before. Just a little bit too wide on the exit there, and away you go. Back to the racing. Safety car still firmly planted in the pit lane. And I think we're going to get less battling now with the rain because people have just been very cautious out there under the moist conditions. Chapman there chasing down Anastakis. And you can just see this is like the great leveler, folks, they say. Add rain for to see who's got the best skills. And I wonder if any of these drivers did any wet weather practice, Lindsay, in the lead up to this race.
Well, there wasn't meant to be wet weather in this race. I don't know if you remember the conversation we had the other night with the original runner of this race, but there wasn't supposed to be any rain.
Yeah.
So I don't think anyone has. Well, maybe after the change, but I mean, I think it's highly unlikely. They only had a few hours of notice. So I feel like potentially you do have the ability to leave the server and rejoin. So if you have been a co-driver and you see the rain's been coming, then maybe a few of the co-drivers jumped out and did some wet weather practice. I think that's what I would do if I was supposed to get in the car. But I would also never be the person to get in the car during the rain because I put it in the wall.
Absolutely. So. Yeah, that's right. We've got a couple of comments coming through. CJ Litton there, 1886, says, I have no idea what is happening, but I love any kind of motor racing, even if it's digital. And I joined just before the rain came down. It's 10:47 in the US, and I am locked in. Good to have you on the stream, mate. We are international here at Sensational TV. We've got people asking what game this is. This is iRacing. Chief says is damage off. It is full damage, mate. There are plenty of cars that are absolutely beaten in here as well. No visual damage. There is visual damage. Let's see if we can find a car that has some. I'm sure there's a few. That Mercedes of John Wade has possibly got some damage, unless he's just come out of the pit lane and got that fixed up. Yeah, he's just been repaired. But
Plumber,
trust me,
Plumber has a meatball.
Plumber has a meatball.
They're up on the track, so it's gone.
We'll see what happens. We'll get one as it happened. Let's get an instant replay. See how he fares. Down through the dipper here. He's got a Renault Clio in front, possibly checking up. It's going to be a bit of an inertia.
Back on the ground. Yeah,
inertia slide,
thing.
Us. Not as much, not a big impact there, so not big damage, but trust me, there is damage. Liam Haycock out there. He's got a bit to the rear. I believe the rear quarter panel.
I think it's hard to see with the rain.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, the LODs.
Yeah,
just doing their thing.
Ability to see. Actually, there's one for you, Chris. Here's something we can do. Go in the cockpit camera of Chapman right now as they head down the straight.
Let's go to the cockpit of Chapman.
No, like the wheel camera.
Like you want the cockpit cam. There you go.
Oh, the spray isn't as bad as I thought it would be. I guess it's because the Toyotas don't travel as fast. But you're dead set in the driver's seat, especially in the GT4s. The spray that kicks up, you cannot see a thing in front of you in iRacing. Like, it is just a rain light or brake lights, and you can't see the car. I think that'll happen as more rain comes down, and as this circuit gets even wetter, you're going to see just absolute spray, especially, I think, up here in the GT4 class, as they are now trying to make their way through some of these lapped cars. Oh no, what do we got here? Safety car's out, folks. We're back again in the safety car period. What's caused it? Let's see if we can go back in the replay files. Possibly John Wade. Oh, Bathurst, Roffley. Plumber's crashed again. This could be it, folks. Down through. Yeah, he's already got damage. Plenty of damage on that thing. And there's about to be a little bit more. Oh, yeah. Oh. Yep.
You can't park there, sir.
Can't park there, sir. It's finally got to use it. Yeah. Oh, he's going to try and hold on to it. Look at that, the rear tyre, because he's missing the front right. Oh no. That's big damage there. Callum Plummer. He's gone back to the factory. He's going to need some more tools to fix that. Look at that thing just squirreling down the straight. Wow. If he can get it into the pit lane, I'll be very surprised. Look at that. Oh, wow. In through the puddles as well. Johnny Merritt getting around.
On that thing.
Yeah, it'll be absolutely toast. Let's see if we can have a look. Oh, this is
actually...
It's straight.
Not bad.
It's straight.
I thought that was going to be a lot worse.
Car's not travelling straight, that's for sure. But you can see him now. He's going to get around into the pit lane, though. That's good driving there. Nonetheless, from Plummer, maybe not so much to, end up in that position, but he's there. John Merritt, leader of this race. Only one not weaving, too, mind you. Keeping those tyres... Yeah, keeping those tyres cool. Possibly knows this
when you're not coming in this lap.
Yeah, it's still still maybe a little few dry spots out there down the bottom end of the town, but it's been raining fairly consistently for the last few laps, and you can see the puddles starting to form there as well. It's treacherous. It's actually not even raining down the bottom end of town. So we'll see how long that rain sticks around for. Possibly just a little shower and we're back into it. The action is aplenty here, folks. I'm just reading in through the chat as well. We've got Bush Mechanic in there, just giving a lesson to all those that have just joined in. There's been a fair few as well. So welcome to Sensational TV, folks.
Yeah, I mean, everything's kicking
go.
off.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I mean, here under safety car, I mean, you just got to make sure to keep the car in an operable window, and you should be all right once we get going again. But the rain pouring around different parts of the circuit, I'd love to take a look at that radar again, Chris.
Yeah, let's get it up.
Yeah, so here we go. So it's green everywhere, green and rain absolutely everywhere. And look at the forecast there. So until 4:15 p.m. and it's still not stopping at that point. But it won't be heavy rain come 4:15, and I don't think it's going to get much heavier. If we zoom out, we can take a look at the full cloud. So we've got a bit of we've got a big bit of light blue on the way, a bit of yellow to hit the track in the meantime though. So it'll get a little bit heavier and then it'll get lighter again.
Yeah, so at least another hour of showers before it starts to brighten up again, and then that's another hour to the end. So we'll probably be under moist conditions for the entire race now heading through. Might be a few little dry lines opening up, and I'll tell you, if there is, these drivers might consider coming back out for the final stint on a slick tyre. So it's right on the borderline, I think, of where we might see some differing strategy calls from some of these teams, and they'll be furiously working away in the background to do all the sums to sort of figure out what's a viable strategy, heading into the last hour of this race.
And also you can do I'm not sure about all of these cars, but in the GT4s you can do micro setup adjustments. And that's something that's really important when the rain comes around. I mean, even if it's just as simple as changing the TC or ABS, all of it can make a difference in the rain. That's something that all of these cars, I think, should be able to do, TC and ABS. Yeah. I'm not sure about, the only car I'm not sure about is the FR500 Mustangs. And yeah, it's pretty cool to see the differences that the weather brings out, and also it's brung Merritt back into it. It's changing the order a lot. I mean, Polton and Mackay, those two Mustangs, were basically owning this race for a little while, and now they're in third and fourth, so they're still not out of it, but it's just changing up the order a little bit. It's something to keep an eye on, as well as in the well, I mean, nothing's going to change in the B class, but in C class, then you have the Mustangs actually still at the front, but here with a safety car restart in the rain, that could very much change. I think that those Mustangs have not quite been as fast as they were either, so I think that it's a bit of a situation where anything can happen now.
Yeah, that's right. You see Merritt quicker than Walker over those last two laps, or I think lap 83 was the only sort of uninterrupted lap before the pit stop round. So 2:34.320 there for Merritt on lap 83. We'll get down the order and see what Mackay did on lap 83, a 2:33.483. So that's a full second. Well, he's actually quicker there. So Mackay looking pretty good in the wet. Poulton and Walker. No, it was Walker that did that. So there you go. So Walker quickest at the moment in the wet. But when we go racing again, it's going to be just, battles for sheep stations up the front. All those GT4s are there too. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. John Wade's even up there, even though he's a lap down. He might even get a wave through here as well. I'm just looking if we've got
no, the safety car's gone.
No, the safety car's gone. We're about to go racing again, and we do have...
Oh, rumour, the car 34 is on slicks.
All right. 34 is James Doyle in the 86. So keep an eye on that car there. He's
big balls.
Yeah, big balls. I tell you what. I don't know.
I don't know if I think that might be delusional or not.
Yeah. Well, how does he fit him in the race car? I mean, maybe a little bit extra biological downforce there for him as well in the wet. You need every ounce you can get out there. Has John Merritt gone yet? No, he's just casually strolling them up to the exit of Murray's, and we're going to go racing one more time here in the full wet. Bathurst Mount Panorama. This is the Gammaflare. Flare. Goodness me. Gammaflare. How is that so hard to say? Bathurst 6 hour, and we're underway again. Merritt with a really good start, and they all flay out to try and avoid the spray. You can see them aquaplaning there in the background. Big send there from Mackay. Looking up the inside of Walker. Maybe contact there as well. Walker getting all squirrely off the exit, and now he's going to be taken advantage of by the other of the OMP cars as well, with OPR cars going up the main straight. You can see the spray there that Lindsay was talking about. The drivers will be absolutely blind to it. That's what they can see. A sweet shade of F-all, and there is chaos in the background. What is going on? We've got cars off down the back. I think it's I can't even tell. There's too many cars going at it. Down here it's the 86 class, and they are absolutely getting swamped by that GT4 coming out, having a look up the inside. The 203 car of who is it? The 203 is Henry King. We saw him nosed into the wall earlier on and waiting for all the bizzo to go past. He's got his hands absolutely full trying to fight his way through. Let's ride on board with him, because that is going to be a handful. Slides up the inside there. Oh, I think that was Cotterill as well. He goes... This is how much fun does this look like, to be fair? Holding onto the track, you can see the puddles there, the reflections coming off them. iRacing in all its beauty here as well, ladies and gentlemen. Beautiful stuff to see. Up the front, it's John Merritt holding off Mackay here by about half a second. Then you've got Poulton there about 6/10 behind them as well.
No.
Oh, there's a car off in front. That's one of the was it Doyle or McVie? No, one of the yellow cars. Glover it was. Now travelling slowly. No, it wasn't Glover. It's that car there, Tony Baker. Manages to get it back out on circuit though, and no harm, no foul done there as they go racing one more time. Up the front though, the lead changes on. Look at this, Mackay getting a really good run out of Forest Elbow, and he's actually just got the overtake done on the exit. Merritt possibly having a little bit of a moment there on the exit, but he's right there in the slipstream, in the spray. You can hardly see him back there as well. Will he go for a move here, Lindsay Muddle, or what's he going to do here?
Yeah, that is the question. So here we go. The Mustang looking to make a move down the inside of Merritt, and that's Poulton on the inside. That's really deep off the grass for Mackay, and now that invites the Mustang up the inside. There's contact between Poulton and Mackay as now they come back onto the circuit towards Murray's, and Mackay placed his car in the perfect position to hold onto it just about. But now John Merritt, nearly into the back of Poulton there at Murray's. So really, really close stuff. Walkout a moment in the background as well. Major has a slowdown penalty that he's just cleared further down in Class C. But these GT4 cars absolutely going off at the moment as they're about to head onto the straight. Let's go on board with Johnny Merritt here as he tries to chase down the Ford Mustangs down the mountain straight, and that is absolutely nothing. And you can see even less when you're the person in the cockpit. I'll tell you what, as look at all that spray. It is just brake lights and a rain light. And yeah, I mean, look at that. I mean, ignore Chris's terrible camera settings.
Yeah, I don't use my screen. I'm a VR kind of guy, so I've never set the POV in that angle. So I probably should think about doing that. But it's one of the things I do in the broadcast. I don't like using video game angles. You know, you'll never see me using like this, for instance.
Yeah, obviously
looks
not.
very video gamey, doesn't it?
The camera works because it just works as like a helmet cam.
A little bit. when you
It
got
also
those
shows you
really
all the drivers.
undersized hands for iRacing. They're really small. I don't know what it is. But 15 seconds penalty for Jaden Ojeda. Fair enough. Look, I don't know about that move there from Poulton down there through as well. I don't think Johnny Merritt was too happy with it. His lights were flashing away down into Murray's, and there was contact made between those two guys as well, so no love lost. Here we go, side-by-side action up the hill. This is Johnny Trott and Anastakis. Anastakis just giving up the ghost there as well. Pretty slow through that section. Battle for the minor placings in Class C are on. All three Mustangs have got their way to the front of that pack, Lindsay Muddle, so proving to be pretty good in the wet, apparently.
Yeah, they are actually proving to be a little bit better than I thought, because they're pretty treacherous cars, but I guess once you put them on wet tyres and you're not pushing all the way, actually not too bad, as at the moment Mark Newton in second position doing quite well for himself, as we've got a visitor here in the commentary box here, and who is that going to be? I have absolutely no idea.
Someone introduce yourself, young man.
Reese Wakefield, car 144 for OPRX Gammaflare.
Oh, you just hit the lead. Look at this, Poulton now up the inside of Mackay. Was that a team order there, or what's going on in the OPR garage?
Unfortunately, car 43 has to redress with Jack Widdis from contact on the lap 1, turn 1 restart. So I'm guessing that's what that's from there. Yeah,
it looks like he's pulling it up now and getting back behind the Mercedes. No, he's going to have to go back behind the 24 car, the Mercedes there. Yeah, so travelling slowly, and he wants to do this in a nice little fashion because the Porsche is right there as well. He wants to slot into that gap, so this is going to be treacherous now with Dylan Walker on the outside. He gets the job done though, really nicely done there from Dean Mackay. Got that position redressed, and tactically as well, without losing another spot to Harley Galea, who was right there poised to strike. But apart from that, how's your day going out there now that it's started raining?
I mean, it's gone pretty good so far. We've had a pretty clean run up until I think there was a lap car there that was just a little bit held us up in the elbow, which gave us our first set of incident points. But other than that, we've had a really clean run. Our strategy's gone to par so far. My teammate Daniel Poulton's been really good in the dry. I mean, I can't put any of us to a fault so far, but it's been really good.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you've been up there for the most part, a few safety cars and are buried in the pack there for a little while, but I mean, that restart there just recently was unreal. Good move up the inside and getting that job done off turn 1, I believe. It was really well. And now you're just turning the screws out in front. Daniel Poulton flying. He's got a 2.4 second advantage to John Merritt, who went that extra lap there when the rain first started to come down. Was that something you guys were considering, the timing of the wet tyres, or was it basically as soon as it starts raining, just strap them on and be ready for anything?
Yeah, well, we spoke about it prior to the rain coming down. Because of how quickly the rain was coming, any sign of rain, it was our first sign to pit. So we saw the rain up the top at McPhillamy and down towards the elbow. So we're like, this is the lap to come in. So that's what we did. We noticed Merritt went an extra lap, which we questioned internally a little bit, but we also had a little bit of a weird thing happen in our pit stop. We wouldn't let Daniel in the car until it pretty much dropped it off the jack, so we lost a little bit of the time there, but I mean, it was safety car anyway, so it's not like we're losing a lot of time. The race really doesn't start until there's like an hour left anyway, so we'll just keep plodding along for now, keep turning those laps and hopefully avoid any incidents. Yeah,
that's right. I was going to ask you what the strategy is for the remainder of the race, but you probably want to keep those cards a bit close to your chest there.
The strategy is to keep Daniel in the car during all wet laps, because he's just an absolute gun in the wet.
Yeah, you can see that out there in the lap times. He's just stretching that lead over John Merritt, who we've got on screen at the moment. He's got his hands full with Dylan Walker now chiming in behind, so he's making his life difficult The GT4 class has been, for the most part, fairly spread out throughout this race as well, considering how close everyone was in qualifying. So now that the rain's come down, you guys have been closer than ever, so it's a good bit of action up the front.
Well, that's it. The rain's the greatest equaliser, isn't it?
What they say.
I feel like
that's card's fun.
I feel like the reason why we're spread out so much in the dry is simply because of lap traffic. I mean, all the other classes are considerably slower than the GT4 class. So if you catch, say, an MX-5 or a Clio at the wrong time over the top, over the mountain, you're stuck behind it for, I don't know, maybe a good section of it until you can find a clean pass, which is, you're losing maybe like a second and a half just there alone. So
Yeah.
lap traffic is playing a big part, but now obviously we're adding a little bit of pavement lubricant, so it's just going to add another dynamic to the race in general.
Yeah, that's right. What about that restart when it was you and then a bunch of 86s behind, and then I forget who was in second place. I think it was the Porsche at the time. And then going early, knowing that they can't overtake until the control line. Was that your car, the 144, that pulled that manoeuvre?
Yeah, that was that was correct. We noticed that, and then we had a little bit of an internal discussion saying, what's the ruling on like overtaking? And then we all clarified that we're not allowed to overtake until the start, finish, or control line. So with us being ahead and about 4 GR86s between us and second place, it was an easy call for Danny to go early out of the chase. But unfortunately, there was a massive pile up on Mountain Straight, which caused another safety car. So pretty much null and void that kind of strategy. But if it had played out, we would have been well clear within that first lap.
You were, I think it was 7 seconds or something. Yeah.
It was a good little strategy play, but it just didn't turn out the way we wanted it.
Yeah, exactly. But no, that was the big brain moment of the day. I guess the restarts is where it's all been coming together, because you might find yourself with a Renault Clio in between you, and if you do go early, then you're just stuck at Clio pace until the control line. How early can you go? Did you ask that question? Can you?
You can go as early as soon as race control. As soon as race control call that the safety car's in the pits, you're allowed to go from there. So, I think on that restart, the safety car was called into pits midway through Conrod. So technically, we could have went then. And just probably got like a 30-second head start on the rest of the class. But I'm unsure if a lot of people would have liked that.
You don't want to take them. Use the advantage where you can find it, but don't take the mic.
Exactly. I mean, we're here to pretty much fringe the rules, so not cross them, but very very teeter on that line of rule breaking. I mean,
but if you do that, then they bring the safety car in later.
That's what happens when you're in competitive motor racing. I guess you want to try and get every competitive advantage you can over your competitors.
You just wait until the last set, like if there's like 20 minutes to go on a safety car restart and you have that same situation, that's when you hit it. That's when you hit it on the corner.
That's it.
Here we go, folks. We've got some racing here with the GT4 class. It's Dean Mackay and Walker side by side. Spray everywhere. You can hardly see him. Walker's off into the bunda. Can he pull it up here? He might even centre punch the back of Johnny Merritt there coming in. How did they both pull it up there? That is absolutely unbelievable stuff. Now this is proper nose to tail human centipede style here in the wet. Johnny Merritt, Walker in the middle, and Dean Mackay is the very back of this little triple bloody menage a trois pack here, and in the wet, it's just absolutely added some fire to these GT4s. And he's got the. Did he have the headlights are flashing there as well? Maybe not happy with that manoeuvre there, but they were just balls to the wall all the way through there. I don't know how he hung onto the track, Lindsay. That was quite exciting.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible stuff, and it's not done yet now as they head down the mountain straight, because Merritt is under a bit of fire here as Galea gets past Loxton as well for 5th position in the Porsche. But now here we go, Walker on the outside line, but he won't have the grip out there to do anything about it, and then the grip will come back to him in the mid-corner as he's cutting back, trying to get underneath Merritt here as they head towards the cutting, but surely not an overtake at the cutting in the wet weather, but we'll see how confident Dylan is feeling as he does look for it up the inside, late on the brace compared to John Merritt, getting that move done, and that invites Mackay into this one as well, but oh no, Merritt comes back with the electric exit with the inside as they head up through Reed Park, and it's side by side. Walker hits the wall. Now here comes Mackay on the outside line as they head through the top of the mountain here. This is going to be really, really close stuff through Solomon Park and now into McPhillamy, and Walker loses out twice because of that little moment. Wheel to Reed Park is never going to work. Now there's a slow Toyota with damage that can't even turn the outside front wheel is just absolutely crooked, and now it's side by side through Skyline in wet weather, and Mackay gets it done. What a move!
That is unbelievable stuff, folks. You don't see it in the dry, but you see it in the wet. How does this bloke fit his testicles in his race suit, folks? That is absolutely marvellous stuff. He's kept that under control and gets the pass done. Poor old Dylan Walker's dropped 2 positions in the space of half a lap. It's all happening here at Mount Panorama. Just add a bit of water for fun. It's all happening. And there's cars off in the back too. We've had a couple of crashes in the meantime. Brett Wassel here has had a moment coming down the hill in the GR86 number 23. Through this section, we've seen so many cars do it here in the exact same fashion. Look, it's basically a carbon copy of what happened earlier on, and gets collected by a couple of, when it was an MX-5 there coming through as well. So that would have been Adam Hughes. But he gets moving again, and the safety car stays in the pit lane for now. We thought there'd be a bit more of this, but the guys have handled the wet really nicely.
Replay that move.
Let's see it. Yeah,
I have no words.
Did you see
what
that?
we just witnessed?
That was unreal.
It felt like I was watching the 2025 Bathurst 1000 again.
Yeah.
Like, that was just some incredible racing by all 3 drivers.
Yeah, but around the outside of down the inside that turns to the outside through the middle bit, then the inside through the S's in the wet weather. Like, oh my word. So here they are, side by side. Mackay just on the wet line, has more grip, and then gets the inside through the S's and just gets it done. That's move of the day.
Yeah.
That's very reminiscent of the move we saw earlier on at the very first 10 minutes of the race. But in the wet weather in the GT4s, that is absolutely gutsy stuff. That is, yeah, that's big balls.
Yeah, it'll take a lot to top that as pass of the day so far. We've got more cars off. It's Baker. Oh, big old slide and a tank slapper there into the outside fence at turn 2. He's going to have to wait for a fair few cars to come through there as well. So he's under the pump. Callum Plummer's binned it again. He's out not having the best day out there in the 25. I think he's riding solo on this adventure as well. So maybe a bit of fatigue creeping in for the 25 car as he's again in an awkward spot on the exit of Forest Elbows. Not really where you want to be, and it's just lighting up red on my timings tower here at the same time. Brent Wassel's come off somewhere. Let's go and have a look at this. It's all just kicking off here with however many hours we've got to go, and this could be another carbon copy of what he did last time. No, one corner earlier and parked in a very inopportune spot. There's cars coming up. That's the GT4 class. They all got around him somehow. What is I mean, I'll tell you what, these guys at the front are on their game today. I would have just absolutely seen that coming around, shut my Dax and T-boned him.
Merritt particularly, that was really close. I thought Merritt was about to collect him and he got around him, but it's brought them all closer together again. But holy mackerel, I'm sure the underpants of a few of these drivers is just absolutely brown as you'd like there, looking like a jar of Nutella at the moment as they make their way out of the final corner. And Jake Edwards is on the outside line here, fighting Taylor into turn 1 now as down the inside goes the GT4 Mustang, and he gets it done as that is moved on for Poulton. Yeah, that is Poulton just clearing some lap traffic, so a lot going on here at the moment, but I'll tell you what, it is not slowing down in any degree as Edwards just continuing his run around this circuit in a nice little fight here, and they've got a Mazda in that as well. The Mazda looks to be pretty good in the rain.
Yeah, I mean, the balanced car generally, so you could probably just get all 4 tyres on the slide and have a little bit of fun with them. Whereas the GR86s as well, they're pretty good under. I mean, it's pretty hard to crash one of those in the dry. They seem to just stick to the track. You can throw them in, abuse them, and they just ask for more. As I said earlier, just spank me harder, Daddy, says the 86. Oh, God. It's true. You can absolutely punish those things, and they love it. But look at this, side by side up through the mountain here. The GT4s are coming through on this little battle pack that we've been focusing on, and the 86s with the Mazda there. Really bad, wowee, that's Mackay. All sorts of squirrely now through the puddles, and you can see the body language of that Mustang just all sorts of sideways. Here they go again, up the inside here, through McPhillamy. This is dicey. Merritt just sticking to the rear end of that GT4 as well. He's got to be careful coming into the braking zone across the hill here, because with the amount of spray that he's copping in his face, he won't be able to see much. You know, he's copping more than bloody Angela White in the face department there. It's hard to look at. It's getting to that point in the day, Lindsay, with 2 hours to go, 4 hours in. All the isms are coming out, but that is Poulton just steamed away, mate. Your teammate, 10 seconds clear of this battle pack and just flying in the wet.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, all the lap traffic and squabbling that's going on between the second, third, and fourth is helping us a lot. It's definitely more entertaining to watch than Poulton out ahead by 10 seconds, but I mean, I'm not going to complain either. Any chance my teammate gets for some clear air and clear racetrack, I'll take it for sure. Yeah,
I mean, these gaps might mean nothing anyway, considering the safety car's been deployed a fair few times today, and I fear it hasn't been the last time that it's been trundling around out there as well. So, that's pretty deep there from the AMG. He's just given up the ghost a little bit there, but Merritt holds on to P3. But yeah, no, look, it's one of those things. You get the gap out, and then the safety car comes in, reels you back in, and then track conditions change, and then it's kind of back to square one again. So I guess every stint is a mini race in itself.
Well, that's it, yeah. I mean, in these long endurance races, you just take it lap by lap, because nothing's certain until the last maybe half an hour, and even then it's still not certain. So pretty much last lap, that's where it's all or nothing. But for now, Danny's doing a great job in the wet. Like, I can't fault him. He's keeping it on track, keeping it clean, and hopefully this racing will clear up soon enough, and I can get back out there on a drying track.
There you go. So there's no set in concrete schedule for you getting back into the car, or it's just basically play it by ear and see what the weather does?
Yeah, pretty much. Hopefully, I'd like him to hand it over to me when it's dry. I'm not exactly the best at wet weather driving, but look, if it has to happen, it has to happen.
Yeah, that's right. As we see John Merritt there, just getting into the wall. Oh no, he's lost it there. He's all sorts of sideways into the kitty litter there at the top of the hill. He's managed to keep it straight though, only loses one position out of it, and probably about 6 or 7 seconds in the timing department too. So car stays straight, no damage, just a little bit of damage to the ego perhaps as well, especially when they were, Lindsay Martin, they were pumping him up in the chat about him being a wet weather specialist. So he's just gone and proved them all wrong there.
Yeah, well, we'll see how he goes over the rest of the wet weather stint. But, Chris, it has been very, very rainy the last little while now. And I got you at about 2 hours into the race to sum up the first 2 hours. What about the last 2 hours? In 3 words, by the way. Because you had 3 words last time, you used 4. Let's see if you can use your tiny Queenslander.
So I'll even up the score, and I'll go 2 this time. Yeah, I'll say wet as.
Wet as?
Wet as,
there
bro.
we go.
There's been some more red pop up on my timing tower here. It looks like Dan Stevens has come up with it.
Oh, there we go.
Sorry about that.
He's getting all of the beverages.
No.
That's a pile up. That's Anastakis.
Yeah. And the Renault of Dan Stevens chiming in on the scene at the wrong time there as well. For Team Polaris, or Team Middle Finger Racing. One of the regulars there at Aussie Car as well. Didn't see that coming, and how could you? Because it's down the hill and around from the world-famous dipper here at Mount Panorama. So we've seen many a car come a gutser through there, just an old momentum swing, inertia through that little section, and the rear wheels losing a bit of grip as I have a little snack in the background.
Yeah, as I think it's probably about that time as well that we let our friend here in the commentary box get back to work in the engineering department. So thank you.
They might fire me for slacking off.
Yeah, thank you for joining us here and giving us a little bit of insight into the race. And if you want to pop back in later on, just sit in the waiting room and you'll be back sure enough. And thanks for being in here.
No, it's been a pleasure being here. Glad I can come and have a yarn with you while my teammate does all the hard work.
Yeah, and just trying not to die in the wet while you're just sitting here sat back with the commentators having a great time.
Yeah, that's it.
All right, cheers, mate.
Thanks, guys, for having me.
Right, mate. Good luck.
So now we continue back on in our broadcasting ventures. And at the moment, it looks like Walker and Mackay are getting closer together again. That Mercedes showing off just a little bit of pace here at the moment in the grand scheme of the wet pace department. And yeah, he's closing up a lot there. So that gap now about 8.5 tenths of a second as they head down the Conrod Straight. And there's been a swap as well between Major and Newton. But I think, that might have been an incident because Newton's dropping back a lot.
Yeah, he's gone off the track here. Let's have a quick look. He's coming into... lost it.
Yeah, it's easy to do.
Yeah, I held... no, I think it could be a part two here. No, he got it back out. Lost the position to Major. But Haycock, mind you, in this class, he's 18 seconds clear. What a drive from him in the wet. And since the last restart, which wasn't that long ago, to be fair, has just absolutely buggered off down the street. And here we look back to Dylan Walker as well, who has made up a number of gaps, a number of seconds to the car in front of Dean Mackay. We saw just a little bit earlier him going a little bit deep, and he was like right up underneath. So now he's clawed his way back, and that gap is just shrinking ever so slightly on every lap. They're starting to come up to a bit more lap traffic as well. Will he clear him by the time they get into Griffins here? It's going to be close. I think that just the overspeed there of the GT4 coming into the braking zone is just too much. And you know what? It really puts it into perspective when you see the GT4 car, right, and compared to the other classes that are on track here at the moment, which are basically, road cars with better tyres on them, how much difference it is between the GT4 cars and them. And then you think about your bigger endurance events where you've got GT3 and LMPs and all that sort of stuff going around and making these GT4s look like the Clio at certain places.
Yeah, I mean GT3s end up looking like the Clio when you put them next to a hypercar. I mean, you sit there and you look at a GT3 M class car in an endurance race and they're like a mobile chicane. Yeah. But then you put a GT3 against a GT4 and the GT4 looks like it's standing still. So it does really put it into perspective. But Chris, I feel like it's almost that time where we're approaching that point. It's been about 2 hours since our last break. It could be time for an onboard lap.
Yeah, it sounds good. Sorry, you caught me in a mid-mouthful there of my little afternoon snack. Got to keep the substance in to keep the entertainment beamed into your eyeballs, folks. Straight down the optic nerve into the old BRAINs. But let's go on. We did Mercedes already, so... maybe someone in the chat can... first one in best dressed. Which driver do you want to go on a hot lap or two around Mount Panorama in the wet? I'll wait for the comments to come in. Whoever gets in first, we will go on board with. Get to hear the engine roar, or possibly...
Well, surely someone says...
one of the Clios. Yeah. Someone says the Clio, or the safety car or something stupid like that. No, it's going to be... still waiting on it. It's a 25 to 30 second delay, plus however long it takes to get the thumbs working or the fingers. Safety car best dressed. Yeah, I knew someone was going to do it. Thank you. It's the Kiwi. If we can get the safety car out there, we're right on board.
X5.
Yeah, let's do that. Which one is closest to the end of the lap? It's going to be Uzi coming into the car chase right now. So we'll go from here, ladies and gentlemen. Turn up your speakers, because we're going to turn up the engine sound and get an onboard lap in the wet here, courtesy of Adam Hughes for OPR Gammaflare Sim Racing. We'll be back in just a moment here on Sensational TV. All right, we're back, folks. Recharged and ready for the last 1 hour and 45 minutes here at the Prnz Gammaflare Bathurst 6 hour. And what a race it has been. Poulton out there to a 13-second lead. Absolutely accelerating away from the field in the wet weather. He's proved himself to be a wet specialist here. And that Mustang is just suiting him to a T around here. The Mustang of Dean Mackay, the sister team in TriStar Racing, has got that position up into P2 as well. Chased down by Dylan Walker. That gap was steady around the 1 second mark, and it's just gapped out to about a 1.5 second now. So we thought he was on a bit of a charge there in the AMG, but maybe just running out of puff a little bit, or just encountering some lap traffic as they are now. Oh goodness me, there's quite a gaggle, and that is the safety car out there as well. So we do get to ride on board with the safety car in the end.
Yeah, but what have we missed?
What have we missed? It looks as if, Plummer has crashed. We can go back and have a look at him. He's already crashed. He's already in a bit of bad state there. So he's parked it on the main straight. Not a danger to anyone stopped there. We've got Kim Roffey as well as Kamagutsa somewhere. Have a look.
Baker as well had a meatball until a moment ago.
Yeah, over the top. This looks like, big snap.
That'd be it.
Sideways. And
Oh, yeah.
Almost saved it. That would have been marvellous. Gets it going again, but I think this could cause maybe something else, because might need a little bit more than that to get a safety car happening.
Well, that Toyota behind him is already moving slowly.
Yeah, maybe this was already once the safety car was called.
Baker was in the pit lane for a black and orange before he disappeared.
Let's try this one. Dan Stevens has come off in the Clio as well.
Clio.
Yeah, this is going to be it. Blocking the track down through the dipper. Oh, big old swing there. Front wheel drive. Nail it. Get that front end around. Couldn't do it. Oh, no,
he's fine.
He's fine as right. He keeps on moving. Let's go back. Get back in time more. Let's see what Kim Roffrey's done here. This is the lap previous, heading backwards down the track. Maybe this is it. Just in an unsafe manner, reversing, cannot get it around. Back out onto the circuit. Awkward spot. Big puddle there on the outside too. That's going to cause some issues later on. Roffrey, James Doyle is Kamagutsa as well at 4:12, so that was 6 minutes ago. I don't know. Maybe just compounding injuries there for the race control team, and they thought, we just saw that one, or was it a different one?
No, this is a different one.
Yeah.
The 24th. Read the chat, Chris.
25's had more hits than Bonnie Blue today. Oof. You wouldn't want to be the, number 999 in that bloody line, would you? That was a major step backwards for the human race. I've got a feeling that old debacle. Goodness gracious me. That's a conversation for possibly post 8:30 p.m. We're going to get there tonight too, I think.
In the Aussie Sim Racing.
Aussie Sim
I don't
Racing.
know if they'd be a fan of that type of conversation during the Gen 3s.
Oh, they love it. Don't you worry about that.
They love it? Oh,
yeah. Myself and Zach unleashed for that one. They've told us many a times. Get as drunk as you want, and let the big dog off the leash.
Let the big dog eat.
So we do. Yeah. yeah. It's a bit of an adult-only broadcast for that series, folks. So
it's after 8:30, so all the kids are meant to be in bed.
Yeah, well, and it's YouTube as well. So I mean, kids should be supervised by their parents whilst watching YouTube. But yeah, the two leaders are in. Mackay, Poulton, Walker, all three of them coming in. It looks like the team McLaren has swapped drivers as well. Gaderick out there in place of John Merritt. So he's going around. He will take over the lead of this race, but he will still be buried in the pack here, as the front of the pack is one of the...
Surely they get let through.
That's Haycock there in the Revolution Racing. Will they get out in front? That is the Mercedes, who's definitely had more hits than Bonnie Blue. That thing has been in the wars today.
I mean, that thing's had more hits than bloody Lime Roads, mate.
Oh, and combined,
it's off the charts, mate.
Dean Hanley says, watching from a family event. Well, hopefully you've got the sound turned down a little bit. Better way to watch you guys.
And socialise.
Yeah.
He gets it.
Yeah, that's right. It's like, it's like people that hold a wedding on a Saturday night or on a grand final day. I've heard of this happening, folks. A wedding being planned for that special Sunday in September.
Yeah,
And it's
I will
goodness.
be watching the grand final. Thank you.
Yeah, stuff your wedding. I mean, even if it was my missus that had planned it, I'd decide, all right, can I, beam it in via Zoom? Because I'll be at the pub watching it with the boys, yeah.
I mean, that's why Chris Munro lives on the couch, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, that's right. Bringing it full circle back to the start of the podcast.
Mate. Yeah, mate. That is reason number 2. Chris Munro lives on the couch. In fact, it's turning into a bit of a dog kennel. She's developing a cage around the couch to just keep him there.
Yeah, that's right.
At the moment, she just hasn't gotten the lock on the door sorted out yet, which is why he's allowed out.
Beautiful comment there from Hans B1 4188. It says, tell the bride and groom that you'll go to the next one. And that's a fair call too, because I mean, it's not going to last long if she's planning it on grand final day. Dead set. For one, there'll be no one there, and two, that's just
no, it's worse. Mother-in-law's birthday.
Tell her I say hello, Dean Hanley, Chris Munro. Personalised message.
Get it beamed on the TV, full volume, Dino. Just drown everybody out, mate.
That's right.
That's how it should be done. Who wouldn't want to listen to the dulcet tones of Chris Munro and Lindsay Muddle on a random Sunday?
That's right, folks. In the commentary box, it is Chris Munro, and that is me, Lindsay Muddle, joining me all day and half the night as well. Who was it earlier that the Bush Mechanic reckons he's, a bit of a commentator? If you want, mate, jump into the Simsational Discord. The link should be in the description box below. And make yourself known in there, and we can have a chat about some future broadcasts and getting yourself involved.
To do that, so.
Oh, you have? So he's probably joined in. I haven't been able to watch because I've got all this, this Bathurst 6 hour happening. So there's quite a lot to
Dino says, hang 5, say it again. Chris, I'll pump the volume. Oh. And then Brendan says, I'll listen to Chris, unsure about Mr. Mastercard model.
Yeah, you just tell me when, Dino, and you give me the cue, and away we go. Give it about 20 seconds, though, I think it takes for the
Hansby might as well go into a JB Hi-Fi and leave the stream on one of the computers. Yes.
Oh, please do.
I love that idea.
Yeah,
put it on like all of the 100-inch display TVs that are all synced up.
Yes.
And just have this 6-hour broadcast on loop all day.
Oh, bring in the ideas, folks. Chat, give us your best ideas on how to perform a bit of guerrilla warfare in terms of getting the stream in front of more eyes, because,
says go now.
Oh, go now. Oh, Kirsty's mum, it is a happy 21st birthday to you from all of the Simsational team here. Myself, Chris Munro, Lindsay Muddle, and Dean Hanley later on once he gets home from the wonderful celebrations happening for your 21st birthday. So, I was going to sing it for you, but I think we'd lose a few viewers in the time. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. You look like a Batman and you smell like one too. Hey, all right. Happy birthday out there, and sorry for the singing. Back to the racing.
Hold on. We had how many viewers at the start of that? We had 50, and now we have 48.
Yeah, I expected that.
Two viewers is fine.
I expected
we can afford to lose 2 viewers. Dead set.
Oh, look, you never know. Someone might like the singing. It could be a record producer out there. Yeah, I know. Red Fury says my ears are bleeding. Thanks, mate. I'm a professional singer, mind you. Take that into consideration.
You should have pulled out the professional vocals, mate.
No way. I'm going to serenade the entire stream. People's girlfriends are watching, folks.
Oh, dead set.
Don't want that. Oh, someone's mentioned KFC in the chat there as well. I'll be...
why'd you do that?
I'm very hungry.
Because I couldn't even find a snack during the break.
There's some more wave rounds happening here as well. That's one of the... Let's see if I can get that car off in the distance.
Dave McCree, menu TVs at KFC can be accessed wireless with your phone.
Oh, is that...
Stream away.
Is that a fact?
Is that a confirmed fact? Because I will put a Simsational broadcast on a KFC TV in my lifetime if that is the thing.
That's brilliant. Life hacks here at Simsational TV.
have a function so we can donate money towards charities like Trademark to give teams penalties for no reason.
Well, I'll tell you what.
Like the Jimmy Broadbent 23 hours of Zolder.
Is that what he does? Well, he's rich enough to, forward on any donations. Us here at Sensational TV, we take the donations and put it towards keeping our computers afloat because I'll tell you what.
I would argue that you're putting it to keep yourself out of the cage.
Oh, I'm already in the cage. I just pay for KFC and shit like that to keep the spirits high.
Well, no, but you've got to pay to leave the couch. Like you're in the cage, on the couch.
She's always putting her hand in.
Your partner just forces you to pay exit.
Yeah, exit fees.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's why I'm stuck there all the time. Can't afford to, mate. Not in today's economy. Goodness me, who can pay for such luxuries? Certainly not me, folks. But,
no, certainly not
me. Struggling university students. It's all happening for me. Goodness gracious. Back to the racing. We're still under safety car conditions here, folks, as the cars are getting waved around. I think that should be the last of them, but race control do have a big job on their hands to get them. No, you'll be happy to know I've just filled up a glass of red cordial, so the last couple of hours are going to be good here in the commentary box. Feel sorry for the Aussie Sim Racing Gen 3 series that's coming up after the Australian... Yeah, we've got the Motorsport Australia Aussie Racing Cars series happening straight after this.
What track are they at?
Simmons Plains, folks, down there.
I've never even watched a race there. I'm not going to lie to you, Chris.
Oh, it's a fantastic racetrack. It's small, it's tight, and it's got one of the tightest hairpins of all racing in the world. I'm trying to think if I can think of something off my top of my head. Anyone can rival the hairpin. Turn 4, I believe, at Simmons Plains. I don't think there is a tighter one, folks.
Is that the downhill hairpin?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know that hairpin. I don't know the rest of the track, but I know that hairpin.
Yeah, Monaco comes to mind, but that is way bigger than the Simmons Plains one. No, I'm going to rack my brain thinking, but maybe...
Safety car restart time. And
Snetterton?
It's not a leading car picking us off the field. It's one of the Mustangs in Class C that will lead this field away. Gaderick is the overall leader, though. He sits in third. He should clear them immediately, but the critical thing is that he cannot overtake these Mustangs that take away the restart until the control line. So he's still going to be pacing himself even when the Mustang puts the foot down.
Yeah, he's got he's got an 86 behind him. Then the next car in line overall, which is Harley Galea in the Porsche. So just one car separating those two guys. So in turn, he probably poised to strike here. He can just sit behind the Mustang. Maybe have a dip up into turn 1. I assume he will because the acceleration on that thing really nice. Here he goes now. We are underway. That was a really late go there from Haycock. But here comes the McLaren up the inside. There's headlights ablaze in the back. Just turns on the side of the McLaren there as well. I'm not sure if we saw the bright yellow car up the inside of him there. But here comes the Porsche as well. Harley Galea getting a really good run now. So the two GT4 cars are now joined by Henry King. The top three are all there. Danny Poulton is just getting his way through the spray there as well. You can see him followed by the other team car of Dean Mackay, the number 43. So all the GT4s just filtering through by the end of the straight, and it is Haycock that takes over in P1 of Class C, should I say. Class B is this guy here, and he's, no one to battle with, no worries. He's just having a good old time there in the BMW, looking good as well. Up in front, there's a couple of cars going side by side from Class C. There's a car facing the wrong way there. I can't tell if it's a GT4. It is. It's the 203 of Henry King has been turned around at the cutting. Oh no, he's just nosed it into the wall again. More action.
That's a lot of damage.
That's going to be another safety car, I think, if he cannot get it going.
No, he's got it.
Can get it going, but big damage. Let's see what happened here, folks. From the top view, looks like he's going to do it all on his own here, just dipping it in. Rear end coming around, little
just gets
compression
caught in the
lock up
wall.
almost, and then bouncing off the wall pinball style, and then having to wait.
The bumper just falls off.
Yeah,
it's
just-
like on the car, comes to a stop, bonk.
Deleting itself off the front end there, and it looks like John Trott has had a moment as well. We're going to go back and have a look at that one. Here he comes now in the OPR 86 entry. It's going to be in that same spot there. Oh no, he's just had to get out of it, checked up because the car in front was just
that's
travelling a little bit slower than he thought, and that's big damage there. He's going to have to
dead car.
He's going to have to tow that back. It'll be interesting. We'll see what happens there in terms of safety car, whether that needs to happen. But up the front, the GT4, sorry, 4 of them. You could throw a blanket over all 4 of them. Again, doing that human centipede style thing. And then you've got the AMG there just tuning in on the back, and he will be a part of this party in no time as they, once they start battling it out. But it looks like, Lindsay, the rain's buggered off, and maybe just a little bit of sunshine poking through in that last camera angle.
Yeah, it looks like there is potential for it here in the last hour and a half that we do go dry again, but it takes a long time for Mount Panorama to dry up. But what's interesting now, this safety car has emerged more than a few situations because you've got the fastest guy in the rain out here today, Poulton, just currently sitting in 3rd position with overtakes to make here in the wet weather. Then you have Mackay back into it, which is good for him because he had that moment earlier on where he fell out of it. But then a driver who was in 2nd so long ago, all the way in the first hour and a half of this race, Galea, is right back into it in 2nd place in that Porsche GT4, on the scene, on the podium places, and it's good to see. An hour and a half to go, anybody's guess for the overall win, and that's Galea making a mistake there, but able just to correct it there, nearly flying into the back of Gadarick as they make their way through the cutting. This is going to be really, really close stuff through the next hour and a half of racing action, I suspect, because this is not looking like it's going to slow down at any point, but my eyes are firmly stuck on Poulton. And here we go. Poulton into McPhillamy. This would be brave. It's side by side. There's wheel rubbing. Door banging the lot here, but he gets it done. Now the Porsche is stuck in the huge puddle. Now there goes Mackay. Once again, it's Skyline sweeping through the outside, getting that move done, and Galea just drops off to P4 there from 2nd position. Poulton with a brave move. There was a lot of hard racing, but in my opinion, that's completely fair game. And then the Porsche just got stuck in the mud in that really deep puddle that's on the exit of McPhillamy. It ends races. Luckily, in this case, it didn't. It just slowed them up, but that was absolutely supreme driving from Daniel Poulton to get that move done. Yeah. Now they've got to chase Gadarick, but here comes Mackay trying to potentially fight their teammate as they head towards the chase. So here we go, Mustang on Mustang action. I think Dean might have backed out of it here as they head into the chase. They don't want inter-team crashes here. They just want to go chase Gadarick, and that is what Poulton is doing.
Ah, certainly. What? Can someone confirm in the chat that that Daniel Poulton struggles with day-to-day life, pushing a wheelbarrow around just to carry his balls around in? That is just 2 of the biggest overtakes we've seen in the wet, side by side across the top of the mountain. Another mistake there from Galea there, and that lets Dylan Walker through in the AMG as well. So things going from bad to worse there from the Porsche, but he's still thereabouts. You can see he can see the race leader there out the front of his windscreen, so he's not too worried yet. Still plenty of time to go. An hour and a half, just under an hour and a half, mind you. And between each one of these stoppages, it feels like just little mini races just kicking off, and the complexion changes up and down the order. But Gadarick now just holding court, but I tell you what, he's got a very keen Danny Poulton behind, who is pushing him along at a rate of knots, filling up the mirrors here of that little McLaren. Look at the size difference as well. That tiny little McLaren looks like one of the Mazda MX-5s in comparison to the big lumbering GT4 Mustang up there. The thing's huge, but in the same class, mind you, and very similar lap times over a stint. But I tell you what, Poulton is in no mood to be sticking around. He is looking racy as anything, and he's going to be pushing Gadarick to the absolute limit here. Is he going to try another one, Lindsay?
Yeah, it looks like he could be sizing one up because he's going so much faster than Gadarick. And here we go into McPhillamy. This is where he made it last lap. This time it's not quite happening. But what about Skyline? We saw them make a move here earlier, and they are showing the nose on the deeper outside line. But once again, They're just being a bit more patient. There's no need to go for anything crazy again. And they have the time. In fact, they have more than enough time to get the move done, to get back into the lead, and probably one more pit stop left in this race still to go as well. So there's still a bit of strategy. Oh man, Mackay nearly wiping out his teammate there at Forest Elbow, but here we go onto the straight. Polton versus Gaderick versus Mackay, but it looks like Polton got a poor exit off of Forest Elbow and is now actually under more pressure from Mackay than he is putting pressure onto Gaderick, which is not ideal, but also they shouldn't battle here as team cars. I think they're just going to stay stationed like they did last lap as Galea's dropping off the back of this top 5 fight. And yeah, this is some... Oh, no! I thought Mackay was gone there. I'm not going to lie to you. Every braking zone, Mackay's braking a lot later than Polton. It shows on the exit. I mean, he's just overcommitting the entries here, and that could be the difference in the driving style. But someone in the chat has just pointed out something that I feel the need to point out. Yeah, the BOP has been done absolutely exceptionally by the organisers. These cars are so close on pace in a category on iRacing that's normally dominated by the Ford Mustang. They've managed to get it so close to the point where, yes, you have two Mustangs up the front, but the McLaren and the Porsche are also really fast, same as the Mercedes. This is absolutely amazing BOP.
Yeah, and credit to the drivers as well. They've all come to party today and they've all done the practice. And you can tell that, you know, as soon as they kicked off in qualifying today, I think there was only a few tenths covering the top 7 of the GT4 class, so it was always destined to be a close race. Once they got going in the dry, though, there was a lot of opportunistic overtakes when it came down to splitting their way through the pack when they came up on the blue flaggers. But and that sort of was the difference between a lot of these drivers, as they did space out a lot in that dry section of this race. So the first half was all dry. But now that they started in the wet, and there's been a few restarts as well, so they've had pretty much clear running. Oh, that's Mackay off the circuit there, deleting his rear bumper too. That'll be Walker up the inside, and maybe some damage there on the 43 car. Dean Mackay just very wide there through the grate, scraping up against the wall. It's cost him the position and possibly more, because I don't know, it looks a little bit dicey there through that section, and it seems to be raining again, or is it? No, it's not. The rain stopped, but it's still very wet out there. Oh no, the AMG, that's Walker. He's lost it. He's gone. He's into the barrier and deleted the rear bumper on that thing. Rear wing's gone. That is big damage there for Dylan Walker, and heartbreak for Momentum Racing. They were right there, poised to strike.
Yeah, they really were. They were right there. Walker was doing so well. But now we cut to the lead fight, because Polton is under 2 tenths underneath the rear wing of Gaderick as they head into the chase. This is really close stuff. The Mustang unable to get alongside. But what about the exit now as they head through out of the chase and towards Murray's? Will we see Polton go for it here at the final corner? Is it the time that he's going to go? He's looking for the inside, but he backs out of it. Gaderick defending just a little bit, but yeah, back to Walker and also Mackay, who might still be in this, but they have deleted their rear bumper. They've been driving so well, and then here, just in the space of one lap, 2 cars making a mistake inside the GT4 class uncharacteristically, but it just shows that an endurance race is so testing. Mistakes can and will creep in at any imaginable moment, all the way until you see the checkered flag. So I think we'll see more of that over the next hour and 20 minutes, and that is absolutely fantastic to see this close fighting. But let's go back down to Class C, Chris, because we're seeing a little bit of battling here between Chapman, Barnhill, and even Haycock as well in the Ford Mustang. It looks like the Toyotas are about to start scrapping again.
Yeah, that's what they do best. And we saw some of the biggest gaggles of cars in together. There's a car off the circuit there. I think that's Haycock, has made a big mistake. Oh, crossed up as well on the exit. So he goes down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6th in class, after leading the Class C for quite some time. The car looks a little bit damaged still, possibly not opting to get that damage fixed after his little misadventure earlier on, but it's hurting him in the grand scheme of things. Look at this. Here comes Chapman Barnhill up the inside of Chapman and gets the job done out of turn one. Really nicely done, and uses up all the exit too, sort of shutting the door on Chapman, saying, oh, well, mate, now it's your turn to have a crack. We're right on board and see how close he is. He will be underneath the rear wing here, taking advantage of the suck, but it's Barnhill sticking to that inside run. He's going to force Chapman to go around the long way, around the outside trailer park girl style. Will he do it? It's going to be wet out there, and he does just hold on to him. They're going to go side by side again. Let's get the top view because Edwards is now on the scene. It's a nice little triple three-way. He's going to give him a push up into the inside. I don't know if he wants that either because he's really got to judge his braking zone coming into this part of the circuit. We've seen a few cars come a gutser there as well. Side by side again still, but it's Barnhill that gets the better of it, and Edwards too. A really tardy exit there from Chapman, and maybe just squeezing him to the inside fence there as well, possibly contact on both sides at the same time. They all come out of it unscathed, however, in single file, and it is Barnhill that has made the overtake stick, and off he goes down the way. Look at them all just starting to line up as well. Edwards is there. He's got company in front. That's Haycock as well, so he'll be, as we've seen all day, really, the Mustangs are pretty slow across the top of the mountain, but then they really start to stretch their legs down the big old straights here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, and it's been... he nearly whacks the wall on the exit there, but he's gotten a really compromised exit for that. Now, here comes Edwards in the background, not quite going up the inside there. Just waiting behind. That's a whack of the wall there on the exit from Chapman. This will allow Haycock to get even closer now as they make their way down the Conrod Straight. And also there is a meatball flag, but luckily it's only the Class B BMW M2. So they're winning their own race despite this. That's quite a bit of damage for that M2. You don't even have to push the car, son. All you've got to do is cruise it at 60 kilometres an hour for 6 hours. But, anyway.
That's not fun.
He's had some fun with it, and it's not like it's going to hurt him at all. As he continues to make his way around and back to this little fight here.
Actually, we've got to go to the lead.
Edwards as well. We've got to go to the lead now because Gadderick and Poulton close together once again through this very, very tricky part of the racetrack where Poulton has just been putting the pressure on consistently for the last few laps, and Gadderick just not flinching, not making any huge mistakes. But it is surely going to boil over soon enough here because this is just getting so close between these two drivers, and Gadderick driving like an absolute champion at the moment to hold off Poulton with no mistakes.
Yeah, that's right. 15 minutes to go until the 1 hour left mark. So that we'll probably get to what we call the golden lap, where you can come in, fill up, put on whatever tyres you're going to think that are going to get you to the end, and possibly not have to come into the pit lane again. And that's when we'll see proper balls to the wall racing, and we'll also get an idea about how the different strategies all line up towards the end. So 15 minutes to go till we get to that magical 5 hour mark. As we saw in the first stint, it is possible to go, I think, an hour and 10 on a full tank of fuel. One of the Mustangs making it that far. Will we see it stretched out? So possibly another 6 minutes before we get another car in, but anyone's guess. But I think they will start to pit around that hour to go mark, or Lindsay Muddle, they might just be waiting for another safety car to come out on circuit, because that is that's a very real option that could happen here. The safety car driver, Caleb Peterson, has been very busy today. He's been out on circuit quite a few times. And I'll tell you what, if you get caught maybe coming in for a pit stop a couple of laps before the actual safety car comes out, that can be very detrimental to your race. When the guys around you could just pit under safety car conditions and get straight back out on the circuit. No harm, no foul done there. So I reckon there's a lot of drivers that are going to try and push this next stint as far as humanly possible to make sure there might not be any sort of safety car kerfufflery happening at the end.
Yeah, well, Gallia's come into the pits in the Porsche with an hour and 15 to go. That'll be a fuel-saving job and a half to get that car to the end. This is going to be quite interesting. But now we look at Edwards on the back of Chapman as they head down the Conrod Straight. All the bump drafting in the world at the moment as they make their way now towards the chase. So this is going to be a critical moment for Jake Edwards now as he looks up the inside but can't quite get alongside here. I think the wet lines are changing the overtaking into the chase a lot because you can't go all the way to the inside because there's a huge puddle there, and also you naturally have the car in front of you. Even if they're not trying to defend, they go out wide off of the chase to cut through and take the correct wet line, as now Hamish Barnhill's under pressure. He's going slowly compared to Chapman and Edwards, and now Edwards wins out from that because now he's on the inside of Chapman and gets that move done because Hamish just parked it on the inside of the final corner, and now that puts him under pressure from Jake Edwards instead. So a little bit of changing up going on at the moment, and now we'll see Jake Edwards put the pressure onto Hamish Barnhill down the mountain straight.
Yeah, we'll ride on board with Edwards if we can. We'll ride on board with Chapman because he's at the back of this little pack. He can see both of these drivers, and he'll have the the advantage of the double suck, if you will. You've got to pay twice for that. Don't you worry about it. Barnhill going to the inside run here. He's going to try and block him off as Edwards looks around the outside. Really sends it in deep there. Will it be enough? Can he keep it off the wall, that is? Sacrifices his exit, and it will be Barnhill that takes over just for the time being. There's just a slight overlap, but it is Edwards that it is Edwards that just jumps back in to single file running, slings it up the inside there. Barnhill gives him room. They bang doors on the exit here up the cutting. This is fantastic racing. Barnhill now back with the advantage in front, and it will be hopefully this across the top of the mountain. Or what I say, hopefully, I'm a commentator. I'm still thinking like a race car driver. I don't want anyone up the inside across McPhillamy. Who the hell does? But I tell you what, if you're watching from the comfort of your own home, then mate, go 3 wide here. I don't give a rat's toss bag. Here we go now. It's Barnhill at the front. We got Edwards chasing him down, looking very pacey. Might even look for a move here. He showed the nose down through Skyline, through the S's. I don't think that move was going to work, but certainly put Barnhill on notice. He's looking in his rearview mirrors now thinking, Jesus Christ, this guy might sling it up the inside at any opportunity, and taking the wide line through Forrest's elbow, just opening the door for him, giving him a written invitation and slapping the outside wall for good comfort. Off he goes, and there goes Edwards, released from this little battle pack, and that fizzles out to Edwards up into 4th in class.
Yep, so this is now we're starting to see the final form of how this last hour of the race is going to go. We've got 12 minutes until the final hour begins, and it looks like we're on board with the safety car.
Yeah, someone asked what the view was like from the safety car. There you go.
Yeah, just sitting behind the actual iRacing safety car, which is also a Porsche. Quiz that one. Just Porsche sitting behind a Porsche. One of them pretending to be the safety car. As now McVie. I'm going to go McVie. We haven't seen them on broadcast yet, I don't think. I've not called their name, at least.
No.
Over the course of 4 hours and 49 minutes. So they finally get a bit of screen time, a bit of love here.
Well, it's one of the koala cars, so it's definitely,
the car we've looked at, they've just not been in the car.
Yeah, just doing all their stints at the very end. Maybe possibly had his own mother-in-law's, Is that the safety car? No, that's a Porsche. Safety car's not out there. No, we're good.
It's Glare. It's Glare, sorry.
Yeah. No, all good there in that fashion. But it is not the safety car. There's two safety cars. Yeah. He's having a fair bit of damage repaired on that thing. This could be a disaster. He could have had the win taken away from him in a very dramatic fashion. Poor bastard.
Yeah.
Gattarick at the front. Yeah. Oh, man. We did say something like that too. I don't want to commentators cursing, but fucking hell. Anyway, Gattarick out there in front. He's actually gapped Poulton now by 1.4 seconds. Poulton maybe just starting to think about the final stint here, whether he needs to do some fuel saving to get him home, to maybe reduce the pit stop time next time they come around. So I know the very smart team there at 144 in Antic Motorsports, they'll be doing the sums behind the scenes to make sure they put themselves in the best opportunity, or give themselves the best opportunity to win this race. But the McLaren, I'll tell you what, really nicely done there from him and Johnny Merritt. They've been up and about. They've been down the order. They've been up the order. Since the rain came down, they've been more towards the pointy end of this race. So keep an eye on that. They've just given up the ghost, and Poulton's there ready to strike now. He's made up a second over the last 4 or 5 corners. So keep an eye on this battle. I was about to cut away because the 86s are getting stuck into each other as they always do. But for the race win overall, we've got to stick here because now Gadderick has come up on some 86 traffic there. The Koala car getting very sideways indeed. Wouldn't that be a story for the ages? A lap traffic car just, losing it in front of the lead pair. Look at this. Poulton maybe looking for a dip up here in the Forest Elbow. He doesn't. Slots in behind. Thinks about it and probably wants a fair exit here. Bit of a scrape on the exit from Gadderick as well. You can see the bodywork on that McLaren has had a fair few scrapes along the wall too. It's seen better days, but I'll tell you what, if you can come home with P1, it doesn't matter if your car's a little bit bent.
Yep, that is 100% the case, just pushing the limits. But I'll tell you what, Chris, 4 hours and 52 minutes into this race, and we've still not seen a Forest Elbow overtake.
Is that right? Yep. I mean, we have seen one where cars have gone off and hit the outside barrier and made their way through.
But like the Bathurst 2014 up the inside. It's Forest Elbow type move.
You know what?
I
find that
move too. It's just
in the real world, you see it a lot more often than you do in the sim. I still don't understand why you do that. And I mean, it's not until you drive this track in the sim that you realise that it's how little time you've got to get on the brakes and make that move happen. Whether it's because
do it a lot.
You do it a lot.
Yeah.
Well, you're just too good, mate. That's we can't all be.
I'm not tooting my own horn. I'm just saying, like, it's. I mean, I've had it done on me a lot. It's not saying it over the last 4 hours and 53 minutes now.
Yeah, I think I'm a little bit more cautious, possibly behind the wheel. I will never send it up the inside if I think it's going to end in disaster, and you just never know.
Well, he says that. He says that until we put him on broadcast where he's doing a league race and he bombs it from 55 car lengths back and kills the entire grid.
I would never.
Put him in scubas put him at scuba and GR86s and just see how quickly that moral goes out the window.
You don't have very much. You don't have very much opportunity to do that. Oh no!
Oh no!
Barnhill.
Oh, that is a huge crash there from Barnhill. Here, 7 minutes to the last hour, and there's just I was going to say a huge crash. It was a big contact. The car doesn't look too bad, actually.
No.
So I think, actually, that front left looks pretty dreary.
Not too much steering damage. A little bit, maybe left hand down, but
just probably 10 degrees left hand down.
Yeah.
When push comes to shove, but they do have the storming Milner coming up behind them. So. Milner out
back.
of the pits. But to finish overall in 8th, it's where they were. They do need to make up a bit of time, but they shouldn't have a problem doing that in this car in the last hour. As long as they keep it out of the wall, they should end up finishing 8th overall, where they were sitting from, lights to flag, lights to 4 hours and something minutes before they binned it. And they'll continue to charge back towards that position. But they get a bit of overall position racing now, Chris, which is always good to see. Yeah,
that's right. He gets something to keep him busy as well as he cuts his way through. He's got, 20-odd seconds, 30-odd seconds to make up to get back into 8th place. The headlights are a flash there from Poulton. That's him. That's the lead pair just getting beyond Jamie there as well in the BMW. So those two guys I think Poulton maybe thinking better of it, maybe just burning up his tyres in attack there. He was all over the back of Gadderick there since the restart. And now just deciding to get out of the throttle a little bit, maybe just conserve a bit of fuel, conserve those tyres, and see how long he can go. I think possibly that idea of maybe there's another safety car on the way is enough for a few of these drivers to start thinking conservatively about fuel. And I think that's what I would do in this situation, Lindsay Muddle. I'd be fuel saving now, hoping for a safety car, because, I mean, these conditions and greasy, wet stuff, you can see these two guys getting stuck in here, McVie and Chapman on the inside. Here goes McVie around the outside. There's GT4 traffic coming through as well as a rate of knots. This is a battle for the top of the podium here too. Look at Poulton sweeping around the outside. Will he clear that GR86 before he dives to the inside? He does, only just. Geez, he doesn't leave a lot to the imagination. Let's go on board with Gammaflare here and see how he's looking through this little section. Poulton right there, poised to strike. We've seen him do it before. I don't think it's going to stop him from doing it again. You can see the lines they take through there in the wet, just leaving a metre or so on the inside where that big notorious puddle is, and then certainly a car's width on the exit, because that thing is just, you know, you could sail a little boat down that that little stretch of river there on the exit. But now it's back to the status quo. I think Poulton just got a little bit excited in that section. Now just remembered what he was doing in beforehand, and possibly conserving fuel. I'm thinking like a race driver here, Lindsay Muddle. And will they get another safety car? That is up to you. The chat out there, everyone watching, let us know what are the chances of a safety car. I wonder if I can get a little poll going up. Let's see if we can do that. Yeah, I'm going to start a poll. Let's
see if Chris has the technological skills to put up a measly YouTube poll at his age of 50,000 years old.
Technical wizard. As you chat amongst yourselves, you can call this little gaggle of cars while I sort this out.
Yep. So we currently are looking at McVie, and that is Milner coming up behind him in the M2, so they should clear him pretty quickly. And then you have Chapman and Edwards fighting as well. So here comes the BMW M2, just playing it safe there on the entry to Murray's, however, so they should be all right. We're about 2.5 minutes away from the 60 minutes to go call here at Mount Panorama, and what a race it has been as Burhop is into the pit lane. And this is going to be quite interesting, because that'll be his last pit stop of the race. And that means we're probably getting close to a few other people having their last pit stops of the race for a 60-minute dash here in Bathurst. So this is going to be quite interesting, as they have a gaggle of cars now that they've got to clear. The M2 clears all of them to move back up in the 10th. He's got 2 places to go now before he can put himself rightfully back in his glorious 8th position, as that is, I believe that was Poulton. No, it was Mackay clearing the M2, not the M2, the GR86s there now. Now he's coming up behind the M2. These 86s really close together. Edwards falling under a bit of pressure here. McVie putting the pressure on the Chapman as well as they head up in towards Reed Park. And this is going to be quite close stuff. The leaders also only separated by about 1 second at the moment in the GT4s. Gaderick and Poulton about 1 second and about half a tenth between them, depending on where they are on the racetrack. As Knight as well. Knight and Stevens close together in Class D. Oh, that's a huge moment for Kurt Chapman, but he manages to catch himself in the gravel, and the gravel doing its job and some there, catching him at a very high rate of knots. So a very good job from both himself and the gravel to keep him going in a straight line, but he will lose out to McVie and his battle with Edwards for that one. But that's not a problem at all, because at least he's still not got any damage to his car, and he'll continue with his head down.
Oh, you're a bit tired, mate. I can hear you yawning in the background. How can you be yawning with this action on track? Goodness gracious me.
I tried not to. I'm not
you gotta go to bed earlier, young son.
Gentlemen.
Here we go.
Dead set. I didn't get home until like 1 o'clock in the morning, because I watched the
Hey mate, movie. I don't want to hear your life story, and neither do the viewers. Let's just get back to the race. Sorry, Lindsay. It's all happening here. Mark Newton's coming to the pit stop. This is, I guess we're on that hour mark now to the end, and we're going to see, I've got a feeling, the pit lane light up with activity now, with all these cars thinking about how they're going to get to the end. Here's Kim Roffey. Now, he's got one of the MX-5s in front, and I'll tell you what, the MX-5s are really handy in the wet. They seem to be lapping around not too far away from the pace of the GR86s. So, I guess just the lightweight nature of these little cars and how steady they are underfoot means that they can, you know, punch above their weight in terms of average. So, you know, you got Willie Diggs in the chat saying justice for Lindsay. Sorry, everyone. I was a bit harsh on the young man there. I was, he's he's paid here. It's a position, and he's happy with the rate, and everyone's happy at home. He's a real life commentator in real life, so he's going to have to get used to a bit of feedback, folks. So can't be yawning in the Australian F4 commentary box, Lindsay. They'll bloody show you the.
It's not a 6-hour race, is it?
No, that's true. You can't be staying up late the night before that. Look at this, off the circuit there for a moment is Jared Knight. That was, it was Adam Hughes. It was Adam Hughes in the, it was Kim Roffey. Goodness me, it is a long race, folks. We're starting to lose our minds here in the commentary box. He was right out there onto the green stuff. Somehow managed to keep it up. Callum Plummer has again binned it. Jeez, the poor bastard. He's having a tough time. Bush Mechanic asks, where do you commentate, mate? Take it away.
Various locations, but primarily I commentate at Sydney Motorsport Park for all of the New South Wales Motor Racing Championship rounds. They're usually broadcasted on Blendline TV, and then next week I'm off to Winton, Victoria, to go to Winton Motor Raceway to be the commentator for the opening round of the Australian Formula 4 Championship. We'll kick off the championship, and then we'll have 5 more rounds of that, 2 of them actually being at Sydney Motorsport Park, and then we'll have 2 rounds at the Bend throughout the year as well. All of those will be on Blendline TV.
You're in trouble, Lindsay. Look at the chat.
Yeah, Zacho can he's on holidays, mate.
He's on holidays. At least he's tuning in. That's good stuff across the opposite side of the world. Where are you in the world, Zach O'Reilly, at this point? Are you still in Australia, or are you off in...
He said in the chat where he was, but I'm not even going to try and read that out.
Hang on. Ho Chi Minh. He's in Ho Chi Minh City. That's I believe, the capital of Vietnam. Good luck doing any driving or crossing the road there. That is a fun time. Fun time indeed. But the battle's on here for the podium positions here in Class C. Cruz McVie looking really good for Koala Racing. Some quality racing out of this team today. The sister car not doing so well down there. I think they're in 6th position there for Liam Jensen. But it's Cruz McVie all over the back here of Jake Edwards, going up the hill for the 107th time. Folks, that's how many laps we've done so far. Here he comes, closing in, closer and closer, pulls to the outside. It's the OPR car that just sits on the inside now. They're going to go side by side into turn 2. Slings it deep, does the OPR car, taking out that sort of that exit manoeuvre from Cruz McVie, and he'll have to sit tight back there in P3 in class. But I'll tell you what, he's looking pretty racy here, maybe looking for a little dip up into the cutting. Really nicely done. Getting on the brakes too, and he's certainly got the pace at this stage of the race, folks. We're less than an hour to go. We're going to see some pit stops happening. It looks like the 203 of Jinx Shifters Racing has come in. Aaron Gilbert in the lane here, currently getting serviced for his final stint, and I think a lot of the guys at the front of not only the overall but for each class are all praying for another safety car, I've got a feeling, because if that happens, that just perfectly helps their, strategy situation. So we're going to have to see what happens there. We've got results from the poll almost back, if I can see them. I've managed to do the poll, Lindsay, but I don't know how to check the results on it. So we'll get to that. We'll get to that. I've never done a poll. I'm good at commentating. I'm good at doing the technical stuff. I'm not too savvy on the old YouTube polls, because that's streamer stuff. I don't know.
Just excuses, mate.
Yeah, I know. Make improvements, not excuses, as the old saying goes. But out in front, it's the McLaren of Dennis Gatterick and Johnny Merritt, who have made their way to the front. And look at the gap now to Poulton. I've got a feeling he is fuel saving, because we saw the pace was on offer. It was on show there not too long ago. Their best laps.
Sudden drop.
Yeah, very sudden drop. And I mean, even in the best laps department, he was quickest on circuit out of anyone. Actually, it's the Porsche that holds the fastest lap award with the 2:12.3, and that was obviously before it started raining out there. But yeah, Danny Poulton second fastest overall, and was just pushing that McLaren along for the first little opening stint here on the restart. So, that's pretty wide there, and that's a wall tap there from Daniel Poulton. Possibly a little bit of fatigue coming in, because he's been in the hot seat for quite some time there. Look at that.
About 2 hours.
He's just hanging on to that thing at the moment. That was in all sorts of trouble. Maybe the wet tyres are starting to, they're starting to heat up a little bit now that the rain's stopped.
Turning into what you'd call them in F1 intermediates.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's right. You wear off the grooves and it just becomes a slick again. So I think the OPR car of Antic Motorsports here, Daniel Poulton, probably they're going to have to maybe come into the pit lane here. It looks very treacherous indeed. He doesn't want to bin it at this stage of the race because that'll put him, down to the back of this order, at least fifth, because Walker's only 23 seconds behind this group. And, if they do get a safety car, he's still going to be back there and he's got to push his way through. Look at him already on the flash to the MX-5. And the MX-5 is in no, whoa, that is dicey stuff. Jesus Christ, he really sends it in. The MX-5 in no obligation to get out of the way. He's just can hold his line. He looks like he was going to the pit lane there, Poulton. Thinks about it, goes around one more time, Daft Punk style. Look at him, sideways as anything. Losing time, already 5-second gap to Gadarick out in front. This is what a drive from this guy here. The 64 car in Pulse Motorsport absolutely flying out in front.
Yeah, he is, and he's just really turned it up. I don't think this is all just management from Poulton,
No.
because, that pace change was just too rapid. And now they make their way down the straight, and we've got a bit of information here. The car 24 is still on the lead lap in the GT4 with no wing. So...
Oh, no.
Oh, well.
As we cross to him, that's... let's go back and have a look what happened there, because we've crossed to him at the most...
oh, no.
That's probably the result of no rear wing either, just spinning it around on the exit of Forest Elbow there. Oh, nice little... Starsky and Hutch reverse 180, getting going again. Dylan Walker, fifth in class so far. I think he's been up the front, as in leading this race at some point. Pretty much all of the top 5, top 6 have all had a turn at leading this race over the course of the last 5.5 hours.
Look at the rear of the car flapping up. And bouncing dead set disastrous there.
Yeah, I think it's
Dylan
time.
Walker, surely it's time to pull it into the pits. No, they're going. They're still trucking on. They don't want to repair that damage.
Everyone's banking on a safety car. I've got a feeling. Has to be.
Yeah, it has to be.
But everything's settled down as well. This is the closest battle on track here between the two Roffies. Whether they're father, son, or brother and sister, distant cousins. Someone in the chat let me know. Because I think there's at least 2 or 3. I think there's 3 Roffies out there. There was Craig, Kim, and then there was another one as well earlier on in the race. Forgive me for forgetting. There's been a few names come across my desk today, but they could have had a Team Roffy Motorsport.
Yeah, they absolutely could have. As everybody in the chat saying, looks like he has a new rear wing. The boot's creating downforce, and then
really
DQ
nice.
for illegal active error.
Yeah.
Dead set in the cheating department.
I like that
over here for Dylan Walker as they continue. As they continue on with their damage, with the boot flapping around in the air. But now we have a little bit of racing inside Class C in the GR86 Mustang combined class, where Major's currently leading the way. But then, actually, you've got 2 Toyotas in between the first Mustang and the third Mustang. As there goes one of the leaders. That would be Poulton, I believe. No, that's the 43. That's... Mackay, sorry, in third position. But here's something interesting for you, Chris. Look at the gap at the top 2. It was 5 seconds, now it's 3.5.
See, possibly just playing games out there, Danny Poulton, or possibly just a poor lap there from Dennis Gadarick. He has been clocking over the last few laps in the 2:27 mark. That last time around was a 2:29. So I think maybe just a mistake from him, plus coupled with a a personal best in the wet, I think, here from Poulton as well. He did a 2:28.5 over the last lap, and that is, 2 seconds quicker than all the cars behind him. Dean Mackay, Brett Loxton there for Jinx Motorsport, as well as Dylan Walker, who obviously had a bit of a shocker on that last lap at 2:42 for him. Even with the active aero, it's not helping him in the lap time department. But Daniel Poulton, well, it's hard to tell whether he was fuel saving, tyre saving, whatever, because the body language of that car on the previous lap and the lap previous to that was poor, to say the least. It was, it was as loose as, Bonnie Blue after the 1,000th bloke. It was just right out there, and but now he's managed to claw it up and put in a PB. Quickest man on the circuit at the moment as well. He can see the McLaren down the straight there as well for Dennis Gaderick. But when do these guys think about it? They must be getting pretty low on the fuel department as well, and certainly time to think about whether they should come in or hold off. Will we get a safety car? We don't know. I'm going to end the poll just to see the results. And the results are 67% says, will there be another safety car? 67% say they just want milk that tastes like real milk. Well, thank you very much, everyone. 29% say yes, 4% say no. 21 votes counted total. So thank you for everyone to participate in that one. We just want milk that tastes like real milk, Lindsay. You'll be too young to know that quote, I think.
I don't get the reference. But,
yep, there you go.
Important news in the grand scheme of this race, Chris Munro. Milner's back in P8.
Jeez, that was quick.
Yeah,
Look at
it
him.
was. And also that's what she said. So, Milner's
Where's the
doing
crickets?
a great job.
Where's the cricket sound effect?
No,
We need that one.
Milner at the moment doing very well for himself to close
Yeah, he
up
got
that many
back up
positions.
there.
But he is also,
Well done.
his car's pretty quick. It's been pretty nice in the wet as well, actually. I think the understeery sort of safe nature of the M2 has sort of played into the BMW M2, because it's just allowing him to sort of drive at his own pace, and the car doesn't look too undrivable. Actually, how about we do a bit of a onboard looking here, Chris? So let's look at the car behaviour.
Yeah, we'll just go on a lap here with the CS2. There's that problem Mercedes that we've seen quite often in this race. This John Wade coming back out onto the circuit. Let's see if he can keep it together. He's in the top class, running currently in right down the back. Honestly, P25 overall. That just sort of sums up the day that John Wade and I've forgotten his teammate's name as well, but the car was in bad nick when he got it, and just compounding injuries there for him. But looking at how this CS2 behaves, he's really nice and steady on the entry there too. Does not want to oversteer the thing. You don't want to scrub the tyres on it. Especially in the wet, because that's just inducing understeer, and you don't want that. Just got to be really careful, using the weight transfer, waiting until those outside tyres are loaded up before you start to just turn in through the corner really nice and gently. I like how he goes about his business here, Liam Milner. It's a shame there weren't more takers on the BMW CS2.
Actually, he looks pretty quick, actually. I don't think this is bad driving at all. I feel like he would have actually, had there been more people in his class, he still might be in this position, because he looks pretty
GD4 in front.
There.
He's catching him fair and square.
It is that AMG.
It is that one. It's had fair few hits to it. Yeah, it's
but it might be a little bit bent.
Yeah, it has been repaired, but I think some of that is still residual from before.
There's also plenty of ego damage. Behind the wheel of that car. But they're all here for fun. That's why they're still lapping around. Me personally, I feel like, how many laps are they down at the moment, Chris?
119 for the leader.
100. Bloody hell. Yeah, Yeah, it's suboptimal, you
Long
could
way.
say.
Yeah. It's going to be
Yeah,
equivalent to a. I think we'll get up around that 161
Yeah, I
lap
was about
mark.
to say they're about 1,000 kilometres behind if they have another crash.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Me personally, I might call it quits at that point. But they're clearly mentally stronger than I am, as Roffey gets ahead of Stevens. But that is inter overall class battling there, because that was Roffey clearing the Renault Clio.
Yeah.
So interesting to see a Clio punching above its weight at the moment. In fact, they're quite clear of the next Mazda.
Yeah, really nice job there from Stevens. Right up there, there's a Roffey, 86 there behind him, albeit only not too far away. So he'll be lining him up any time now through the lap. Look at that. Oh, just darting to the outside was Kim Roffey. Looking for... No, sorry, it was... who was that in that car? It's a lap car. I think that is... who is it? Yeah, is it Plummer? Hang on, let me see. Here we go. It was Cotterill. I thought it was. It was that livery again, but there's a couple of cars labelled that way. Cotterill making his way back up. He's in eighth in class for him. But we were looking at Dan Stevens, who was a couple behind. So overall, not too bad. Oh, off the circuit there. Gets it back on. Can he pull it up in time? A bit of shit on his tyres too. He's going to get it. Oh, no! This could be dangerous on the exit. Just scrapes the outside wall. Really nicely done. Somebody clip that. Or don't. It's not that bad. It's not that good. But it's, it's something. It's something out there. As we come in towards the last 40 minutes, almost, folks. Last 42 about to go. And we've got a birthday boy, Cruz McVeigh, who we saw earlier on. I think he is out. He's out of the car. Yeah, he's out of the car currently. Is this his teammate? No, it was the other one. No, he is behind the wheel. Here he goes. Happy birthday to you, the 136. And second in class, mate. It's a pretty good birthday present for him.
Yeah, but you sung Dino's mother-in-law a happy birthday. Time for another one, mate. Round 2.
Oh, look, I'm close personal friends with Dino's mother-in-law, so... I sent her a voice text as well, don't you worry. Wasn't all informal. Shout out to Kirsty and Dino if you're still watching. I'm not singing happy birthday twice. We did lose a few viewers the first time, and this time I think we'll be we've got
straw 59 watch.
breaks the camel's back, mate. That will be enough for that.
Nah. Just sing it properly and you'll get everyone.
Not a chance. I just spent the last 2 nights singing. I've got no voice left, and I certainly will after.
The person who's commentating all day.
Yeah, I know. It's well seasoned.
Your voice sounds fine, mate.
Well, it's well seasoned. I'll send you a voice text with some real singing. But Gold Commentator says the Bushwhacker Shorts. We do our best out here, mate. If you haven't already, I've been plugging it a little bit. Give the video a like. Hit the subscribe on the channel, because we're trying to build something here. We're trying to build something at Sensational TV. We're going worldwide.
We just crossed the 1.8k subscribers, I think.
Oh, did we really?
Yeah, because we started the stream at 1.78k and now we're at 1.81k.
Hey, little milestone there for us here. If Zach O'Reilly's watching in the chat, congratulations, mate. We're up there on the road to 2k as well. 2,000 subscribers, hopefully by the end of the day, if you all get involved. Probably not, but look at that. The GT4 just flashing the lights. Sorry, boys, I'm coming through. As these two guys are battling Bonafide 4P5 in class. Colin Bruns in that Mustang we saw earlier on, having a bit of bad luck as well. Getting swallowed up by the pack at the very start. But has fought his way through, and now fifth in class, should I say. Aaron Major out in front. He's the winner, and I'll tell you what, not the winner, he's the leader. That car was in real bad shape a couple of hours ago.
Because of the crash at the cutting.
No, it was up Mountain Straight. Remember, it was off one of the restarts. Or was it in the cutting?
No. There was the one down the straight, but then he caught up again and then got caught in the cutting. With the snap of oversteer on the cutting where he collected Haycock as well.
Yeah, right. So a couple of bingles should we say, and he's still at it. Look at these two, Liam Jensen, and we've seen it all day. The 86, really good mid-corner, really good mid-corner exit. But then once that bloody Mustang winds up, it starts to walk away down the straights, and it's a case of catch me if you can, and then defend across the top whilst the 86 is in good going. We've had some facts flown in through the race control here into the commentary box as well. We've had 4 drivers out there today that have done this race solo, no teammates.
Ooh,
I'm going to see if you can guess them, Lindsay Muddle. See if you've been paying attention today.
Have I been paying attention? That's a game show.
It is. It's a great one too.
Oh God.
See if anyone in the chat can beat him to it.
Hold on. So, Plumber?
There's 4 of them. Plumber?
Plumber one?
Ting. Ting, ting, ting. Yep, that's 1 out of 4.
Okay. I haven't seen Galea out of the car.
Ding, 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 ding. 2 out of 4.
Right. Milner.
Yes. That's 5, actually. That's not on the list, but yes. 3 out of 5.
Well, that makes my life harder, doesn't it?
Yeah, the last 2.
Wassel?
No.
Damn.
Actually, no, it's only 1 more.
1 more?
Yeah.
Oh. Hold on.
The riveting
Stevens
stuff at home. Riveting stuff. The 25 Toyota, says Bush Mechanic. Who's the 25 Toyota? It's Caelan Plummer. Yep, we got him. Lindsay,
Yeah.
I don't know if he beat you to it. I wasn't watching.
The Clio of... they're off the screen now. There's Stevens?
There's a big hint, and he's in the middle of your screen right now.
Arnold.
Hamish Barnhill. There's, so 4, 5 drive. 1,
You had me
2,
actually thinking.
3.
I got
there's
3
4
without
drivers.
hints. I'm proud of myself. I've
Yeah.
paid somewhat attention.
That was pretty good. Yeah, 3 out of 4, Lindsay. Very
I
good.
didn't actually. I was kind of looking around. I was like, I think that's right. And then I was expecting you to just go, oh, you're absolutely lost, mate.
Yeah,
And
I think the
then,
Kiwi beat you to it because that message just came through now. That would have been typed 30 seconds earlier. So the Kiwi with the
Yeah, I got 3 out of 4.
You did. That was really really well done. Had someone asked me, I would have got 1.
0.
I would have got 1. This guy. He wasn't mentioned in the note either from race control. So possibly. A little rev up happening there. Look at the glistening water here at Mount Panorama. What time is it in game? Let's have a quick look. 4:35 in game. 19 degrees still out there. 95% humidity. Cloudy and 18C track temp. All happening up the front. Let's have a look. That's the gap's back out to 3.7 seconds. It's Gaderick. Can they go the whole way? Surely not. They need to make another pit stop.
I think it's going to be a half an hour to 20 minutes to go dash because they've been out for ages.
Yeah.
So I don't think they'll go the whole way, but they're trying to go as long as possible so they can do the least fueling as possible to not lose time in the pit stop.
Yeah, they're making, stretching this stint to as far as humanly possible. And I'll tell you what, if there's going to be a safety car, they might be, putting all their eggs into this basket here in the 18 car. The track goes to the left, Johnny. Just slaps it into reverse. That was really quickly done.
That car's had a night.
It has had a night. Certainly has. Back out onto the circuit. Not a problem to anyone yet. But it could come down to it. Jamie Stewart drove the M2 in the dry. Did he really?
Did he?
No. Oh, he did too.
Did he?
It's the Kiwis all over it. Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
we'll take the info from him. Don't trust us here in the commentary box. We're just...
I don't know what we're talking about.
Just talking heads out here.
Yeah, that's why we're just like here, just yapping.
Ah, that's right. It's hard to do. I'll tell you what, if anyone thinks they can have a crack at it, try it. It's not as easy as it looks. Not
Yeah,
as easy as it looks.
especially, I mean,
It's because we make it sound so natural.
Yeah, but it's like there's two sides to it. I find real life commentary significantly easier because you get a huge entry list, right? So every driver, like, and what car they're driving, who their co-driver is. So I could just look down a list and see who's solo.
Yeah.
Whereas on the sim, you load. I woke up 20 minutes before race was meant to start.
Well, no, I had
the race got moved an hour forward.
Well, I'll tell you what. Because of the kerfuffling in the the organisational stakes of this one. As far as I can say, I set aside a couple of hours yesterday afternoon before I went to work to do up a bunch of graphics with a spotter's guide and all that. All that good stuff, who's in what team and all that stuff. And then, it was cancelled. And so I was like, all right, well, off to work I go. And then in conversations...
hold on. Kiwi's cheating. Kiwi's in the safety car. They have access to the server.
That's not cheating. Look, that's just using the information you have
look at
available.
The list. DSQ.
Johnny
we have a
trots out.
decision and we're going to the board.
Yeah, fair enough. All right.
No try.
No try.
Yeah.
Unlucky Trail Mitt. You'll have to go back. Oh,
no. Trail Mitt crossed 4 times against St. George.
That's pretty good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a bloody brilliant left centre, mate.
That's
up
pretty
the
good.
bunnies.
Yeah, he'll be good up until Origin when Shibasaki will expose him once again. Graham Milner, subscribe to the channel. Thank you, G-Dog. Yep, no, he'll get his pants pulled down again. Up the front, It's time for a pit stop. Here he comes in. The leader has decided it's time to pull the trigger. There's no more fluffing around waiting for a safety car to happen. It's time to party. He's going to pop on possibly a new set of boots. I don't know how far these wet tyres would go, but they've been on pretty much since it started pouring down. Well over an hour ago now. So it's going to be a fill up to the top. Maybe not even a half tank here to get them through. Has anyone else decided to pull in? No. Let's see what kind of in-lap happens here with Danny Poulton. Because now it's time for him to unshackle himself. The Mazda getting out of the way of that big old Mustang coming firing up behind him as well. Absolutely beautiful stuff. And here we go. Here we've got a question here from Bush Mechanic. Are you boys all watching on one main stream, or are you all on your own iRacing replay session? No, we're just on one.
I'm tapped into Chris's computer.
Yeah, Lindsay's got control of my PC. If he wanted to, he could turn it off, but we're not doing that. But that's only because I'm having trouble with Discord screen sharing. Yeah. Shout out to Discord, you absolute bunch of muppets there. And dealing with the help desk there is like, throwing grapes at a brick wall. Not fun for anyone, but we'll get it done. He's watching my stream, so we're all tuned into the same thing, basically.
Dead set looking at the
it's the best way to do it.
Desk in stream I've ever seen in my entire life.
Is it
for
really?
6 hours.
Sorry, mate.
No, I don't care. It's been like this since we started using the bloody thing.
Yes, yeah. Race Control all have their own tap into the server as well, so they're looking at different things throughout the race. Oh no, Trev Mortimer's Kamagata here, folks. Where has it happened? Over the top. We've seen it so many times today. I've got a feeling I know exactly where. Right there. Oh no, he's in an inopportune spot there, reversing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, could this be it? Move. Oh, I tell you what, if he doesn't get moving soon, this could be the safety car that everybody wanted, and this would play right into the hands of the two Mustangs out in front. He gets it going.
The drum roll going.
Gets it going again. And let's just do a quick check. Yeah, safety car's still in the pits.
Go, oh no, my brake pedal disconnected.
Oh no, you don't do that. Don't encourage that kind of behaviour.
I want a safety car.
No way.
Who's forking up the cost of race control, ladies and gentlemen?
Oh, true. Yeah, donations.
The Michael Massey department.
Yeah, donations through to the stream may end up on the desk of the race control, but the track is starting to dry out. Look at that. Last lap around, a 2:27.8 from Danny Poulton. He's unleashed. It's hammer time now, and he is starting to turn the screws. Mind you, Dennis Gaderick, last time around, a 2:27 as well, so he is right there on pace. So once they come into the pit lane, this is all a little time battle now between the top three. Poulton out there in front. Behind him by 23 seconds. No, it's the top two. This is it. It's down to Daniel Poulton himself. Will his teammate get a look in? I don't know if they will. I think they're... depending on the pace differential. I think Gaderick is in the car till the end. Johnny Merritt's done. He's kicked his feet up watching the stream now, cheering his teammate on. He's effectively in the lead. Once these guys come into the pit lane, it was a 3.5 second gap when he did. So anything can happen there as well, depending on how Danny Poulton pulls it up and gets into that pit lane. That can change the complexion of this race. So who's going to take the overall? Let's go back here because they're battling down here for 5th and 6th in class. That's Jensen around the outside. Oh, it gets a little bit worrisome on the exit there. Big puddle still happening here on Mount Panorama, and it has not rained a drop in the last half an hour or so. But it's still very wet out there. But the power of the Mustang just proving too much as they head up the hill. And he goes back into P5. Keeping an eye on this car here. Will he come into the pit lane now? Or does he chance his arm and hold it off a little bit longer? Just waiting for that safety car to come. Oh, just squirrely. The tyres will be screaming for life here, I tell you what. And he does. 1 lap difference here in the tyre deltas coming out for the final time. The leader pulls it in. Daniel Poulton needs a really clean entry here to make any sort of headway, if he can, on the lead that Dennis Gaderick has over this field. Let's go to him now, see where he is at the beginning of the Conrod Straight, heading down the hill, using every bit of gravity that's available to him. Inertia, whatever, bloody magnetism, friggin' who knows. Using it all, folks. He's got to muster every bit of pace that he's got. His last lap around 3:20.7. That was the out lap. Let's see where Poulton is. He's still up on the jacks, getting those tyres changed. So Gaderick down towards the final turn now. He's got a bit of company there with one of the Mustang FR 500Ss, so he's going to be compromised on the exit and the entry as well. Oh, almost taking a big slide there from the Mustang. That was Haycock, and almost. Jesus Christ, almost taking him out there. It's actually Burhop here with the tractor driver change. Reese Wakefield is still on the jacks, and that is a driver change at the end, and that could be the nail in the coffin here, folks. The McLaren has now eked himself out to about a 7-second lead through that last final pit stop run. That's a brilliant stroke of genius from the strategy department here at the McLaren racing team, and I tell you what, who would have thought? Who would have saw that coming? No one had money on this car coming into it. No one tipped it either in the chat. I assume they're going to stay on the wets, Bush Mechanic, because it just looks... I mean, you can see it out there. It's still wet. Riding on board, there doesn't seem to be any sort of dry line starting to happen either. And in the next half an hour, if he can put the pace down, get the sword down, he'll be able to just hold that lead. It's out to 10 seconds now with Reese Wakefield, new driver in the seat as well. He's been sitting down watching the proceedings for quite some time as Danny Poulton was just banging it around out in front. So he's going to take a couple of laps to get up to speed as well, especially in the changing conditions, because the last time he was in this car, it was fully dry. So he's got a fair amount of adjustments to make. That gap has gone from 10 seconds to 12 seconds in the time that I've been speaking as well. So he's really got to get a pedal down. But P2 is still a pretty gallant effort. Don't you worry about that. Dean Mackay sitting there pretty in P3. TriStar Racing doing a good job out there. Brett Loxton. I'll tell you what, the Team Jinx shifters have had an up and down day. Both of those cars finding some trouble throughout the stint, and to claw their way back up to P4 is a fantastic effort. Bringing pit stops up again. Whether they need to come through again, they've made 10 trips through, so possibly that's it for them. They've fueled up now and will go to the very end. We'll see how that turns out for them. But this team of Johnny Merritt and Dennis Gaderick right out in front and a love and life. That gap's up to 14 seconds now, just turning the screws out there in the wet. That McLaren has been good all day, folks. Even better once it started raining. Here's some battling on here. Back to these two, Prnz and Jensen. They were battling it out. Look at this. Jensen slinging it up the inside at Forest Elbow, and Lindsay Muddle's not even here to see it.
I am.
Oh, you are. He's back. All right. There you go. The first overtake at Forest Elbow right there for you, but it's going to be all in vain when that Mustang gets wound up.
Yep, so they're going to be racing down the straight. There's the M2 as well. What a legend. In a literal class of his own in this race. Unstoppable in Class B. As they continue to race on. Whoa! I thought that the 86 there was going to fly into the back of the Merc, which has been through enough trouble in this one. But, Chris, we've got 24 minutes remaining in this race, and I've got you to do it a few times, and I'll probably get you to do it after the race is completed. But 3 words to describe the last hour and a half.
Topsy-turvy. That's 4.
No, topsy-turvy's 2.
Are they even words? I don't know. Someone look that up, chat.
2 words.
Topsy and turvy, are either of them words? That might just be a saying somewhere. Or maybe. Oh, we've had an issue up here. Looks like Roffy's Kamagutsa at the top of the hill, and possibly joined on the scene by a couple of other drivers here through this notorious section. How many times are we going to see this?
It's always the Toyotas there as well.
Yeah, they do. Just the setup, just not really helping them in any way. But they get going again. See what happened to Galea, who's had an incident too in the Porsche up the top of the hill. This is going to be a Porsche things. Yeah, big old inertia slide, nosing it in. That's damage. Not too much. He will be able to finish the race, but he's dropped down to P5 in class currently. Just parked it there for the time being. Will he get going? It's hard to say. Wayne Taylor has also had an incident. All this happened within the space of 30 seconds. Here he goes. He's already had a bit of an issue there as well. I think this is going to be a bit of a straight-on moment. Forest Elbow, wow, that would have hurt. That was a big hit. Abruptly stopping, reversing back onto the racing line. Wow, there goes the leader through. Wouldn't have liked to see that coming up on your screen.
Better change the race.
Yeah, but back out there, no safety car yet. We're back into the final 22 minutes to go, folks. And these two guys are the closest battle on your screens on the circuit too. Prnz in the Mustang, Jensen in the Toyota 86, just searching for a way through. Managed to get through at Forest Elbow, but it's all in vain down there because it's the horsepower disadvantage just sets you up for another re-overtake down there. Bush Mechanic doing the Lord's work there. Topsy-turvy, a state of being upside down in great disorder or chaotic. So it is in the dictionary as a hyphenated two-word word. Goodness me.
You've got one more word to use, mate.
Good.
It's my know, everybody.
I am a wordsmith.
Yeah, great vocabulary.
Thank you.
Anyway, so it looks like at the moment there's just still a bit more of this race to play out. Gadarek just looks to be owning this race. 21 and a half seconds out in front for the overall lead and win in 20 minutes. And then Milner, obviously, just the best of the best in the M2. And then McVie leading Class C at the moment, but that has just changed because Burhop is now... Oh, McVie's had a crash.
Oh, no.
McVie has got a meatball. They were leading the class, and now they've got a meatball flag. Oh, the Koala Motorsport. Oh, no.
Let's see how it happened. It looks as if another little inertia spin here. Just rears just giving up. Oh,
they just hit the white line.
Thanks, Lapper.
That's a painted line.
Yeah, that's a big one. Ouch.
Yeah.
Gets it turned in. There's a big damage on that car. He's going to go down the order, but he has got about a minute back to Colin Prnz. So maybe he can get around to the pit lane to get that damage fixed up. It's going to be...
It's stopped on the side.
Going to be tight. Yeah, no, that's it. That could be it. Yeah, meatball. And waiting for the tow truck to come around and collect him. Oh, it's disaster.
In a dangerous spot.
20 minutes to go in this 6-hour race, and that was it for that. Bush Mechanic says surely there's a safety car. Well, I don't know. He's out of
dangerous spot.
He's not in a dangerous spot there. He's off the circuit.
Have you seen the amount of cars that have gone flying into that wall directly to the right of him?
That's true, but I mean, once you're off the circuit, you're done for anyway. But it's not the real world. It's not going to influence anyone's physical danger. Well, maybe, unless they have one of those
direct drive wheel race,
30 Newton meter direct drive wheels, and it rips the thumbs off your hands when you get contacted. But
been there, done that.
Yeah.
Also nearly broke my pin because I was leaning over to return to pits and someone straight lined me.
Yeah, it should be a little bit more widely known to not bash into people as well out there after the finish line. A lot of people like to do that. I don't know why, because obviously they've never been on the receiving end of one of those things. It can violently shake your direct drive wheels, folks. But what do we got here? Diverston. Oh no, the problem Mercedes there. It's had a bad day out there at the office. That's for sure. Just too much jandle.
Oh.
Tank slapper nosed it in.
Is it on slick?
I don't know.
It's really bizarre.
Possibly. In a very awkward spot here. Reversing out. Stop there, boy. What's going to happen here, folks? This has just happened. Can't get going. Turn the traction control off and just do a little flick spin there to your right. No, he's in two minds. He doesn't know where to go. Oh, this is disaster here for Diverston. Possibly disaster for one of the cars coming up through the cutting here as well. Is he... keep going. Keep going. Oh, goodness me. This is a comedy of errors. What is going on here? Oh, surely. I don't think he knows where he's going. What? Go the other way, son. Oh, no. What? This is a piss take. What is he doing? You got to turn it around, son. Track goes the other way, and someone. Holy moly. Stormlad in the chat.
Oh.
How are you doing, Peter Clark, joining in for the stream? Are you available tonight to help out with a couple of streams coming up? Peter Clark, I'd love to get you on board for the next two. Look at this comedy of errors here happening for Leonard Diverstein. He is just... Someone call Austin Powers. This is what it... Yeah, this is dead set in the fair dinkum department. I've never seen anything like that. He's gone a lap down just trying to get back out on the circuit. That is wild stuff. I've seen it all now, folks, in my...
Well, you say that until you haven't. And that did cause a safety car. The safety car's out with 17 minutes to go, Chris.
Folks, this is what it's all about. Dennis Gatterick and Johnny Merritt will be absolutely fuming at that Mercedes, because there was, I mean, he had ample opportunity to get that thing going. Had he, I guess, known which way the track went? I don't know. What the hell was he doing? He's reading the newspaper as he was trying to get back out on the track, looking at the form guide. Who's he going to back in the last at Murray Bridge? Dead set in the fair dinkum, and I'll tell you what, now that they're back on even playing field, this could be anyone's race. The top three could come together in some sort of wild blow, and Brett Loxton could take the race. Bloody Galea, he's there, he's poised to strike. He'll be up there in the running too. I'm throwing my hands up. I've never seen anything like it.
He just wouldn't turn the TT off.
Well, not even that, but just some,
down the hill.
Just some weird movements there.
Did like a 45-point turn.
Yeah,
I've seen trucks take less turns.
Oh, goodness. Yeah, that's right. Put the Bobby and the lorry out there. Got to get that thing around.
Dead set, get the box truck out and it'd still be able to get it around.
It's fantastic stuff. 15 minutes to go. It's going to be a mad dash. Maybe, what do we got? 15, 8, maybe about 7 laps, I reckon, by the time they get through. Who wrote the script, says Peter Clark.
It's pretty dead set in the Nicholas Latifi department.
Yeah, well,
that one.
You know what? I was thinking about that moment as well. George Russell was in the other Williams at the time? Yeah. He should have just binned it on that lap too, just to make sure that Mercedes get across the line, because he was moving to them after that race. He should have just nosed it in and said, oh, well.
What a shame.
Can't go racing now. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Finished the race. Big pay rise coming from Toto. Yeah, he did.
Yeah.
Anyway. Hindsight 2020.
Well, 2021.
20 times 20 was the amount of points that Diverstein needed to get that Mercedes pointing the right direction as well. Goodness me. But do not go anywhere, folks. This is going to be a grandstand finish. We've got the top three there. Guitaric. Why do I keep saying that? Gattarick is, I think, how you would pronounce it. Wakefield. It's Dylan Walker, who is a lap down, so he will get waved through. So that gap will open up. Here he goes now. Who's behind? That will be...
they've moved the car between the leaders, Chris.
There we go. No, so the two leaders are there. Wakefield and Gattarick, nose to tail here at the moment. Then there's an 86 car. There goes Galea getting waved through as well. So the GT4s are all going to get waved through here. Then they'll start on Class C because, I mean, Class B's in there on his own. So it could take a while. We might only get maybe 5 laps.
One more lap of racing to decide.
One more lap of racing to decide. No.
Decide the championship. It can only be won by one.
Oh, stop it.
I could quote the whole last lap right here.
Please do.
No. Not with 14 minutes remaining, Chris.
Oh.
Maybe in the Aussie racing cars if we have a final lap battle and I'll just replace the names.
Yeah, do it. I reckon that'd be awesome. Should we get we're running low on time. I'll tell you what, can you talk for a second? I've got a few admin duties to catch up on here, and I'll be with you in a moment.
Dead set, got to get the server ready for the Aussie racing cars here, ladies and gentlemen. He's a man of many works, is Christopher Munro, especially with the absence of our top tier worker, S tier worker being on holidays for 2 weeks. Over in Vietnam, that being the one, the only Zach O'Reilly. Zach accelerated himself, so...
it's like Stockholm Syndrome. He gives you more shit than anyone, and... going on here. Anyway, I'm back.
Yeah, but it's all in love, mate. It's all in love, mate. That's why. So, what? We've got Gattarick from Wakefield and Mackay all next to each other in the safety car train. Then Loxton and Galea, who, if the names weren't red, I would read below their names, but the names have gone red. And on a blurry broadcast, it means I can't read any names. So, Chris, help brother out here.
Still sorting stuff out in the background, but let's go to the front. As they are still under racing conditions here, safety car conditions. Here we go. Grab as for a yarn waiting in the Discord. All right, there you go, Lindsay. You got someone to talk to for a moment. Let me just drag him up. It's Shep. Here he goes. Welcome, Shep, to the stream, mate. What a perfectly timed safety car to get us to the end.
Yeah, 100%. The McLaren boys, it's unfortunate for them. They were doing really well. I think they executed their last pit stop perfectly and had their strategy looking good. And they were quick. So, yeah, we'll see what happens to me.
Shep tuning in from his car, by the sounds of it. That's
yeah, on the way to the airport. So
oh, you are?
Yep.
Where are you flying to, mate?
Off to Adelaide to Taylor Med for a test tomorrow.
Oh, what are you driving in real life?
I'm not driving, I'm just engineering a Ford Mustang GT4.
Oh, well, there you go. Well, there you go. That's a bit of interesting information for ladies and gentlemen at home. Yeah, that's awesome, especially with the amount of GT4s on the field tonight. So you must know a little bit about it then, eh?
Pretend to.
Pretend to. Well, you do it with pretend race cars, so exactly. I mean, yeah, there you go. It's all the knowledge you'll ever need. So how is when it comes to your race, how's it been managed from your perspective?
I mean, it's been fantastic from my end. it's just like I'm just so grateful of being able to put on a race. That's what I wanted to come on here for. You know, I'm really proud of the community and everyone that got involved to get this race going. Like, you know, 24 hours ago it wasn't happening, and you know, the boys at Momentum, Prnz, yourselves, Gammaflare all jumped on board. I saw a lot of guys late last night still on Discord figuring things out, and a massive thank you as well to all the teams that showed up. You know, I think we've had a really good grid. It's been competitive. There's been a good number of people. Like, it didn't feel like a boring race. So, you know, the 3 hours I was out there, I had a ball. I was, you know, going through traffic. I was fighting with other guys in my class. Like, it was everything that I wanted out of this race, and I'm just hoping that everyone else has had as much fun as I have.
It's been an unreal spectacle, mate, and you know, clamouring at last minute as well. I was around for a few of the you know, the late night text that was flying back and forth, but I'm glad we were able to get it all going and we could be a part of it, because it's been an absolute spectacle out there. You know, a lot of viewers in the chat loving it as well, so hats off to you guys and all the Prnz team and Gammaflare Sim Racing and all the teams as well. It's been just been top-notch stuff, mate. So yeah, congrats on pulling it all together at such short notice. So it's been great.
Yeah, look, I only played a really small role in it. It's really the other guys that put more effort into it, and I was also really thankful to them guys. And you know, I think we can build on and have an even better one next year.
Yeah, absolutely. It seems to be a popular thing, and the BOP's been pretty hot stuff as well. It all came together. Everyone's really close out there on circuit. Some tight racing in that 86 and Mustang class, and interesting racing as well with the Mustangs.
Cars driving off.
Oh, here we go. We're going to get ready for a start, Sheppy. So, mate, thanks for coming in for a little chat here as we get set for an absolute 8-minute dash to the end, and anything could happen here.
Yep, so this is going to be Gammaflare taking away the field from Wakefield, then Mackay, then Loxton in the top class of this race. All in the hunt for the win with 8.5 minutes to go here at Mount Panorama to decide the victor of this illustrious 6-hour race here, and this is going to be absolutely fantastic to the finish, but that's a car all out of shape, and it's Mackay straight off the restart all over the road, losing out to Brett Loxton already. So now it's Gammaflare and Wakefield, the main two contenders in this race, as now there's racing in towards turn 1. Milner getting crossed up with the GT4 at the moment through turn 1. They're not in the same class, so he doesn't need to stress it too much. All he's got to do is survive the next 7 minutes and he should be home free for the easiest race win a driver could ever ask for, as Brett Loxton on the final podium place will now be hunted down by Mackay as they make their way around the mountain for only a few more times here. And Chris Munro, this is going to be some electric stuff.
Yeah, it is here, and it's all kicking off with Mackay going around the outside on cold tyres. He's got it all crossed up, manages to pull it back in somehow. The car control required to do that in the wet on cold tyres is absolutely unbelievable. Brett Loxton would have seen that happening and thought, oh, this is it, this is the end, I'm going to have to say my goodbyes in this one, but he's managed to claw his way back up into P3 now, albeit for however long that Dean Mackay wants to apply the blowtorch of pressure for. I tell you what, he's looking racy as well, but you know, that could have been a big move there and a big disastrous move there from Mackay. He's in a big hurry to get past Brett Loxton here as well, with Reese Wakefield looking a little bit, he was dipping in and out of the server there as well, a bit of Blinky Bill happening, but in the meantime, it's Gammaflare that has absolutely trounced them off the line. This first lap, not even through yet, and it's already about a 3-second gap back there to Reese Wakefield, who is holding on. And I tell you what, if Dean Mackay does get free of Loxton here, he's right up underneath the rear wing here. Look at that, closing in ever so slightly as he takes advantage of the suck. Loxton going somewhat defensive through the inside here at the kink will be Mackay, though. They're going to almost rub doors into the braking zone. There's wet all over the circuit. Can he pull it up? He's looking a little bit deep. Here he goes. The other one's off as well. Wakefield's off. Mackay's off, but getting back onto the circuit, he will have a slowdown. This could be the break that Jinx Shifter Racing Team needs, but I'll tell you what, it's Mackay that serves that slowdown just in time before it backfired on him, and Loxton's right there to pounce now as well, going to the inside, looking defensive. There is Mackay. Dennis Gaderick and John Merritt just laughing all the way to the bank now. They know this is pretty much in the bag. All they need to do is keep it on the circuit as these two guys battle it out for the minor placings. For the time being, it's Mackay, but a few mistakes creeping into the into the vocabulary there for the number 43, and the 209 will be there ready to pounce if one comes his way.
Yep, this is going to be a really exhilarating end to this race. It's going to be a thriller as they head through the final. You caught it. You caught it. Caught it. It was intentional. As they make their way through the final 4 minutes of this race. So 6 seconds out in the lead is Gaderick, and he couldn't have asked for any better. Good Dennis Gaderick. This is absolutely the dream scenario here with 4 minutes just under to go. And then obviously you have Milner in his lone class just having to get it to the end. But then leading Class C is Burhop by 9 seconds in the Mustang. So they are feeling pretty safe at the moment. But Edwards and Cotterill have meatball flags and Walker as there's a car in the pit lane. It's Mackay has a meatball flag.
Oh no.
Mackay has a meatball flag.
He's just lost it there.
He's lost it off of McPhillamy, and now they're stopped on the entry towards Skyline. They'd already had damage prior, so something huge has happened heading into that section of racetrack, and then they've just ended up stopped there. So I wonder what could have happened, and this is earlier on when he went off the circuit and had to cut the track. So yeah, just all the carnage going on, and what was going to be such a close finish to this race, it's just not gone the way of the OPR cars in the dying stages. Just under 3 minutes remaining of this 6-hour race, and this has just been the most topsy-turvy race, and I cannot believe the way that this has ended. Yeah,
the amount of meatballs that are just popping up. Dylan Walker getting done there. He has to come in to get that car fixed up. Mackay, obviously, we saw that. And then we've got Edwards and Cotterill both in the pit lane as well, under meatball conditions. Plummer and Trott under the same. Black flags for Jensen and Barnhill too. This is it's just bloody insane stuff out there. They've all, I suppose we knew it was going to happen with the very late safety car. It's that kind of thing where the pressure builds up and the red mist goes to overload. They'll be steaming out their ears, trying to get every position they can off the restart. But it was just maybe a bridge too far for a couple of these drivers in the skill set area, and it can be quite hard to get around. As you can see, it's very dark out on circuit there. Track still in drying conditions, but wet on the, look at that, wet on the outside, but there is a dry line starting to form. It's not going to do too much damage to these cars out there though, because they've only got probably one more lap after this one with the second last lap. What a great race from Gaderick and Johnny Merritt. It's one of those endurance races that's just, it's turned out for them in the end. They've been up and down. They've had their adversities to overcome throughout this race as well. But I tell you what, the way they've handled it, and just the timing of it as well. When that rain came down and Merritt just going that extra lap, that kind of just set the pace as they got that overcut done on the other two Mustangs that stayed out for the extra, sorry, that came in immediately once it started raining. It kind of set the tone for the rest of this race, and the McLaren car has not set a foot wrong the entire way since then.
Yeah, they absolutely have not, and with 40 seconds left on the clock, they will be feeling quite happy with themselves here in the McLaren 570S GT4. They've managed to take it all the way here as we look at Prnz having a fight with the Clio. Here is the Toyota in front of him of Jensen. So this is a little fight for class position, but 20 seconds left on the clock. Is Gadderick going to get to the line? Or will they have one more to go in that McLaren? That is the grand old question. No, this should be it here in the McLaren. So Gadderick rounding the final corner in the 570S. It's been 6 long hours here in Mount Panorama with mixed weather and the lot, but they come home and reign victorious here or not. Even though the timer ticked over, it looks like they're still going.
Yeah, that's strange stuff. Maybe it was a +1 lap in the setting, so we'll put that away. That's one more lap. We're going off a bit early, folks. You'll get to know that later in your career. Lindsay Muddle, only 16 years old out there, or 17 now, you big boy.
No, not 17 yet.
Not 17 yet. Plenty of time for that, but I'll tell you what, one more lap now. That's strange that it didn't go. There must have been a +1
really
added to
it to go. And then...
Yeah, that's right. We're a lap ahead, apparently, but it's, clocked over 6 hours on our little timer. Perhaps we're just running a little bit fast, folks, or a little bit slow. I'd expect the latter. 13 minutes, no, we don't have 13 minutes. No, the next race has been postponed by an extra 20 minutes, so we are good to go. Yeah, and it is victory lap now time for Dennis Gadderick. Celebrating in style. Look at him just taking in all the sights here at Mount Panorama, waving to all the fans out there on the outskirts of the circuit, all the diehards up the top there as well. They're setting cars on fire up there. They've burnt their Ford flags as well. They weren't too happy with what happened there, but I'll tell you what, someone who is pretty happy would be this team here in the Jinx shifter outfit. They've got Reese Wakefield on their bums here as well, so this could be a little grandstand finish coming down to the finish. Oh no, he's just collected the wall on the outside. Oh, the world-famous dipper. So that might be all that she wrote, folks. He might not be close enough to make a move down there for P2, but we will get to this as we come towards the end of this race. Wakefield with a really nice exit there. That gap coming down like the rain has been all day here at Mount Panorama. Where is Dennis Gadderick coming down into the chase now? We'll click back to him once he crosses the line for the win, because the battle's on for P2 here. Brett Loxton only a few turns to hold on to P2, but I'll tell you what, Wakefield's going to throw the kitchen sink at him here if he can, but just covering him off on the inside is Loxton. It's going to be a race to the line, but we can't go to it because here is the race winner this time. It is Dennis Gadderick and John Merritt taking that checkered flag. Let's go back to here because it's a drag race to the finish. It's going to be Loxton who gets the better of it over the line. Contact on the exit with Wakefield, and a grandstand finish. We thought a grandstand finish is what we got, and it will be Wakefield taking P3. Let's look to the end of the first of the next classes. Here he is here. Milner crossing the line. We knew he was going to win. Really nicely done there.
The whole race.
No
he had a
doubt.
huge amount of competition.
And the battle for the C class, what do you call it? Winning is what I'm trying to say. God, it's been a long day in the commentary box already. It's Adam Burhop taking the win there in Class C in style. We got another GT4 there, the 203 of Aaron Gilbert there. Henry's teammate there as well, crossing the line. P2 is coming down to the other Mustang, so Mustang supremacy there in Class C, and Liam Jensen clear of the rest of them, so he will take P3 in class. Then we've got down the order a little bit. It's Dan Stevens. How about that? The Clio reigning supreme over the Mazdas down there in Class D as well. What a race there from everyone. Congratulations. Let's see if we can't get some driver interviews.
Yeah, what a race that was. What a 6 hours that was. I mean, my highlight of the race was that hour-long stretch with the 10-car GR86, just bonanza. With about 3 hours in, that was absolutely incredible, but that was absolutely sensational stuff, to put it lightly. Chris, from light to flag, that was an amazing race here at Mount Panorama.
Yeah, it certainly was. Just trying to get some winners here into the chat, if we can. What should we do? Winners of each class or top 3 in each class?
Yeah, winners of each class.
Just winners of each class. We'll say that here, and we'll try and bring them up. Dennis Gattering, I do not see there in the waiting room either, so we'll give that a couple of minutes to simmer through to the drivers. But here's your man on screen, Dennis Gattering. What a drive from him. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Once the rain came down, those guys really hit the straps and just sent a warning shot over to the rest of them. We've got Bush Mechanic in the chat. So here we go, a little pump up here. I've got to say, I've only been here for the last 3.5 hours, but I'm so glad this is how I spent my day. Cheers, boys. You lot are the most entertaining bunch of peanuts I've listened to in commentary. Thank you very much.
I think peanuts is an apt description, so.
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah, that's look, it's one of the best legumes getting around, if you ask me.
Yeah, mate.
Enjoyed in paste form or in raw form, straight out of the ground, however you like it, or beamed straight into your eardrums here at Sensational TV. We've got, here we go. We've got some, we'll get Liam Milner in because I know he is one of the winners of class. We've got Class B winner here, Liam Milner. Mate, what a race from you guys. It came down to the very end, the battle for Class B.
Mate, over the moon. You couldn't have told me this morning when I woke up that you'd be walking away with a win here, to be honest.
Brilliant.
So...
Yeah. Well, fierce competition against you and the other M2s, mate.
I know, right?
To
be honest, we had to fight the rain, so...
Yeah, I mean, you managed to come back. What an amazing comeback drive from you after the meatball. I mean, that was just inspirational.
Thank you. Yes, I actually really needed to pee, so I thought I'd take the repairs and get that out of the way.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, mate. What was it like out there, just lapping around with, I guess, your own pace under your belt? No one really to battle you. Was it just a matter of getting through all the traffic because there was a couple of classes below you that were... I didn't realise how fast the BMW was in a straight line. You're really giving them a bath down the main straights.
No, it was actually a blast, to be honest. I know we didn't have any competition, but we just wanted to try and finish as best we could overall. And once you put it that way, we did have competition. So, and we had some good moments going 4 wide over mountain, up the mountain straight. Jamie actually got like 6 inches of height over one of the driveways. I don't know if you saw that.
Yeah,
so that was cool.
Yeah, I don't think we saw it.
No, mate. I just hope next year someone comes to give us a run.
Yeah, come racing in the M2s. I like the M2s.
They're great. They're great fun. They're horrible in the wet. Oh my god, I wouldn't recommend that. But in the dry,
yeah, fantastic, mate. Congratulations on the win there in Class B. But hopefully we'll see you out there next year and with a few other BMWs in company. But we've got the winners overall here in the chat as well. Dennis Gattering and Johnny Merritt. First, I'll start with Dennis. Have we been pronouncing your name correctly? Gattering.
Oh, that's perfect. Beautiful.
Oh, what legends we are, Chris.
Thank you.
Oh, we're the best in the biz, mate. We've not been guessing all day.
Talk us through that race. It changed complexion so many times, and especially with the added precipitation at around the just over the halfway mark as well. What was that drive for you guys?
It was very much against our plan. So yeah, we sort of originally planned John would start, then I'd jump in, and then John would finish. But then the rain threw up a bit of a curveball, and yeah, it was a tough one, especially when we went. Yeah, we were down 2 laps after a crash, and then we repaired the car, and I went out in the first lap and hit the wall again. So nothing went to plan, to be honest.
Finished better than it started.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, you guys, where'd you qualify? Down in 3rd, I believe, so off the 2nd row, and was sitting at sort of around that mid to back of the pack there in the GT4 class for the first couple of stints. But as I was saying to Lindsay just before, I think the turning point was when it started to rain, and it was you, John, that went an extra lap than everybody else there in the GT4 class, managing to get that overcut done, and coming out into the lead of the race once the rest of them filtered through the pit lane. Did you guys feel that in the team chat? Did you think, well, this is it now, this is our opportunity?
Well, Dennis was actually having a break, and so I probably didn't have a lot of choice, and then I realised I didn't have a button mapped for wipers in this particular car as well. No. So I sort of exited the car, mapped a button, got back in, but I think there was enough grip there to do that extra lap, so it sort of gave us that track position after we'd rolled around without using that fast repair earlier. And just taking a bit of repairs as we went through and got our laps back. And we said earlier, we just these endurance races, we like to do it harder and go a couple laps down or something. That must be the plan, Dennis, huh?
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey, look, whatever works for you is it seems to have worked today. How's the McLaren in the wet? There was speculation out there what which one of these GT4 cars is the best handling once the rain comes down.
Yeah, so actually, that's a really good question. There was a lot of pluses and minuses for each and every car anywhere. Like the Mustangs were mega over the top where we had no turn, but then down through the dipper we'd just pull away from them, and same thing through Forest Elbow. So that's how, when I was getting attacked in the wet a little bit towards the end, I think it was Poulton, I felt pretty safe because I just had the exit drive on turn 1, but then he'd catch me back up over the top, and then through Forest Elbow I'd pull up enough of the gap that he sort of couldn't get alongside. So I think the McLaren had the right strengths in the right places.
Yeah, that's right, and that's where you want it really on corner exit. If you're under attack, if you get a good exit, the other car really has to think about how they're going to get that job done, and we saw that as well with Poulton in that last stint, or the second last stint, just throwing the kitchen sink at you there as well, getting into some compromising positions as far as car handling was concerned, and then he sort of dropped off. So we were sort of speculating in the box whether they, and you can answer this as well, whether you guys thought about some fuel saving strategies to possibly get you through to, and if there was another safety car towards the end.
Yeah, we were definitely thinking.
Yeah, I think fuel we were probably okay on. I think it seemed to us when we were looking at that battle, which was awesome to watch as a bystander, that Daniel might have cooked the rear tyres. Like the car was a bit quicker early in that stint, but it's like the rear tyres went off, and as Dennis said, we got that better exit. But we sort of weren't really fuel saving, because I think everyone was going to have to stop, and once we got that 4 or 5 second lap gap, it sort of gave us an advantage to not worry about the fuel drop so much.
Yeah, fantastic stuff, mate. Anyway, that's been an absolute cracking race from you guys, and congratulations on the win. 6 hours of hard work and effort there, and taking overall class in GT4 with you home. Congrats, guys. A really, really good race from you both.
I appreciate you. And can I just say, for something that was genuinely sort of organised last second, that was one of the best events that we've done. Even though race control was apologising for some things during the race, I was like, I didn't feel anything. Like, it was nothing to. Yeah, they nailed that. They absolutely did such a fantastic job. So glad to be part of it.
Yeah, awesome job by the organisers at such late notice. So thanks to everyone for bringing it together.
Thank you guys for being a part of it. Now we'll go down to Class C winners here. We got Burhop as well as Liam in the chat. How was that, you guys? That was a topsy-turvy race, and I tell you what, in the C class, that was the most, door-to-door action we've seen all day, and it was pretty much non-stop for the entire way. You guys looking forward to a shower and a sit-down, I assume?
not going to lie, definitely a little bit stressful today. When the rain came through, the Mustang's a little bit of a handful first couple of laps, so it's definitely due for a bit of a rest and lay down, I think.
Yeah, for sure. It seemed like tough going. There was the other Mustang as well, the pink one of the name escapes me.
Australia wide pink.
Yeah, that's right. Having a nice little battle up there for lead of class. You guys were into it all day as well, and a couple of little incidents as well along the way.
Yeah, for sure. They never gave us a chance to have a break until Adam was in for the final stint after the safety car there.
Mm-hmm.
We were just fully pushing it the whole race until then, basically, just trying to keep up with him.
Yeah, that's right. And then that unfortunate incident after the restart there, we saw the pink car just bent to all buggery and back down the order they went. Unlucky for them. But, I mean, that's racing, isn't it? Yeah, you got to take the good luck with the bad.
Yeah, definitely. We think they, in that final stop, they took a bit of a gamble and went to slicks. We stayed on wets for the last bit of the race.
Yeah.
And I think that might have just caught them out. So it was if it was going to work, it was they would have pulled away and whatever else. So we would have been left in the weeds, that's for sure. So we went for the slightly safer option. But those guys put on a hell of a race and definitely was great fun all day.
Yeah, well, coming from the Mustang drivers, what did you guys think of the balance between the FR500 and the GR86?
The Mustang was probably quite a bit stronger over the whole day by half a second or so to a second a lap.
Mm-hmm.
But if there were no safety cars or Toyotas and no mandated pit stops, the Toyotas definitely had the upper hand on fuel and everything because they can just go so much longer.
Yeah, it was
definitely close. Yeah, but Mustang is just a little bit easier. The Toyota's a lot better across the top and in the braking zone. So, but you got to stick it up a long way, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's right. It was interesting to watch actually because you see the Mustang pull away on the straights, obviously, and then the 86s catch up in all the turns, and it was just a game of cat and mouse there, really, as well. When you did get sort of in that pack of 86s, because they would swamp you out of some of the exits, and that would have just been some white knuckle behaviour out there as well. Just watching cars just come from behind and swallow you up, and then you're able to pick your way through. It looked like a hell of a lot of fun out there, guys.
Yeah, going across the top with a swarm of 86s around, definitely was it was scary because they were just so much more nimble and could be placed so much better. The Mustang's a little bit of a boat, so you turn it in, you wait a split second, and the thing starts to turn. So 86s definitely had it over us.
Yeah, a bit of a delayed gratification there in the front end department, but. Guys, congrats on the win there in Class C. It was a hard-fought battle all day, and look forward to your cold beer and a bloody shower, and hopefully we'll see you guys for the next one.
Yeah, cheers, lads. Thank you very much, and thanks for the organisers putting on the race as well. Again, short notice, and you've done an absolutely fantastic job. So thanks very much.
Absolutely. Dan Stevens, mate, putting the Mazda MX-5s to shame there in the little Renault front-wheel drive Clio. Congrats on the class win.
Yeah, thanks, man. I couldn't have done it with the old with the teammate Dean. He did a stellar first stint after our bit of a mistake that he made at the beginning, thinking that he was meant to fill the gap. And not keep double file. He got that drive through, which put us on the back foot by like 16 seconds, but he pulled it back and to 6 seconds before I jumped in, and so it was a stellar job.
Yeah.
But man, I turned that thing into a shopping trolley sometimes around that track.
Yeah, I can imagine once the water came out as well, a little bit more scrubbage on the front tyres there, it would have been a wild ride.
Oh, yeah, mate, it was crazy. Like, I said to Dean, I said, like, the Clio's not the best in the rain, so we're going to have to get the Mazdas just because they are a lot better in the rain. But it turned out that, you just got to drive it sensibly and get through. I made a few mistakes, but in the end, it paid off.
Yeah, absolutely did. We saw, I mean, the Mazdas were sort of in control of that class for the most part, but slowly and surely you guys just clawed your way back, and once you got to the front, giving a run, some of the 86s actually giving you a run as well. So I think you might have finished in front of a couple of them in the end as well. So yeah, mate, well done for both of you guys on some hot pace out there.
Yeah, cheers, man. Yeah. Some of the 86s, man. Yeah, they took a while to get past you, and then when they did, you could stay with them for a very long time in the draft. Yeah, no, it was a good battle between everybody, especially like the car 105 and 31, the other guys in the masses, man.
Yeah,
awesome race all night long. Like I think everybody was in first place at one stage, everybody was in second, and everybody was in third. Just came down to that last hour. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that's right. That's generally how it plays out too in some of these endurance races. It's kind of the first 80% of the race is all kind of just, jostling for position, thinking about what's going to happen, and then it all kicks off in the last hour or the last 20%, and it's all just hell for leather, and that becomes the main focus, and it feels like a little mini race in itself. But you guys, man, just came out on top at the right time. And what about your strategy calls? How many times do you guys have to go through the pit lane in the end?
We had to do 4 times, but I think we ended up doing 6. One for the drive-through at the beginning with Dean, and then I made a mistake, locked it up coming down to the dipper, and had to crash and get repaired. And that was put us from first back to second. And so I think it was 6 times for us.
Yeah, it was good racing nonetheless, even though only 4 cars in class. We saw 2 of the Mazdas going at it for quite some time as well, which was good to watch, and especially when you've got the faster classes approaching. How's that play onto your mind when you're trying to navigate a battle and you've got a bunch of GT4s coming up behind? Is that what's the mentality there?
Having a good spotter. That's what it is, man. Like, honestly, Dean did a fantastic job, and vice versa, me to him. Just saying what kind of class of cars coming up, who's coming up, what side they're on. And, every single bit helps. Like on those restarts, you just hold a straight line and just let them all go past. You're not racing them, just let them go past. That's the easiest thing you can do. Yeah, absolutely. It seems like a bit of a just stick to your line and hope for the best with some of these guys pushing their way through, but you guys managed to come out on top there in the Class D class there of Renault and MX-5s. But congratulations on the win. Cheers, man. And I'd just like to thank everybody that organised it in very, 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 very short notice. Well done to all. Cheers.
Yeah, it was a win for sim racing as a whole there in the end. Everyone turning up on time and getting the show sorted. Speaking of on time, we are late here at Simsational TV to skip to our next commentary commitment, which is coming up right after the end of this one. It will be the Aussie racing cars over there on Assetto Corsa for Motorsport Australia. So if you want to stick in for, if you haven't had enough of our voices yet, there's more of us to come, folks. 2 of that 2 series actually coming up tonight. It's a very long day behind the microphone for me and Lindsay Muddle, but that will be the end of us for tonight. Thank you for everyone for tuning in. Thank you to all the commenters as well. It's kept us nice and entertained throughout the day. Plenty of good dad jokes to boot. Hopefully it's a good watch back for everyone involved. But from myself and Lindsay Muddle and all the team here at Simsational, it's been an absolutely cracking day, but it's time to get out of here. And as we say here on the channel, goodbye for now and keep it flat out.
Simsational TV YouTube channel. Don't fucking miss it.